6 secret admirers.
Who will win his heart?
Love has never been this heroic.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Received 6 Different Love Letters on Valentine's Day movie. Before we start, please go support Justero9 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Deku is a male. Valentine's Day has arrived, and on that day Izuku gets a big surprise when he receives 6 love letters from 6 anonymous people. Chapter 1. The first letter. The beautiful date of Valentine's Day. One of the most important dates of the year along with Christmas, New Year's and Dog Day. But it's not a day of happiness for everyone. It's also a day of rejection. Hundreds of fallen soldiers, both men and women, were left lying there on that date with their roses or boxes of chocolates. Some give up at that moment and go on with their lives, but others put aside their dignity and continue to beg for a chance. Luckily, our protagonist Izuku never received rejection from anyone for the simple fact that he never confessed, and no one in his entire life has ever confessed to him. Before entering UA, he was quirkless, which is why he was never popular with girls, and because of that, he has low self-esteem whenever they talk about love. I'm not attractive to women, I highly doubt anyone would ever be romantically interested in me. That was the phrase he repeated every time someone asked him about that topic. What the idiot didn't know was that there were a few girls crazy about him throughout the school, but Izuku didn't notice anything. But today all that was going to change, and what better day than Valentine's Day. Join me in watching this story. And remember, the project is due tomorrow, as always said with a bored expression, bidding farewell to his students. The study day was over, much to the delight of many, as they could now rest and eat the chocolates they had received. That's right, many students in Class A had received chocolates and love letters. Hiroshima, who had many chocolates in his hands, was most excited by the one Mina gave him, blushing slightly. Shoto and Bakugo also received chocolates since they are very popular at school, although they didn't realize it. Amanari, Tokoyami, Ajiro, Shiro, Sato, Aoyama, Shoji, Kota, Iida. Damn it. Even Mineta got a chocolate from a second-year girl. But it seems that a certain green-haired boy didn't receive chocolate that year. It was Izuku who didn't seem to care at all. He was already used to not being of interest to any girl in that way. But perhaps, just perhaps, that will change this year, surprising the broccoli. Remember Midoriya, today we'll be studying in your room, Shoto said, putting the chocolates in his backpack. Of course Todoroki-kun, we'll study a lot today, said Izuku with a smile. These two studied together in the UA dorms. Sometimes Izuku would go to Shoto's room, or Shoto would go to Izuku's room. Occasionally Kirishima or Bakugo would join them, but this time they were going to be alone, since these two had important things to do. Didn't you get anything, nerd? Bakugo asked, walking past Izuku. I think you should already know what these days are like for me, Izuku said, looking downcast. You should change your nerdy attitude, maybe that way someone will be interested, said the Muslim, leaving the classroom. Izuku didn't like the idea of changing his personality. If someone was going to love him, it would be for him just as he was. I'm not going to change just to get a girlfriend, said the broccoli, also leaving the room. While walking through the school, she decided to leave a few books in her locker. Not many months ago, Principal Nezu decided to put lockers in the students' rooms so that they wouldn't have everything in their rooms and wouldn't have to carry all their things from one place to another. Obviously this excited the students as they could decorate it however they wanted. Okay, we're getting off topic. Izuku arrived at his locker, but before opening it, he could see many students walking with chocolates in their hands or with letters. Some were even holding hands with a girl. Obviously this depressed Izuku. Seeing everyone else receive something from a girl and not receiving anything himself feels really awful. Don't get discouraged, Izuku, this happens every year, you should be used to it, the broccoli thought, encouraging himself as he opened his locker. And what a surprise he got when he saw that there was something different in the locker. Cards? Said the broccoli, taking the cards in his hands. There were 6 in total, and each one was decorated in different ways, but always with hearts. Izuku wasn't stupid enough to know what it was about. Maybe they put them in the wrong locker, Izuku thought, staring at the envelopes. And he was very surprised to see that they were all addressed to him. One letter even had the mark of lips with red lipstick on it. Izuku blushed slightly, then put the 6 cards in his pockets and left the school. I wasn't going to lie, I was eager to read those letters and see if they were just a joke or if some girl had really written him a letter expressing her feelings. It's best not to get my hopes up until I read them, I thought as I quickened my pace. Upon arriving at the dorms, she rushed into her room to read the letters. She walked so fast that she accidentally bumped into Mineta, but later apologized appropriately. Upon arriving at his room, he went in and closed the door, then threw his backpack on his seat and sat down on his bed. He put his hands in his pocket and took out the 6 cards, placing them in order on the bed. "I still find it hard to believe I received anything today," said Izuku with a slight blush. With trembling hands, I pick up one of the letters and begin to read it. The envelope was white and decorated with a few black hearts. "For Midoriya." That's what the envelope said, making the person named even more nervous. "Okay, here we go." He carefully opened the envelope and then took out the letter. He set the envelope aside and prepared to read what had been written to him. "For Midoriya. Hi Midoriya, you know, I feel really weird writing this letter to you, but I can't find any other way to tell you my feelings." He had barely started reading, and Izuku was already red with embarrassment at the sight of the word feelings. "Calm down, Izuku," the broccoli thought, taking a deep breath before resuming his reading. "I don't know when I started having these feelings for you. Maybe when the villains attacked us at the beginning of the year. Or maybe when you fought Todoroki in the tournament. I don't know, the point is that somehow I ended up falling in love with you." There were those words he had always wanted to hear from a girl, and unconsciously he began to shed tears of happiness. "I never thought this would happen," he thought with a small smile. After drying her tears, she continued reading. "The reason I've never told you this in person, and probably never will, is because I don't have enough self-esteem. There are so many girls at school who are really beautiful, with big hips and big breasts, and I feel insignificant every time I think about it. But I know you're not the kind of guy who focuses on a woman's body like that certain grape-haired idiot." Izuku let out a small laugh as he read the last part. It was obvious he was referring to Mineta. "Enough about my low self-esteem, let's get to the real reason for this letter. I like you a lot, Midoriya. I like your kindness, your freckles, your hair, your personality, I like everything about you. Sometimes I hope that you and I will be a couple someday, sitting under a tree, cuddled up together, listening to all kinds of music, especially rock, since it's my favorite, and talking about our tastes and all those things couples do. Although that's very unlikely to happen, I'm sure there are many girls in this school who are prettier than me and who are in love with you. I don't stand a chance against them, but luckily I had the courage to tell you my feelings through this letter and not keep this feeling locked away in my heart forever. All I can say to you is Happy Valentine's Day Midoriya from this music-loving girl who loves you very much." Izuku's cheeks were starting to hurt from the huge smile on his face, and he was also blushing. "Someone likes me," he murmured, filled with happiness at what he had just read. Every word she read in the letter touched her heart. But who could it be? He wondered, rereading the letter. Izuku was always very absent-minded about many things, and this was no exception. "I had to find out who wrote this letter and be able to talk to her face to face, and who knows, there's a good chance he'll accept her feelings." She was the first woman apart from his mother who had said such beautiful things to him that touched his heart. But there's a problem. Izuku looked at the bed and could see 5 more envelopes decorated in different ways. Are all those envelopes love confessions? Izuku wondered, blushing, thinking that 6 different girls had fallen in love with him. If someone had told him this before he received the letters, he would probably have laughed, but now he was seriously doubting himself. Maybe I'm popular and I didn't even realize it. Exactly. Izuku was popular with the girls at UA school. He was one of the few innocent men left along with Shoto, although he has more traumas than anything else. Putting that aside, Izuku looked at the 5 remaining envelopes and decided to take another one to read. Or that was the idea if someone hadn't stopped him. "Midoriya. Dinner is ready." Outside Izuku's room, the voice of his good friend Iida could be heard announcing dinner. "Oh? Yes, of course, I'm coming." Izuku shouted, a little scared by his friend's sudden call. "Don't take too long. It can be bad for your health if you skip lunch." And after that advice, Iida left to warn his other companions. Izuku just let out a small sigh before taking the 5 envelopes in his hands. "It would be best to read them after dinner," she said as she put them away in one of the drawers of her work table. She still held the letter she had just read in her hands as she looked at it with a smile. This letter was going to be something important for him since it was the first confession he received, although he doesn't know which letter was the first to enter his locker, but for Izuku this was his first love confession. With a small smile, I put the letter in a separate drawer and then lock it. This Valentine's Day was very different from the previous ones, he thought, a little embarrassed as he opened his bedroom door to go to dinner. But she would soon realize that the letter she had read was not going to be the only important one in her heart. There are still 5 more love letters, we'll see what happens next. End of chapter. Chapter 2. A murky letter. Izuku was going down the elevator from the UA dorms so he could have dinner with his friends. While waiting for the elevator to reach its destination, he remembered everything he had read a few minutes ago in that letter. Unconsciously, a silly smile formed on his face as he remembered that. "Wipe that stupid face off your face, Deku," Bakugo said angrily. Izuku was so lost in his thoughts that he forgot the Muslim was with him in the elevator. Haha, sorry, I can't help it, Izuku said with a nervous smile. Bakugo just squinted at Izuku's strange smile. TSK, it's the same. After that conversation, the elevator opened and they both stepped out to enter the dining room where their colleagues were waiting for them. Izubro, Bakubro, here's your food. Kirishima shouted, pointing at the seats next to him. They both just nodded, although Bakugo did so reluctantly, as is typical of him. Once everyone was gathered, they sat down to eat while having a lively conversation about what they had done during the day and how they spent Valentine's Day. Although Izuku wasn't talking to anyone, he was just eating with a smile on his face, remembering the letter. Obviously, this was noticed by some of his friends, confusing them a little. Is something wrong, Izubro? Kirishima asked, puzzled by his friend's behavior, as was Iida. Are you feeling unwell, Midoriya? Iida asked, concerned. Don't worry, I'm completely fine, Izuku said, a little embarrassed for having worried his friends. When they saw that Izuku wasn't going to talk about the subject, they stopped insisting and gave him his space. Izuku just sighed in relief and went back to his food. While he ate, he watched all his friends talking animatedly, which brought a smile to his face. So many things had happened together that now he felt as if they were all a family, and this made him happy. As he scanned the area, something caught his attention and struck him as odd. It was Jiru who was looking at him out of the corner of her eye, although when their eyes met, Jiru quickly looked away to continue her conversation with Momo. This puzzled the broccoli a little, but she decided not to dwell on it. Perhaps it was just a simple coincidence, so she decided to return to her meal. Some time later. Everyone had already finished their dinner, much to Bakugo's annoyance. It was his turn to wash all the dishes they had used with the help of Tsuyu, who was mentally preparing herself to hear his complaints. While the others were retiring to their rooms to sleep, play, or study, which was what the most studious ones were doing. Good night, guys, Izuku said goodbye to the few who remained in the room before walking to the elevator. As she approached the elevator, she realized that someone was already in it. It was Jiru who got nervous when she saw Izuku. Hello Jiru-san, the broccoli greeted with a smile as he entered the elevator. Hello Midoriya, I greeted him almost in a whisper, watching as the doors closed and I began to go upstairs. As the elevator went up, there was an awkward silence between them. What is this atmosphere? Izuku wondered, feeling a little uncomfortable. You've been very anxious all night, Midoriya. Jiru broke the silence, looking at Izuku. Could I ask why, if it's not too much trouble? Well, I can only say that this afternoon I received a letter from someone which made me very happy, said Izuku, embarrassed, looking away. Jiru blushed slightly upon hearing what Izuku said, although he didn't see the blush because he had his gaze averted. I understand, I'm happy for you, Midoriya said Jiru as a small smile formed on her lips. Then they heard the elevator doors open. They had arrived at the girls' room floor. Well, this is where we say goodbye, have a good night Midoriya, Jiru said, quickly exiting the elevator. You too, have a good night, Jiru-san, Izuku said with a smile, watching the doors close again and go back upstairs. That was weird. Izuku hardly ever spoke to Jiru, but he knew her well enough to know when she was uncomfortable or worried about something, and that was the attitude she had just shown a few moments ago. Wait, Izuku thought, agitated, as he began to recall the letter's text. A girl who's insecure about her body and envious of others, someone who hates Mineta and is shy. As Izuku remembered each word of the letter, his face turned as red as Makoto's blood. Someone who really likes music, especially rock. After recalling every word of the letter, only one person came to mind. Dear San, he whispered, his eyes wide. Don't jump to conclusions, Izuku, he thought, flustered and embarrassed. It's Jiru-san. Why would someone as cool and cute as her fall for me? Lost in his thoughts, he didn't realize that he had already reached his bedroom door. I'd better go into my room and keep thinking about it, he said, blushing slightly, as he went into his room and closed the door. The first thing he did upon entering was to take the 5 letters from the drawer and place them on the bed, then take the letter he had read a few hours earlier. He picked it up and read it over and over again to be sure of what he thought. No matter how many excuses I make, Jiru-san wrote this letter, he said, blushing and throwing himself onto the bed. Should I ask her if she wrote this letter? He wondered, then shook his head in denial. No, that would be rude of me. If it turned out to be Jiru, what would she do? Would she accept his feelings? I'd better leave this for later, I have to read the other letters, Izuku said, trying to relax. I set aside the letter I thought Jiru wrote to pick up another envelope. It was pale black and had the imprint of red lips where it had been sealed. This obviously embarrassed the broccoli a little. With some hesitation, he opened the envelope and took out the letter. Luckily, the letter didn't have anything strange about it at the moment, so after taking a few deep breaths, she decided to read it with a smile on her face. Although that smile she had gradually changed into a pale face as she read every word of the letter. Her hands became a little shaky as she finished reading it. Her face was somewhere between pale and red from what she had just read. I put the letter aside and walked towards the door to open it. One thing that needs to be clarified is that he was walking like a robot. When she opened the door, she saw her good friend Shoto standing in front of her with a few books in his hands. "Hey Midoriya, we need to study," he said, picking up his books. "Oh? Why yes, see, come in, I'll be right back, I'm just going to freshen up a bit." After saying that, Izuku walked at a somewhat brisk pace towards the boys' showers. "That's strange," said Shoto, a little puzzled, as he entered Izuku's room. Upon entering, the first thing she did was leave the books on Izuku's desk, then sit on the floor and wait for him to study. However, while he was looking around the room, something caught his attention. These were Izuku's 6 letters, 2 of which were outside the envelope. Cards. With a bit of curiosity, she approached the bed and picked up a letter, precisely the first one Izuku read. Perhaps they were notes to help him study better, so she began to read. Although the more she read, the more she realized what this letter meant, and unconsciously a smile formed on her face. "I didn't know Jiro was in love with Midoriya," Shoto said with a small smile, placing the letter back down. Good for him. Shoto was going to return to his place, but he was curious to read what was written on the other letter that was outside the envelope. "This is wrong, but my curiosity is stronger." With some hesitation, I pick up the other letter to read it. "Let's see who wrote this letter," he said curiously, beginning to read. "For my beloved Izuku. Oh Izuku, my beloved Izuku, my favorite boy, there is not a day that I don't think about you. Every day I resist the urge to kidnap you and take you to my house to have that irresistible body of yours by my side. Just imagining your strong hands touching every part of my body makes me more and more excited, that's why I have hundreds of pictures of you in my room to touch myself while I look at your cute expressions. Although I'm dying of jealousy every time a girl gets close to you, it makes my blood boil with anger, how I wish I could be any of those girls and cover your beautiful face with kisses, pull down your pants and well, you know, darling. You better keep that cute little ass of yours well protected because when you least expect it I'll catch you and we'll do a lot of indecent things in bed until I'm satisfied and who knows, maybe even have your baby so you'll always be by my side until the day you die. With love, this girl is madly in love with you, I'll be watching you." Shoto's mouth was slightly open after finishing reading the contents of the letter. He had expected a love confession or something similar, but not this. "Well," was all she could manage to say, her eyes wide as she read the letter over and over again. "This woman is crazy." Then I heard the bedroom door open and Broccoli seemed calmer, although he had a little water on his face. "I'm sorry I left like that, Todoroki-kun, but I needed to freshen up a bit," said the broccoli-haired boy, closing the door and looking at his friend. "Midoriya," said Shoto, staring intently at the green-haired boy. Izuku was a little surprised by Shoto's tone of voice, but he was even more surprised to see that Shoto had one of the cards in his hands. "Todoroki-kun, did you read the letters?" Izuku asked, surprised. "I'm sorry for invading your privacy, but I thought they were study notes," he said, sounding a little regretful for what he'd done, just a little. "More importantly, you're in danger." Shoto stood up and went to the door, locking it, then walked to the windows and closed them as well. "You're prone to being kidnapped, you have to be alert," Shoto said, looking all around the room in case he saw anything suspicious. As he said that, Izuku remembered the text of the letter, causing a chill to run down his spine. "Todoroki-kun, I'm scared," she said as she curled up in a fetal position in a corner of the room. "Don't worry, Midoriya, you're not alone," Shoto reassured him, finishing his search of the room. "But we need backup. I can't protect you alone." "What do you mean?" I asked fearfully. "The letter says you could be kidnapped. We have to be vigilant at all times to avoid a tragedy, that's why we need reinforcements," Shoto said, taking the books he'd brought. "But I don't think the enemy will attack that quickly, so relax and let's study." "I don't think I'll be able to relax after reading that," said the broccoli, picking up one of the books. "Just give it a try," Shoto encouraged, starting to study alongside Izuku, who was also trying. At times Izuku glanced at the 2 letters he had read that day, one very pleasant and the other very disturbing in Izuku's opinion. I just hope that the other 4 remaining cards weren't the same as that last one. End of chapter. Chapter 3. I love you. And that's how Spain conquered all of Latin America. Shoto finished reading the history book Izawa had given them to study for the exam. "This is a seinen and gore story," he said, surprised. "I still don't understand why they teach us foreigners' stories," Izuku said, bored. "They teach us more foreigners' stories than our own countries." "I don't know, supposedly it's going to be useful in life, but I don't know how," said Shoto, closing the book. Their study session had already ended. They had spent about 2 hours studying everything from math to history, but they already felt prepared for next week's exam. "Well, said Shoto, stretching his legs. It should be clarified that both of them have been sitting on the floor for the 2 hours. They felt more comfortable that way. So what? Izuku asked, confused. What time do we read the other letter? I asked curiously. How do I say this without sounding offensive? Izuku said uncomfortably. Don't worry, it was just a joke, Shoto said with a small smile. I'm practicing my jokes, but I still have a long way to go. Haha, Izuku laughed nervously. Well, I'm off now. If you find another suspicious letter, don't hesitate to let me know. See you tomorrow. With that, Shoto left the room, leaving Izuku alone. And remember, we'll go to school together tomorrow in case the enemy shows up, he whispered, peeking out the door before finally leaving. Izuku just sighed at the stressful day he had. First, the 6 letters in his locker. The first letter he read and discovered was possibly written by Jiru. The second letter he read where he realized he was likely to be kidnapped and where Shoto proclaimed himself his bodyguard. And his exhausting study session for the upcoming exam, an exhausting day in Izuku's opinion. He hadn't even felt this tired when he fought Muscular. Perhaps what he's feeling now is mental fatigue. But it's not over yet, muttered the broccoli, looking at the other 4 cards that were on his bed. From the second letter onwards, she was already afraid to read the rest, but she had to. She highly doubted there would be another similar letter, or so she hoped. He looked at the clock on the wall and saw that it was 11 p.m, it was already quite late, so he had to sleep in order to get up early and go to school, but he had a great desire to read another letter, and that feeling might not let him sleep. I'll just read one more and go to sleep, said Izuku, picking up a random card from the remaining 4. At the moment there was nothing suspicious about it. It was the most normal letter of all. The envelope had no hearts or any kind of decoration, and was white. We're doing well, he said, a little relieved to see that the envelope was normal. But it wasn't time to declare victory. I had to see the content to be sure. Still frightened by the previous letter, she took the letter out of the envelope and stared at it intently. Actually, the letter was the most normal of all. It had no decoration, just the text, which was very neat, and I could swear it had no spelling mistakes. Well, let's read it, and whatever happens, happens, he said, starting to read, a little doubtful. Izuku Midoriya. Hi Midoriya, how are you? I hope you're doing well. The reason I am writing you this letter is to tell you what I can no longer keep in my heart. And that's because I've liked you for a long time. Why do I like you? I'll tell you why. Because you are unique, special, and above all, because you are you. You're a wonderful guy. I love every part of you. I love you when you're serious, when you're angry, when you're nervous, or when you're being analytical, everything. I love your voice, your laugh, your eyes, your freckles, everything about you. I love you as a person, as a being, physically and mentally. You are one of the reasons why I feel calm and joyful since I met you, and it's very curious because you and I have never exchanged a word in all the time we've been studying at the academy. I dream of the day I can talk to you calmly and tell you this face to face, but that will have to wait until I have the courage to confess. In the meantime, I'm leaving you this letter, so you know that a girl from this school is in love with you, although I wouldn't be surprised if I'm not the only one. And one more thing before I say goodbye. I love you. How many times have I heard that word today? The embarrassed broccoli wondered as he lay down on the bed. This letter had touched her heart just like the first one. For some reason, reading these letters had improved his self-esteem a little. He no longer felt as much of a failure as before, and it was all thanks to those mysterious girls. He stared at the letter he had just read carefully with a troubled expression. This time he was truly lost. Who could it be? He wondered, reading the letter from top to bottom. It took him a long time to figure out that Jiru had possibly written the first letter, and now things were going to be even more difficult with this letter. Sighed the broccoli, looking at the 6 cards. This seemed like a dream come true for Izuku. Today he had just found out that 3 girls were in love with him, although one was obsessed, and there were still 3 more letters to come. What will I do when I find out who the girls are who wrote these letters? He wondered, confused. It was something that had been bothering Izuku ever since he read the first letter. He could only accept the feelings of one girl, and that was something he didn't like because it would hurt the hearts of the others. Many will say that he should keep all 6, but that's impossible. There is no woman or man in the world who would agree to share their partner, it would be immoral. I'll leave this problem to my future self, Izuku thought as he looked at the other 3 cards. She wanted to read them, but she was very sleepy and it was very late, she had to get up early for school, so with great sorrow, she put the 3 remaining envelopes in a drawer and the 3 letters she had read in another drawer, although she read the last letter she had just finished reading for the last time. She's someone I've never spoken to before, that's a clue, Izuku said, pleased with his discovery, though he immediately shook his head in denial. Don't be an idiot, Izuku. You hardly talk to any of the girls at school. The only ones I communicate with are the ones in my class, Mei-san and Nijire-senpai, so I'm still just as lost. Disappointed, Izuku put the letter in the drawer, locked it, and threw himself onto the bed, but not before turning off the light. What a day, thought the broccoli, slowly closing its eyes. I wonder what kind of surprises await me tomorrow. And with that thought in mind, he fell into a deep sleep. And I would certainly have some surprises tomorrow, mainly with the girl from the second letter. End of chapter. Chapter 4. Kidnapping. The sun's rays entered through the window of a certain green-haired boy's room, waking him up little by little. He opened his eyes heavily, trying to adjust to the sunlight entering his room. What time is it? He wondered, still half asleep, looking at the clock in his room. It's only 7 o'clock, he murmured, then closed his eyes again and went back to sleep. Knock knock. There was a knock on his bedroom door twice, but Izuku didn't want to get out of bed, so he pretended not to hear the sound. Midoriya, we have to go to school. The voice of his good friend Shoto was heard on the other side of the room, making Izuku's eyes widen in shock. School. It's 7 o'clock. I only have half an hour left. He shouted in alarm, jumping out of bed and running to the shower in his room to wash up. Judging by the shout, I don't think he'd gotten up yet. I guess I'll just have to wait, said Shoto, sitting down by the door and studying a bit while Izuku was gone. Let's read a little about the World War. Meanwhile, the broccoli had showered in less than 3 minutes and was now brushing its teeth and putting on its school uniform. If I hadn't read the letter so late, I would have gotten up earlier, he scolded himself as he prepared all the books he would use that day. Something he hated was putting on his uniform tie. He always got it wrong, but today he miraculously managed to tie it on the first try. Alright, I'm ready, he said to himself, grabbing his backpack, but not before putting a little perfume on his neck. He didn't usually wear perfume, but today he felt it was necessary. Before leaving the room, she looked at the drawers of her desk where the 6 anonymous letters she received yesterday for Valentine's Day were kept. If I had gotten up earlier I might have read a letter, but I'm already late, I'll have to wait until after class, she said, resisting the urge to read another letter. Letting out a heavy sigh, he left the room where the traumatist was waiting for him with his backpack on his shoulders. There was no need to wait for me, Izuku said, starting to walk alongside his friend. Of course it was necessary, remember the possible kidnapping you'll have if no one is watching over you, Shoto reminded him, sending a shiver down Izuku's spine. Well, I think I could use some company, she said with a nervous smile. Shoto looked at Izuku with a confused expression, moving a little closer to him. What are you doing? He asked, confused. Perfume. Shoto said, slightly surprised. Just Izuku stammered, embarrassed. Don't worry, now that you know you have a few girls in love with you, it's normal that you want to be more presentable, he said with a small smile, patting an embarrassed Izuku on the back. Why, you're right, he said, looking away. After that conversation, they both arrived at the dormitory lounge where there was hardly anyone left, only those who liked to arrive late were still there. Wow, Midoriya. It's surprising to see you get up late, exclaimed Kaminari with his backpack on his shoulders, ready to leave for school along with Mineta. You're right, that's very strange, Mineta said, eyeing Izuku suspiciously. Let's just say I lost track of time, he said, embarrassed, running to the kitchen to make himself a sandwich and eat it on the way. Upon arriving in the kitchen, she was surprised to see the rocker from the lounge sitting at the table enjoying some cereal. Good morning, Jiru-san, Izuku stammered, approaching the kitchen. She jumped when she heard the broccoli's voice, turning to look at him in surprise, then becoming a little nervous. Good morning, Midoriya, Kyoka greeted, turning her attention back to her cereal. While Izuku was still a little nervous, he started preparing a sandwich to eat on the way. Jiru glanced sideways at Izuku's back as he continued preparing his sandwich. Why did you get up so late? Jiru asked curiously. Without turning to look at Jiru, Izuku decided to answer her question. He didn't have the courage to look at her after believing that she had written one of the love letters. I stayed up late studying, so I lost track of time, she replied with a nervous laugh, finishing her sandwich. And you? Why are you having breakfast so late? He asked curiously. I won't be going to school today, I have a commitment to my parents, so I asked the sensei for permission to be absent today, and he allowed it, said the rocker, stirring the cereal with her spoon. Upon closer inspection, Izuku realized that Jiru wasn't wearing her school uniform. She was dressed in her typical rocker outfit, which he had to admit made her look great and beautiful. What are you staring at? Kyoka asked, a little embarrassed to see that Izuku couldn't take his eyes off her. I am sorry, and it wasn't my intention, he replied, embarrassed, while waving his hands from side to side. Kyoka just let out a small laugh at the freckled boy's behavior. She would never get bored of seeing his expressions. I wish you luck with whatever you do today, said Izuku, walking towards the kitchen exit. Thank you, and the same goes for you. Kyoka said goodbye, watching the broccoli leave. The moment Izuku left, she let out a big sigh, resting her face on the table. This is the first time I've talked to him for any length of time, and I can't even say anything important or even a hint. I'm a failure, Kyoka said, disappointed, turning her attention back to her cereal. I hope I get another chance like this. Returning to the room. Shoto, Kaminari, and Mineta were waiting for the Bonebreaker while having a lively conversation. Is it just me, or do I notice Midoriya seems more lively? Mineta said curiously. You're right, it seems her self-esteem has gone up, Kaminari said with a small smile. Maybe she's a girl. Or six, Shoto thought, listening to the conversation of the two perverts. It seems little Midoriya is growing up, Mineta said proudly. Who's growing up? Izuku asked, entering the room with his sandwich in his hand. It's nothing, we'd better get out of here or we'll be late for class, said Kaminari, starting to walk, followed by the other three. Perfect, with more people around Midoriya it will be more difficult for the kidnapper, Shoto thought, looking around alertly. Midoriya won't be kidnapped, not while I'm on guard. While Shoto was thinking of many plans to prevent Midoriya from being kidnapped, he was thinking about the letters he read last night. I'm still not sure, but I'm certain Jiro wrote the first letter. Even though she acted normally today, I hope I'm not wrong, Izuku thought, hoping he wasn't mistaken, as he'd look like a fool. But I can't think of anyone who wrote the second letter. I don't know anyone who writes that kind of language, he thought, embarrassed, recalling every word. And with the third letter, all I know is that I've never spoken to that person. Ugh, I'm completely lost, he thought, frustrated. While Izuku was lost in his thoughts, the two perverts looked at the green-haired boy in confusion. This is the first time I've seen Midoriya make so many expressions in less than a minute, Kaminari whispered to Mineta. You're right, it seems the girl he got is very troublesome, Mineta said with a finger on his chin. Amidst conversations and thoughts, they arrived at the school, which was already full of students ready to enter their classrooms. It's a good thing we arrived on time, Shoto said, relieved. Sorry, it was my fault we were late, said Izuku, feeling guilty. Let's leave the apologies for later, we have to go in before they leave us outside, Kaminari said, alarmed to see that there were only 2 minutes left before his first class started and Aizawa wasn't so forgiving to those who arrived late. Without waiting, the four of them ran towards their classroom with Kaminari leading the group, followed by Mineta, then Shoto, and finally Izuku. If only our classroom were on the first floor, Mineta said wearily, running through the school hallways. Don't complain, Mineta, we still have 2 floors to go before we reach our classroom, Kaminari said, increasing his pace. You know, Midoriya, Shoto said, walking ahead of the broccoli. The adrenaline rush of being late to class feels great, we should do it again. Midoriya. Shoto was surprised when he didn't get a response from Broccoli, so he turned around to look at him, and his eyes widened when he saw that he wasn't behind him. Only the empty hallway was visible. He immediately stopped, separating himself from the duo of perverts, searching with his eyes for the broccoli. I only looked away for a second, he thought, alarmed, as he started running down the corridors they had passed. I failed as a bodyguard, forgive me, Midoriya, he thought, ashamed of himself. But that was no reason to stop his search. He might be late for class, but his friend was more important, so he had to find him even if it was the last thing he did in his life. Hang on, Midoriya, he thought, starting to search every corner of the school. But Midoriya. He was slowly opening his eyes, a little disoriented. The room where he was dark, but next to him there was a basket full of soccer balls, so I guess he was in the living room where they kept all the sports equipment. What happened? I remember running to the classroom with the boys, and now I'm here, he thought, confused, looking around. His eyes were already starting to get used to the darkness, so he was able to confirm that he was in the place where they kept the sports equipment. Luckily he wasn't tied to a chair or anything like that, or else I would have been very alarmed. Wait, he thought in surprise. Is the girl from the letter responsible for this? Unconsciously, a chill ran down his spine at the thought that she might have kidnapped him. You say it like it's a bad thing. Izuku jumped when he heard a seductive voice in the room where he was. Who are you? The broccoli asked, frightened. Hey, relax, I won't hurt you, I just want to talk a little, said the sensual voice a little far away from Izuku. The sound of a switch was heard throughout the room, immediately the entire place was illuminated by the spotlights. So relax, I don't plan on doing anything to you for the moment, she said with a flirty smile, approaching Izuku. Midnight Sensei. He stammered in surprise, seeing his beautiful teacher in front of him. The conversation with her sensual teacher was about to begin. Meanwhile, Shoto. Have you seen Midoriya? The bi-colored boy asked a dog that was at the entrance of UA. Relax, take your time. End of chapter. Chapter 5. The Truth. Speak with me? Izuku asked nervously, looking at his teacher. Yes, I just want to talk to you so don't worry, Nomuri replied with a sweet smile, sitting down in a chair near Izuku. Classes had already started, so no one was going to interrupt them for the next 3 hours, so they had plenty of time to talk. I suppose you already read the letter I gave you yesterday, he said with an amused smile, as he saw Izuku blush at the memory of the letter. Why yes, I already read it, he stammered, embarrassed, trying to remember every word of the letter, if it was the one she wrote. Relax, most of it was just a little game to embarrass you, he laughed as he saw Izuku blush more and more. So you're not going to kidnap me and do that kind of thing to me? Technically I already kidnapped you, but the other thing was just a joke, I don't want to go to prison, he said, seeing how Izuku relaxed a little. Does that mean the whole letter thing was just a joke? He asked, relieved. But at the same time, he was disappointed. If Nomuri's letter was a joke, it was likely the others were too, and he'd only been getting his hopes up for nothing. 50% was a joke, the other 50% wasn't, he said, getting up from his chair and approaching Izuku. What do you mean? What I mean is that I like you, silly, she said, giving Izuku's nose a light tap with her fingers. Huh? That was all she could say upon hearing her teacher's confession. Do you like it? Yes, I like you a lot, Izuku, she said with a beautiful smile. This seemed like a dream to Broccoli. This was the first time a girl had confessed in front of him, and not just any girl, it was his sensual teacher and heroine Nomuri Kayama, a woman much desired by many men, and that same woman had just confessed that she was in love with him. I know it's weird, Nomuri said, moving away from Izuku and sitting back down in the chair. Me, a 30-year-old woman, I've fallen in love with a 16-year-old boy. In the end, Aizawa was right, and I am an nymphomaniac, She laughed sheepishly, looking away. Izuku still couldn't believe it. He never thought that such a beautiful woman would notice him, a failure in many aspects. But why me? Asked the Broccoli, looking down. What do you mean? Nomuri said, not understanding what Izuku was referring to. Why did you fall in love with someone like me? I'm not remarkable at all. Not long ago, I was just constantly breaking bones and crying over everything, though I still do that, he said, sounding embarrassed. There are millions of men better than me for a woman as incredible as you, sensei, so why me? Nomuri was slightly surprised to hear what Izuku said. She had heard from Aizawa that he had some self-esteem issues, and it seemed to be true, which she didn't like at all. You shouldn't put yourself down so much, you know, Nomuri scolded the freckled boy, who was ashamed by it. Do you want to know why I fell in love with you? Izuku only nodded slightly in response to the question. Nomuri just smiled as she approached Izuku to stroke his cheek, obviously he turned bright red from the caress. I fell in love because I found something in you that none of the men my age have. And that would be? Purity, you're a pure boy, Izuku. You don't judge anyone by their appearance. You don't judge a woman by whether she has a pretty face or a voluptuous body, and that's what I love about you. You're kind, compassionate, and attentive to your loved ones. That's what made my heart race when I realized my feelings for you, she finished, still caressing Izuku's cheek. That's why I like you, Izuku. While it was more than obvious that he was as red as a tomato but also surprised, his teacher's words were so sincere that they moved him. He no longer felt as much fear as when he read the letter. Be this and I. Before Izuku could say anything, Nomuri covered her lips with her fingers, signaling him not to say anything. You don't need to answer me, she said as she walked away. I like you a lot, but I don't intend to have a romantic relationship with you. This time Izuku couldn't help but show his astonishment. He didn't understand. So why did she say those kind words? I'm sure you're wondering why, and it's more than obvious, it's because of our age difference, she said with a slightly sad tone that Izuku noticed. I know very well that you don't feel those kinds of feelings for me, but if you did feel something and we decided to be in a relationship, sooner or later people would notice, and you know what would happen if that happened. Izuku just lowered his face, trying to remember what happened to people in that kind of relationship. In my case, I'll get fired from my job and lose my hero license forever, and you'll end up being expelled from school, and obviously losing your chance to be a hero, and I don't want that for either of us, he finished speaking, leaving Izuku surprised. He didn't know there were so many risks in a relationship with a minor. I understand, he said, still in amazement. But that doesn't mean I'll put my feelings aside, she said with a smile, regaining Broccoli's attention. I'll wait until your graduation day when you're an adult and a professional hero, and if you happen to fall in love with me, I'll accept you with open arms. But if you already have a girlfriend, I'll have no other option but to be a spinster for the rest of my life. I highly doubt I'll ever fall in love with a man other than you. How are you sure? He asked, blushing. It's more than obvious, I'm 30 years old and I've never been married or had a boyfriend, although I actually had one in high school, but we only lasted 3 days and we didn't even kiss, so technically I've never had a boyfriend. It took me 30 years to fall in love with a guy, and that won't disappear so easily, she said with a flirty smile, walking towards the door. Where are you going? I have to teach in 15 minutes, you should go to your classes too, dear, she said, turning to face Izuku. And remember, I'll be waiting for you, Izuku, so you have time to think about it. And after saying that, Nomuri left the place, leaving only a surprised and embarrassed Izuku. His head was a mess. The day had barely begun, and he already knew that his sensual teacher was in love with him and was willing to wait for him for a long time, and he was even aware that he was a lucky man. Anyone in her place would have instantly accepted Nomuri's proposal, but we're talking about Izuku, someone who takes relationships seriously and not for something that lasts only a few days. I was definitely going to think about this a lot. Well, today I discovered that one of the 6 letters was written by Midnight Sensei, he thought, blushing as he remembered the conversation they had a few minutes ago. Still lost in his thoughts, he left the place where he was and walked through the lonely corridors towards his classroom. How is it possible that 6 girls are in love with me and one of them is my teacher? He wondered, still unable to believe that all this was happening. Although he had to admit that he felt a little attracted to Nomuri, and thanks to those kind words that he said to her, he became more interested in her. But there were 5 more letters, 2 of which he had already read and which also moved him, and 3 more that he still had to read. These next few days will be very tiring, he thought, letting out a heavy sigh. Lost in his thoughts, he didn't notice a girl running at full speed behind him. I'm late, I'm late. The girl repeated over and over, looking up and noticing Izuku. Watch out. But it was too late and he couldn't brake in time, crashing into the broccoli and causing both of them to fall to the ground. It hurts, the girl complained on the ground from the blow. I feel like a truck hit me, Izuku thought in pain, sitting down on the ground. I am sorry. The girl quickly apologized when she realized what she had done. I didn't mean to hurt you. Kendo-san. Izuku said upon seeing the characteristic orange hair of the girl from Class B. Upon hearing his name, Kendo looked up, noticing that the person he had bumped into was Izuku. Unconsciously, a small blush adorned her cheeks, which was not noticed by the broccoli. I'm sorry, Midoriya, I wasn't looking where I was running, she said apologetically. Don't worry, it was just an accident, he said, getting up and extending his hand to help Kendo, who took it a little embarrassed. Thank you. You're welcome. By the way, why were you running? Midoriya asked curiously. Thanks to that question, Kendo remembered why he was running. That's right. I got up late and now I'm late for class, she replied excitedly. Apparently you have the same problem. Let's just say something happened to me on the way, he said, looking away in embarrassment. Well, I won't take up any more of your time, goodbye, Midoriya, Kendo said, starting to run again down the hallways towards his classroom. He sure has strength, thought the broccoli, still sore from the collision. After that thought, I resumed my walk to my classroom at a slow pace. After all, I was already late, so there was no rush. As I walked through the hallways, I passed a classroom where Nomuri was teaching the second-year students. She noticed Izuku's presence and discreetly winked at him. Embarrassed, Izuku just looked away and continued his walk to the classroom. I've finally found you. Someone's monotonous voice sounded behind him, making him turn around. It was his friend Shoto with a worried face. Todoroki-kun. Why aren't you in class? Izuku asked, puzzled. Forgive me, Midoriya, I failed you as a bodyguard, the traumatized man apologized. Don't worry, Todoroki-kun, it wasn't your fault, he said, trying to reassure his friend. I've been looking everywhere for you, and when I couldn't find you, I thought the worst, but luckily I found you, she said with a smile, which immediately turned into a serious look. More importantly, Midoriya, are you still a virgin? What? Was all the bewildered broccoli managed to say. Answer my question. Oh, of course I'm still a virgin. He replied, embarrassed. Phew, that's great, for a moment I thought that while the kidnapper was looking for you, he took advantage of that time to take your virginity. A shiver ran through Izuku as he imagined that situation with Nomuri, although he couldn't help but feel excited as well. Because both of them will cease to be virgins after the punishment buck they will have. Someone's angry voice was heard behind them, startling them. Aizawa-sensei, Izuku stammered fearfully upon seeing his teacher's angry face. I expect you to have a good explanation for being late, and I expect it to be a non-gay answer, Aizawa scolded, dragging the two of them with his tape to the teacher's lounge. There's no better way to start a day than this, Izuku thought wearily as he continued to be dragged along by Aizawa. While Shoto prayed to all the gods of all mythologies that the punishment would not be teapots. End of chapter. Chapter 6. Thank you very much. We find ourselves in the enormous UA school where all the students were leaving again for their homes or dorms, and some teachers were heading to the teacher's room to grade exams and papers. But 2 boys were in their classroom cleaning, looking exhausted. It was Izuku and Shoto who were doing the punishment that Izawa gave them. And to think we're going to be doing this for a whole month, Shoto complained, arranging the books on the shelf. It's unfair. I heard Kendo from Class B was late too, and she only has to clean for today. Remember that Vlad King Sensei gave her punishment and Izawa Sensei gave us hers. There's a big difference, Izuku reminded himself, sweeping up the little dust that remained in the classroom. Good point, but at least the punishment wasn't teapot, said Shoto, finishing tidying the books. You have a huge trauma related to teapots. Why? Asked the curious Broccoli. Shoto remained silent before watching the sun, which was already setting behind the mountains. You know, Midoriya, life is full of suffering and pain, but you have to get used to it because pain will make you strong, he said calmly, still gazing at the sun. And I'm already one with pain, but I'm still not able to defeat my nemesis, the one who hurt me so much as a child, by controlling my mother to attack me. Damn you, I swear I'll find you and kill you, or I'll stop calling myself Shoto Todoroki. Izuku just stared blankly after hearing those words from his friend. I shouldn't have asked, he thought, going back to what he was doing. Some time later. Both friends had already finished cleaning and were now outside the school heading to the dormitories to rest. What a tiring day, said Shoto, stretching his body. You can say that again, said Izuku, recalling the events of the morning with Nomuri, which he still hadn't processed. By the way, I won't be able to study with you today, I have to finish the homework Cemento Sensei assigned, Shoto informed, observing the dormitories in the distance. Don't worry, I hadn't planned to study today, I have other things planned, said Izuku, remembering the 3 letters he still had to read. It's the cards, right? I still have a lot of chocolates I received yesterday. I don't think I can finish eating them all now, but I'll try. Izuku just let out a small laugh at his friend's comment. Sometimes his personality didn't match his appearance. After chatting for a few minutes, they both arrived at the dormitories where they greeted their friends who were in the living room talking amongst themselves. Izuku and Shoto each went to their respective rooms, saying they would come down later for dinner. When Izuku arrived at his room, the first thing he did was throw his backpack away, then throw himself onto his bed and let out a long, heavy sigh. He felt very tired. From the start of the day he had many problems, beginning with getting up late. It seems I'll never have a normal day, the Broccoli complained, staring at his desk drawer. Well, I guess it's time to read another letter. Izuku took a key from one of the books on his desk and opened the drawer. There were the 3 envelopes he left yesterday, just as they were, each with its respective decoration. Okay, let's read. Izuku took a letter in his hands and lay down on his bed to stare at it intently. Another normal envelope, it just had 1 or 2 hearts in the corners. I just hope it's not a weird letter like Sensei's, Izuku said, opening the envelope and taking out the letter. Despite Izuku's serene expression, his heart was racing, imagining the things the letter might say, which was most likely another love confession. Calm down, Izuku, just read the letter, it's not that difficult, he encouraged himself before starting to read. Text of the letter. Izuku Midoriya. I want to write you this letter, Midoriya, to tell you, in a few words, what my heart feels for you, which is nothing more than a deep and sincere love that keeps growing. Ever since I was a little girl and barely knew about the world, I used to wonder what it felt like to be in love. I don't know why, but I always had that curiosity, but unfortunately, I never had an answer. Of course, that's until you came along, Midoriya. The moment I met you, I was able to understand that it's the most wonderful thing a woman can feel in her entire life. I don't know if I'm exaggerating, but that's how I feel. I'm not one for writing romantic notes since I never showed as much interest in this kind of thing as I did when I was a child, but you touch my most tender, sweet, and loving side, Midoriya, and although it may seem silly, I can't help but express what you make me feel. These butterflies in my stomach that I feel every time I look at your cute freckled face or your cute expressions when you get nervous in front of a girl, honestly, that makes me a little jealous, but I'm not your girlfriend to complain. To conclude this letter, I want to tell you that with you I have felt what I always hoped for, and I can say that this feeling is more wonderful than I ever imagined. Although my love for you is most likely not reciprocated, I am very grateful to you for showing me what it feels like to love someone, so thank you very much. Tiemo Izuku Midoriya. Little by little, the color of Izuku's face changed to a reddish color with each word he had read. I knew it, Izuku muttered, steaming from his ears with embarrassment. It was more than obvious, and yet I'm still embarrassed and nervous. The 4th confession of love in his life, things couldn't get any better for him. Everything is getting more complicated, he thought, embarrassed, as he read the letter again. For Izuku, all of this was complicated. If the other 2 letters were also a love confession, it would mean that there were 6 women in love with him. In short, he would have to give an answer to each of them. That means I'll have to turn 5 people down, thought the frustrated Broccoli. Just the thought of having to reject 5 people made her little heart ache. She didn't like the idea of making those girls feel bad, but she had to do it whether she liked it or not. Just like the last one, I'm lost with this letter. I can't think of anyone who might have written it, I thought, blushing as I looked at the letter. There were so many possibilities, considering that 90% of the girls at UA didn't know them, so it was even more complicated to figure out who she was. Izuku just sighed in defeat, sitting on the bed while delicately folding the letter. Yet another letter added to the list of letters that touched her little heart. After that, he stood up and looked at the 2 remaining envelopes. He felt like reading another letter, but his stomach growled, a sign that he was hungry. I'm getting hungry, I'd better go downstairs for dinner before the boys finish the food, Izuku thought, still with a slight blush, as he put the letter in the drawer where the other 3 he had read were. In just 2 days his life had taken a big turn, and it wasn't over yet. I still wonder what they saw in me, Izuku thought, looking at the clock hanging on his wall. But he was very surprised to see that almost 3 hours had passed since he had locked himself in his room. 3 hours? How long was I lost in thought? He exclaimed, opening his bedroom door. I just hope the guys left me some food. But that worry in mind, Izuku left his room to try to get dinner if there was any food left. But that worry was going to be a minor thing compared to the romantic problems that were approaching. Primera carta Jiru Kyoka. Segunda carta Namuri Kayama. 3rd letter. 4th letter. 5th letter. 6th letter. End of chapter. Chapter 7. Confession. We can see Izuku leaving the dorm elevator to enter the dining room and have dinner 3 hours after the agreed time. And as I suspected, there was hardly anyone left in the dining room, just a few people getting ready to go to their rooms. Hey Izubro, you're late, said Kirishima from the sofa, looking at his friend. Haha, bad luck, there's no more food, Kaminari laughed at Izuku's scared face. Hey, are there really no more food? Asked the broccoli, panicking. Don't worry Midoriya-chan, your food is in the kitchen, said Sayu, relaxing Izuku. Phew, that's a relief, I sighed with relief. Well, I'm going to sleep, good night guys, Kirishima said goodbye as he entered the elevator. Wait, I'm coming too. Kaminari shouted, running before the elevator doors closed. Well, I'm going to sleep too, good night Midoriya-chan, Sayu said goodbye as she went up the stairs. Good night, guys, Izuku replied with a sigh. He looked around the room and it was completely deserted. There was nobody there anymore, just him. Well, I guess I'll have to eat alone, said Izuku, heading to the kitchen to heat up his dinner. Upon arriving at his destination, he calmly opened the door and entered. And what a surprise it was to see that there was someone else sitting in the dining room having dinner. Midoriya. Dear-san. Yes, the rocker girl from the classroom was in the kitchen having dinner. It seems Izuku wasn't the only one eating dinner late. At that moment, they both felt a sense of deja vu because of the scene they had just experienced. Why are you eating dinner so late? The broccoli asked nervously. Damn nerves. He thought. Oh, well, I just got back from visiting my parents and I'm hungry, Kyoka explained, a slight blush creeping into her cheeks. And you? Why are you eating dinner so late? I guess I got lost in my thoughts and lost track of time, he replied sheepishly, heating up his food. I'm not surprised, that's very normal for you, Midoriya said Kyoka with a smile, turning her attention back to her dinner. Izuku just smiled nervously as he sat down in the dining room and started eating dinner. They both ate in silence. Only the sounds of nocturnal animals outside the bedrooms could be heard. Although both appeared calm on the outside, inside they were a bundle of nerves. This is too much of a coincidence, Kyoka thought sheepishly, looking at her plate as if it were the most interesting thing in the world. Isn't this a sign that I should tell her how I feel in person? I think this is my perfect opportunity to ask about the letter, the broccoli thought, glancing sideways at Chiru. No. That would be wrong, but I want to clear up these doubts. It's better if I don't, that way I avoid rejection, Jiru thought, finishing her dinner, getting up from her seat and walking to the sink to wash the dishes she had used. That's for the best. Don't be a coward, Izuku, just ask him about it, it's not that difficult, the broccoli encouraged himself again and again to say his long-awaited question. While they were both still lost in their thoughts, the minutes slowly passed. The ticking of the clock was what could be heard in the place, along with the sound of water washing the dishes. I think I'll go now, good night Midoriya said Jiru, placing her plate with the other clean ones and then drying her hands. Was all he said, confused as he was lost in his thoughts. I said good night, she repeated again, walking towards the kitchen exit. Wait. Izuku said, getting up from his seat and stopping Jiru's walk. What? The rocker stammered nervously. She wanted to get out of the kitchen as quickly as possible since she could no longer hide her nervousness at being next to Izuku. I wanted to ask you a question. What question? For some reason the atmosphere was very tense, making the two teenagers even more nervous, especially Izuku, who seemed to be trembling. You see, there's something that's been on my mind these past 2 days, and I wanted to clear up that doubt, he confessed while scratching his cheek. Continue, said Kyoka, becoming more and more nervous as the seconds ticked by. Izuku just closed his eyes tightly, preparing himself for what he was going to ask. If it all turned out to be a misunderstanding on his part, he would look like an idiot and wouldn't be able to look Kyoka in the eye for a long time. But it was too late to back down. With a long sigh, I looked at Kyoka with the most serious expression I could muster. Dear-san. SC. Did you put a letter in my locker yesterday? Finally, somehow, she managed to ask the question, her face flushed and trembling with nerves, but her gaze was still fixed on the rocker girl in the room. On the other hand, his serene face, which he had maintained with great effort, gradually disappeared. Her face was turning crimson because of the question the broccoli had just asked. Why do you think that? She stammered, embarrassed. I just want you to answer, was it you? Both of them, however embarrassed they were at that moment, did not look away. It was as if something prevented them from doing so. Although Kyoka was the first to look away, she slowly lowered her face. And what would happen if I wrote that letter? The rocker murmured, but Izuku managed to hear her clearly. Well, I. Would you reject me? Kyoka asked, her voice trembling, as her hair covered her eyes. Izuku's eyes widened in shock when he heard what Kyoka said. Does that mean why you? And? Kyoka looked up with teary eyes, surprising Izuku even more. I wrote that letter and I put it in your locker, the rocker confessed, her face flushed and her eyes watering with embarrassment. Ah. That was all Izuku could say because of the shock he felt at that moment. In the end, he was right, and his conclusion that Jiro wrote that letter was true. Why, it took me a lot of effort to write that letter and put it in your locker, it took me about a week to write it. 1 week? He exclaimed in surprise. Yes, a week, I'm not very good at expressing my feelings, I confessed, embarrassed by what I had just said. And it was true, Jiro wasn't the most romantic girl in her class like me nor Toru, so it was very difficult for her to express herself on that subject. Now I put that letter in your locker, I am the owner of that love letter you received, I'm sorry if it's not the girl you were expecting, Midoriya, the rocker said in a sad tone. Dear-san, I don't know what to say, said the broccoli, looking down. All of this was very sudden for him. He wanted to say something in response, but nothing came to mind at that moment, he felt like an idiot. Don't worry, Midoriya, I know you're looking for the right word so as not to hurt me, Jiro said with a sad smile. Wait, that's not it. What? Are you going to reciprocate my feelings? I joked, smiling as he blushed. Relax, Midoriya, I won't hate you if you reject me. I just want you to be honest with your heart and tell me the truth. For some reason, those words felt very painful to Izuku. Jiro's self-esteem was so low that she could take it for granted that she would be rejected. I'm nobody to talk about self-esteem, thought the embarrassed broccoli. I see you're having trouble choosing your words, Kyoka said, noticing Izuku's troubled expression. The truth is, Jiro-san, I'm too confused to reject or accept you right now, Izuku confessed, embarrassed by his answer. Confused? Do you have feelings for me? Kyoka asked, surprised, and was even more surprised to see him blush. Well, you're a very pretty person, and it would be almost impossible not to feel anything for you, he confessed, embarrassed, looking away. Kyoka blushed deeply at what Izuku said. It was the first time a boy had called her cute, not even that perverted idiot Mineta had shown any interest in her. Do you really think I'm pretty? She asked, looking down with a slight blush on her cheeks. Why, you are, any idiot would realize you're a pretty person. Izuku didn't even know where he got all the courage to say those words. I see, Kyoka whispered, looking up. Ah. Izuku was surprised to see the beautiful smile on Kyoka's face as she stared at him. Okay, I'll wait to hear your answer, but let me tell you that if you reciprocate my feelings, you'd make me a very happy girl, Midoriya, she said with her hands behind her back, her smile unwavering. The blood rushed to Izuku's face the more he gazed at Kyoka's smile. Although what you've said has already made me happy, Izuku, Jiro said, still with her beautiful smile, turning to leave the kitchen. Have a good night. And after saying those words, Jiro left the kitchen, leaving a perplexed Izuku standing alone. Her heart was still racing after the conversation they had just had, or rather, the confession she had just made. See, calm down, sweetheart, thought the broccoli, sitting back down in his seat. Without a doubt, Izuku had reached his peak of popularity. It seemed that life was finally smiling on him after the hell he lived through as a child. But she's not smiling at me the way I want, he thought in frustration as he remembered that there were 5 other girls in love with him and that one of them was his teacher. Everything would be easier if it were just one girl, but there were 6 who confessed their feelings through a letter almost simultaneously, undoubtedly a historic event in her short life. I'd better finish my dinner before a teacher comes by and scolds me for being up so late. And after that thought, Izuku prepared to finish his dinner, still with Jiru's confession on his mind. But something neither he nor Kyoka noticed was that outside the kitchen there was a girl leaning against the wall with her eyes wide open. Obviously, he had heard the entire conversation. Is Jiru in love with Midoriya? The girl thought, still in shock. Of all the boys in the class, why did she have to fall for him? The girl bit her lip in frustration at what she had accidentally learned. I just went downstairs for some water and found out that Jiru is in love with the same guy I like, she thought, staring at the ceiling with a sad expression. Who would have thought my first crush would be so troublesome? With a dejected look, the girl detached herself from the wall and headed for the stairs to return to her room. She had even lost the thirst she felt. My friend or the boy I like, she said as she headed to her room. While Izuku was still in the kitchen enjoying his dinner, unaware that his love problems were continuing to escalate. End of chapter. Chapter 8. Forget her. Night reigned in the UA dormitories. All the students were sleeping in their respective rooms so they could be 100% ready for tomorrow, or well, almost all of them. The only one who was still awake was Izuku Midoriya, who was in his room lying on his bed staring at the ceiling. She returned to her room an hour ago to sleep, but she was unable to close her eyes and wasn't even sleepy. And that is due to two reasons, or in this case, two people. Giru Kyoka y Namiri Kayama. On that same day, the two of them confessed that they were in love with him in their own way, and the most surprising thing about this is that they were both willing to wait for his answer for a long time. What did they see in me? That's the question that's been going around in his head since he got to his room, and it hasn't left him alone. I'm just an idiot kid with self-esteem issues who spent all his time breaking bones with his quirk until recently, he thought, covering his face with his hands. There are better guys than me, better men who can make Kayama-sensei happy, better boys who can make Jiru-san happy, so why me? He didn't understand it. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't understand why they had fallen in love with him, even though Namiri told him her reasons, he still didn't fully understand. And that wasn't over yet. There were still 4 girls who were in love with him, and he didn't yet know who they were. Now that I remember, I have to read the last 2 letters, Izuku thought, sitting on his bed to go to his desk drawer and take out the last 2 letters. However, he stopped when he heard someone knock on his door 3 times. Huh? That was all he said, confused, upon hearing the sound. It was around 1 in the morning, at this time all his colleagues were asleep. Unconsciously, a chill ran down his spine as he thought it was a ghost. However, that idea was discarded when they saw a letter being slipped under their door. A letter? Puzzled, the broccoli approached the door and opened it to look around and see that there was no one there anymore. Still confused, I pick up the letter to read it. I'll be waiting for you on the dorm rooftop in 15 minutes. On the rooftop. He was surprised when he read the text. He thought he was the only one still awake at that hour, but apparently there was someone else. Who could it be? She wondered, grabbing a coat as it was a bit chilly outside. He calmly closed his bedroom door and began walking through the dorm halls towards the rooftop. I wasn't going to lie, I felt a little scared imagining who left that letter. He was afraid it wasn't a classmate, but something else that had infiltrated the dormitories to set a trap for him. Don't be paranoid, Izuku, just think about the letters to calm yourself down, he thought, slapping his cheeks before recalling the texts of the letters. Seconds later her face turned red as she remembered what had happened in the last 2 days. I'd better not think about anything, he said, embarrassed, looking down. Lost in his thoughts, he didn't realize that he had already reached the door that connected to the rooftop of the dormitories. A little nervous, he opened the door, and the first thing he felt was a cold breeze hitting his face. It's very cold, I thought, shivering, as I went out onto the rooftop. He looked all around, but there was no one around, the only thing that accompanied him was the light of the moon and the stars that adorned the sky. The letter said to arrive in 15 minutes, I think I came early, he thought nervously, moving closer to the edge of the rooftop, surrounded by large railings to prevent anyone from falling from the top. With a calm face and trying to keep warm, Izuku observed the panorama that the night offered. Unlike during the day, everything looked a little more eerie, and I started to feel afraid of being alone on the rooftop. Although that wouldn't last long. I'm glad you came, Midoriya. A female voice was heard behind him, pulling him out of his thoughts and making him nervous at the same time. I recognized that voice very well. I would recognize that tone, polite, kind, and beautiful anywhere. Aoi Rozu-san. Surprised, Izuku turned around to see that indeed, the one who was with him on the rooftop was Momo Yaoi Rozu, his classmate and friend. Yes, it's me, Midoriya, Momo said with a smile. But there was something Izuku noticed about that smile. It wasn't like the other smile she gave. This was a smile that conveyed sadness. Why did you call me here? Izuku asked, sounding both curious and confused. I'll be direct, Midoriya. I suppose you already read the letter I gave you yesterday, right? she asked, blushing slightly and looking away. Letter? Izuku's mind exploded at such a revelation. I never imagined that Momo, one of the most beautiful girls at UA, would fall in love with him. So then. Yes, Midoriya, the letter you received yesterday was from me, Momo said, looking down. Now there was only one thing on Izuku's mind. Which of all the letters did she write? What if it was one he hadn't read yet? But I want you to forget her, Momo pleaded, staring intently at Izuku. Huh? What do you mean I forgot her? He asked, surprised and unable to believe what he had heard. As you heard, Midoriya, forget that letter, everything it said, just treat it as if you never read it, please, he said in a sad tone which was noticed by Izuku. Why? He didn't understand it. He was sure that if it was one of the 4 letters he had already read, they conveyed a lot of feeling, and now she was telling him to forget about it just like that. You know, I accidentally overheard the conversation you had with Kyoka a few hours ago in the kitchen, Momo confessed, embarrassed for having overheard someone else's conversation. Did you hear us? Exclaimed the broccoli in surprise. I'm sorry, it wasn't my intention, I was just going to get some water and ended up overhearing something I shouldn't have. Momo bowed slightly in apology, looking embarrassed. Izuku could only get nervous at Momo's apology, and before he could say anything, Momo spoke first. That's why I want you to forget the letter. If you want to reciprocate the feelings of one of us, let it be Kyoka's feelings, not mine, she said with a small smile that conveyed sadness. She deserves your love more than I do. Me too. In the letter I wrote you, I told you that as a child, I always wanted to know what it felt like to be in love with someone, and you showed me that feeling, Midoriya, Momo said, slowly approaching Izuku. That's why I thank you. Momo, being close to Izuku, hugged him, much to his surprise and embarrassment. Momo was also embarrassed, but not as much as with the broccoli. You're a sweet boy, Midoriya. I don't regret falling in love with you, he whispered with a smile. But. Little by little, Momo separated from Izuku with a sad face. Kyoka is my friend and I wouldn't want to ruin her happiness by taking away the boy she likes, so I'm willing to forget my feelings for you for her. It will be difficult, but I'll try, she said with a small smile, trying not to shed any tears. Eoi Rosu sensu suro sorprendido Izuku. You can throw away or burn the letter I gave you, just pretend I never gave it to you. Momo turned around and headed back towards the exit. Izuku wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come out of his mouth. He didn't know what to say at that moment. He just stood there with his hand outstretched, trying to stop Momo, but he didn't have the courage. I like you, Momo whispered, but Izuku heard her clearly. Goodbye, Midoriya. Before he could do anything, Momo left the rooftop, leaving Izuku alone with his arm outstretched in the moonlight. The only sounds that could be heard in the place after the silence left by Momo were those of nocturnal animals. A long sigh escaped Izuku, then he sat down on the ground and gazed at the sky adorned with stars. I don't know what to do anymore, he murmured in frustration, closing his eyes to feel the night breeze. I still wonder what they saw in me. End of chapter. A moment of rest. The day is Friday and the body knows it. The owner of these words was Todoroki, who was walking through the halls of UA with his friend Izuku. Yes, you're right, whispered the green-haired boy with a dejected face. Shoto stopped walking when he heard the tone of voice and turned to look at him. What's going on? Izuku asked, puzzled. I should be asking you that, Shoto said, sounding worried. What's wrong, Midoriya? You've been really down since this morning. Am I that obvious? Replied the broccoli, looking down. You're really an open book, I joked, trying to make Izuku laugh, but it didn't work. Is it about the letters or the kidnapper? Both, he replied, resuming his walk, followed by Shoto. What happened now? Is there another letter saying you're going to be kidnapped? I asked curiously. I'd rather not talk here, Izuku said, seeing some students walking down the hallway since it was break time. Let's go somewhere where they can't overhear our conversation. That's impossible, there are cameras everywhere recording our conversations. I'm talking about the rest of the students. I don't think the principal cares about our love problems, Izuku said with a nervous laugh at what his friend had said. Although it would be best not to mention Kayama-sensei. He thought this last part to himself. With Nezu. You're right, I don't care about their love problems, but it's entertaining to listen to them, he said, sipping a cup of coffee while watching them through the cameras. Back to the duo of friends. They were at the back of the school sitting on the grass while eating their lunch. The place was very secluded. There were only 2 third-year students, but they were far away from them, so they wouldn't hear anything. Alright, Midoriya, tell me about your problems, he said while eating his soba. Todoroki-kun, I'm telling you this because you're my best friend, so don't tell anyone, she pleaded, clasping her hands together. Relax, I won't tell anyone, trust me, he said, giving a thumbs up. Okay, she sighed, beginning to recount her problems. It all started when I went to dinner last night. Izuku spent about 10 minutes explaining to Shoto everything that happened yesterday, from Kyoka's confession to Momo's confession, but he had to omit Namuri's confession because he didn't want to get her in trouble in case someone overheard. "You've had a better love life in these 2 days than I have in my entire life," Shoto complained, finishing his lunch just like Izuku. "You received a lot of chocolates on Valentine's Day, weren't they confessions?" he asked, confused. "I don't know, I was so focused on the chocolates that I didn't notice their faces or what they were saying," he confessed, ashamed of what he had done. "Well, putting your problems aside, what do you think of mine?" he asked, lying down on the grass, just like Shoto. "My opinion? Well, I think you have both very good and bad luck," he said, gazing at the blue sky. "But you only have to reciprocate the feelings of one of them. It's not that difficult." "It's not as easy as you think, my feelings are very confused," he said dejectedly. "That's right, you still can't forget Bakugo." "Sorry." Upon hearing what Shoto said, Izuku sat back down on the grass to stare intently at his friend. "What?" he said, confused. "What do you mean by he didn't forget Kaken?" he asked, puzzled. "Aren't you in love with him?" he asked, confused. Izuku's eyes widened in shock upon hearing what the bi-colored boy said. "What makes you think that?" "Well, you're always going on about Kaken this, Kaken that, and you also act submissive in front of him, so I thought you liked him, but he rejected you, and you still haven't gotten over it," he said with the utmost seriousness. Izuku's face was blank after what the traumatized him said. Was this what his relationship with Kaken looked like? "I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that," he said, lying back down on the grass, just like Shoto. "Imagine Bakugo is at tsundere type and one of the cards is his," joked the bi-colored boy, but fell silent when he saw how the broccoli-haired boy's face had become even paler. "Stop, please stop saying that, it's scaring me," she said, trembling slightly. "I'm sorry, I came here to help, but I'm causing you more problems," he apologized, lying down on the grass. After that, they both remained in an awkward silence, staring at the blue sky. "Are you sure you're not in love with him?" "Todoroki. That's enough, I'm sorry," she said, dropping the subject. "Getting back to your love problems, I can't think of anything." I knew you wouldn't think of anything, but I had to tell someone this." "Thanks for listening, Shoto," she said with a smile. "That's what friends are for, Izuku," she said with a smile, getting up from the grass. "I have an idea. After class and we finish cleaning the classroom, we'll go outside of UA." "Are we leaving UA? Why?" he asked, confused. "Clear your mind, maybe that will help you a little with your problems," he suggested, extending his hand towards Izuku. "It doesn't sound so bad," he said with a smile, taking his friend's hand and standing up. Then the bell rang throughout the school, signaling that recess was over. At that, they both sighed wearily and walked straight to their classroom, chatting about random topics to make the walk seem shorter. And so Izuku spent the whole day receiving classes and training from his teachers, although there were moments when he felt uncomfortable. Every now and then Kyoka would look at him with a small smile before turning her attention back to the class. Momo avoided him all day, much to Izuku's sadness, as he felt guilty for not being able to fix things with her properly. And the most awkward thing was when he was in Namuri's classes, where whenever he had the chance he would bother him by winking at him or touching his arm when he passed by him, obviously without any student noticing except for Bakugo, but he didn't care. It was a very tiring day for Izuku, but fortunately it was finally over. "I thought the day would never end," Izuku sighed wearily, walking with Shoto out of UA. "The good thing is that tomorrow is Saturday," he said, happy not to have to get up early. "By the way, Shoto, where are we going?" asked the broccoli curiously as they approached the city. "To the Sanctuary of Men," he said with emotion, although his expression reflected nothing. "Sanctuary?" he asked, confused. Some time later. Sub-Zero wins. Fatality. "It's not fair, how do you always manage to win?" Izuku asked, frustrated at losing for the 5th time. "I don't know, he just pressed all the buttons like crazy, and that's it," he said, eating a chocolate bar. These were in a video game center where the vast majority of visitors were teenagers aged 15 to 25, a place Shoto visited a lot when he ran away from home when he was angry with his father. "What should we play now?" asked the broccoli, looking at the large number of games available. "FIFA? Call of Duty? Doki Doki Literature Club?" he asked, showing the games. "It's been a long time since we played a good FIFA match," Izuku said excitedly. "For my own good, I choose Brazil. I'm going to Germany, you know how this will end," he said confidently. "It's not 2014 anymore, things have changed," Shoto said, ready for the biggest challenge of his life. Germany 8-1 Brazil. "This game sucks," Shoto complained angrily. "Hahaha, the broccoli laughed at his friend's reaction. Amid laughter and jokes, the two friends passed the time trying out all the games they could find, and thanks to that, Izuku was able to momentarily forget his love problems that had been tormenting him since the beginning of the day. Unfortunately, it was time to return to the dormitories, and if they were late, Mama Caterpillar was going to punish them again, and they didn't want that. Next time let's invite the others, Shoto suggested, entering the UA dorms along with Izuku. You're right, that way you won't cheat with the others present, he said angrily, remembering how he moved his controller when it was his turn to take a penalty or a free kick. It's not my fault, you had a mosquito on your hand, and I just took it away. Yeah, right. Although they both seemed to be fighting, they were actually having fun reminiscing about their afternoon at the video game center. They definitely had to do it again. Thank you so much, Shoto. Thanks to you, I was able to relax a little, said the broccoli, walking towards his room. You're welcome, don't hesitate to tell me when you need help, he recalled with a small smile. Well, I'll see you at dinner, Izuku said, entering his room. Don't be late like yesterday, he warned, before continuing his walk towards his room. But Izuku. Once in his room, he threw himself onto his bed and let out a long sigh. I really needed this outing, he thought, a little relaxed as he closed his eyes. Although I'm back to reality again. The image of Momo, Kyoka, and Namuri flashed through his mind, making him blush slightly and sigh wearily as he recalled their behavior throughout the day. I think it's a good time to read the last two letters, he thought, looking at the drawer where he kept them. I have to stop avoiding them and face them, he thought resolutely, standing up and walking towards the drawer. And just as I had left them, the two remaining cards were completely clean without any dirt or grime. Without waiting, he took the two envelopes in his hand while staring at them intently. One envelope was yellow with a small cat stuck in the center, and the other envelope was white with no decoration. It's time to finish reading the letters and find out who the other three girls behind this are, he thought decisively, opening one of the envelopes to take out his letter and begin to read. End of chapter. Chapter 10. Two more on the list. We find ourselves where we left off in the previous chapter. Izuku was alone in his room sitting on his bed staring at one of the two missing envelopes. It was the yellow envelope with a cat in the middle. It seems the one who wrote the letter likes cats, the freckled boy thought with a smile, opening the envelope and taking out the letter. And her first impression was surprise when she saw that the letter, apart from the text, had many little animals drawn in the spaces where there were no letters. Cats, rabbits, puppies, etc. Correction, he likes all animals, he thought with an anime-style sweat drop. He looked at the drawn animals one last time and then let out a long sigh. Let's start reading. Text of the letter. For Izuku Midoriya. You know, I never thought I'd feel what I'm feeling right now, and that's because I've seen so many failed relationships that I decided not to take that risk, the risk of loving someone and not being loved in return. However, all that changed when I met you, because without meaning to, you came into my life and ended up stealing my heart. The truth is, it was a surprise to me too to discover that my feelings for you had grown so much that I couldn't stop thinking about you for even a single day. Then I realized I liked you, and my initial surprise transformed into a silly grin that I can't wipe off my face every time I think of you. You've become the most wonderful thing that's ever happened to me. Every day I imagine what it would be like if my love for you were reciprocated. A life by your side is like a beautiful dream I never want to wake up from. With this letter, I want to declare my love for you, a love born from the admiration I feel for you and the attraction your personality awakens in me. Your friendship is already a gift to me. Every time you come near me and speak to me with that lovely smile, it makes me feel special. I don't want to pressure you or make you feel bad. I just needed to express what I feel, hoping that you might reciprocate if you ever discover who I am and we give ourselves the chance to get to know each other better. Now you know. Yes, I love you. I like you just the way you are, your gaze captivates me, your smile makes me fall in love. I hope we can be together or at least maintain this beautiful friendship. Thank you for taking the time to read this letter and now that you know. I love you, my sweet Kohai. 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 Izuku's eyes widened as he remembered the meaning of those words. This is a clue. She exclaimed, getting out of bed with a blush on her face. Yes, like with the previous letters, Izuku was embarrassed, but the embarrassment no longer dominated him as before, and he was able to maintain his composure. That means she's a grade above me, she thought, pacing back and forth in her room. But who could she be? Izuku took the letter and read it a second time, noticing a detail he hadn't noticed at first. I know that person, they even consider me a friend, he said, placing a finger on his chin, trying to guess who wrote the letter. I don't know many senpais, so it should be easy to guess who it is. It's Najire senpai. Ah. Izuku jumped back and fried upon hearing a voice behind him, quickly getting into a fighting stance. What's wrong, Izuku? Why are you scared? Shoto. What are you doing in my room? he asked, slightly angry and recovering from the shock. I knocked on the door to let you know dinner was ready, but I didn't get an answer, so I came in and saw you muttering about the letter. I told you my theory, the bi-colored boy replied calmly, walking toward the door. And believe me, it's Nijire-senpai. I have no proof, but I have no doubt either. And after saying those words, Shoto left the room, leaving only a surprised Izuku. Hadu-senpai, he stammered, embarrassed and unable to believe it. He couldn't believe that the girl considered by many to be the most beautiful in school was in love with him. It's impossible, why would Hadu-senpai have such feelings for me? He wondered, still in amazement. That's impossible, although I said the same thing about Yaoi Rozu Sanjiru Sankayama-sensei. He didn't want to sound conceited, but he had already received 3 confessions, so it was starting to seem believable to him that Nijire was in love with him. I can't let my ego get the better of me, she thought, mentally slapping herself. I can't confirm that it's Hadu-senpai, so for now I'll leave it as a possible option. Izuku placed the letter back in the envelope and left it beside the bed, then let out a long tired sigh. It's dinner time, but I don't want to go downstairs, I thought, looking at the clock on the wall. I wasn't hungry, and even if I were, I wouldn't go downstairs. I wouldn't have the courage to be at the same table as Kyoka and Momo after what happened yesterday. I am a coward. With that thought, Izuku threw himself back onto the bed to get some sleep, but something was bothering him in bed, so he got up again. That's right, there's still 1 letter left, he said, seeing that she had lain down on top of the last envelope. Luckily, it hadn't been crumpled or anything like that. The envelope was still intact. His mind was a jumble as he stared at the envelope. Kyoka, Nomuri, Momo, possibly Nijire, a girl who had not yet discovered who she was, and this last one of all those she received. Not even in his wildest dreams did he imagine receiving so many love letters from different girls. He never considered himself attractive to women. He always believed he was like the average man, neither ugly nor handsome, just someone normal. But they all considered him handsome and attractive. Just remembering the parts of the letters where he was praised made the blood rush to his face with shame. I'd better stop thinking about the other cards and concentrate on the one I have in my hands. Izuku looked at the envelope he had with him. It was a normal white one without any decoration. Without giving much importance to the envelope, she took out his letter and unfolded it to see its contents. And just like the previous one, she was surprised, although more than surprise, it was confusion. The other letters I had read had at least 4 paragraphs expressing their feelings towards him, but this letter only had 1 paragraph with very few lines. Without a doubt, the shortest letter of all. This makes me curious, he thought curiously, starting to read the letter. Text of the letter. Midoriya, I don't like expressing my feelings through letters, so I prefer to tell you things face to face, so you can see my sincerity. I'll be waiting for you this Saturday at 4 in the afternoon on the school rooftop. Don't be late. Saturday. Tomorrow is Saturday, he thought, slightly surprised, looking at the letter. Undoubtedly a short and simple letter, but straight to the point. There wasn't much to investigate in this letter. I just had to wait until tomorrow to find out who wrote it. Tomorrow, on the rooftop, she whispered, imagining the 1,000 things that could happen tomorrow. Although it was more than obvious what was going to happen. That encounter with that mysterious girl was a confession of love. He wasn't going to lie. Ever since he found out that possibly 6 girls were in love with him, he was happy. From childhood, he was the laughingstock of everyone, even his teachers. So, from a young age, he was convinced that no girl would ever fall in love with him. After all, who would love a quirkless guy like him? But everything changed when he read that first letter, Jiru Kyoka's letter, his first love confession. That day he realized that there was still hope for humanity, that in this world there was a girl who loved him despite all his flaws. His sensei Nomuri Kayama clearly told him all his virtues and why she fell in love with him, that confession which pulled him out of the low self-esteem he had since childhood. Momo Yaoi Rozu, the girl who is able to put her love for him aside so that her best friend can be happy with him, undoubtedly that act moved him a lot, admiring Momo much more than before. And 3 more letters whose owners are still unknown, and each one was written with love and sincerity, except for the last one, which summoned him to a place. Every single one of those letters touched her heart, but there's a bitter pill to swallow in all of this, and that is, he cannot reciprocate the feelings of all of them and will only have to reciprocate the feelings of one. The idea of having to reject them hurts him, but it was something he had to do no matter what. All this has made me lose my appetite, whispered the broccoli, taking off its shoes and getting into bed. I'd better stop thinking about all this or I won't be able to sleep. Izuku simply closed his eyes to fall asleep, but not before having one last thought. I feel like there will be big surprises tomorrow, the broccoli thought before falling asleep. In the dining room. Isn't Izuku coming down? Shoto wondered to himself as he chatted with Tokoyami. And I even went to the trouble of setting aside some food for him. Shoto turned his gaze to the plate of spaghetti he had set aside for Izuku. Well, more for me. And with those words, Shoto took the plate and began to eat while chatting animatedly. And so another day in the life of Izuku Midoriya had come to an end. End of chapter. Chapter 11. Revelations. A super mega summary before starting the chapter. On Valentine's Day, Izuku received 6 letters from 6 different girls, each confessing their love for him. One of them was Jiro Kyoka, who bravely confessed in person and was willing to wait for his reply. The second was Namuri Kayama, who wrote a suggestive letter as a joke, but then revealed her true feelings to him, saying she would wait until he graduated from UA to be with him, that is, if he fell in love with her. Finally, there was Momo Yaoi Rozu, who, upon learning that her best friend was in love with the same boy, decided to suppress her own feelings so Jiro could win Izuku's heart, giving up on being with the green-haired boy. But there are still 3 more girls who are in love with Izuku. Let's see how the story unfolds. Chapter beginning. On Saturday. The favorite day of UA students along with Sunday. In those days, students could get up whenever they wanted and have fun all day long, of course, if they didn't have a job. Some students from 1A were asleep, others were studying as was the case with Ida, others intended to spend the whole day in the living room watching television, and some planned to leave school and go visit their parents. But there was one of them who was already awake but still didn't dare to leave the room. That boy was Izuku. I'll meet her today, thought the broccoli, looking at the last letter he read the day before. The blunt letter invited Izuku to the school rooftop at 4 in the afternoon. Ever since he read it, Izuku couldn't sleep very well, wondering who that person could be. He was so nervous that he got up at 6 in the morning on Saturday, a day on which he usually woke up at 9. There are still 4 hours to go, he thought, glancing at the clock on the wall which read 12 o'clock. Perhaps I should take a walk around campus to pass the time. He would ask Shoto to accompany him, but he had been looking for him since morning and couldn't find him. The bi-colored boy had mysteriously disappeared and no one knew his whereabouts. So he resigned himself to walking alone around campus while thinking about his troubled love life. Maybe I'll find something interesting along the way. And with those last words, Izuku got ready in somewhat formal clothes and, looking around the room to make sure he hadn't forgotten anything, went out to walk through the hallways and head towards the living room. Some time later. Good morning, Izubro, Kirishima greeted as he saw the freckled boy coming down the stairs that connected to the living room. Good morning, Kirishima-san, I greeted with a friendly smile. You seem a little restless. Is something wrong? I asked, a little curious. Nothing's wrong, it's just that today is a very hot day, he replied, a little nervously. Kirishima didn't quite believe the answer, but he didn't want to make his friend uncomfortable, so he decided to change the subject. By the way, are you going out anywhere? He asked, noticing the clothes she was wearing. I'm just going out for a walk, I might be back a bit late, he replied, heading towards the exit of the dormitories. If you see Bakubro, tell him to come. He has to finish his part of the project. The Redeed pleaded as he saw Izuku leaving the place. Of course. A scream was the only response he received, which made Kirishima a little calmer, turning his attention back to the television. Far away in the dining room was the rocker girl from the living room studying, who had observed the interaction of the 2 friends. He looked really good dressed like that, Jiro thought with a slight blush. But what am I thinking? Ioka, concentrate, scolded Momo, who was giving the rocker a math lesson. I am sorry, she whispered, embarrassed. Momo only smiled slightly at that, a smile that reflected sadness. She could see Kyoka staring intently at Izuku when he entered the room. She really loves him, she thought sadly, watching her friend struggling to solve the math problems. Perhaps later I would give her some love advice so she could win Izuku over. It's for the best, she thought dejectedly, turning her gaze to the math book. I think I've already solved it, Kyoka said, a little nervously. Let me see. 2 friends were in love with the same man. Without a doubt, it was a very problematic situation. But Izuku. He was walking around the school campus, greeting the occasional acquaintance he happened to be passing by. It seems the vast majority decided to stay in the dorms today, thought Broccoli, watching a good number of students walking around campus. But there was one student, or rather a female student, who caught his attention. Tato-senpai, whispered the Broccoli, observing the girl with light blue hair. Najire was in the school garden watering the plants with a smile on her face while humming a song. He couldn't help but get lost in the beautiful expression Najire had at that moment. Najire-senpai. The words his friend Shoto told him yesterday echoed in his mind as he read the second to last letter. I don't have any proof to say that he's Hato-senpai, Izuku thought, embarrassed. Oh. Piro CS Midoriya. The beautiful voice of the light blue-haired girl pulled Izuku from his thoughts, making him look up. There she was, still with her beautiful smile on her face in the garden, raising her hand in greeting. I think I'll go and say hello, she thought with a smile. I didn't know why, but Najire's smile and happiness were contagious. It's good to see you, Midoriya, the girl said as Izuku arrived where she was. I agree, Hato-senpai, said the broccoli, a little shyly. What are you doing? She asked curiously, as was her custom. Well, I'm taking a walk around campus, he replied, observing the large field. It looks like you're watering the flowers. Exactly. I've taken it upon myself to water all the flowers at school, she replied enthusiastically. But I just realized there are too many. A nervous smile formed on her face as she noticed this detail. If you want, I'll help you, the freckled boy offered without hesitation. There were still 3 hours to go before meeting the mysterious girl, so watering the plants with Najire would make the time pass more quickly. Besides, spending time with his senpai was very pleasant. Really? I asked excitedly, my eyes sparkling. I see. Then let's get to work. I shouted enthusiastically, grabbing Izuku's hand and starting to drag him through all the school gardens. Her hand is so soft, she thought with a blush, observing their clasped hands. As Najire walked along with a huge smile on her face, for some reason she was very happy to be spending time with Izuku. The two young people spent much of the afternoon walking around the school and watering all the flowers while chatting about any topic. Luckily, being with Najire meant there were never any topics to talk about. So that day I wanted to play a prank on Tamaki, but it seems the prank was too harsh and he ended up crying, he recounted, remembering that day, still not understanding why he cried. I think it's obvious, he told you he was afraid of heights, but you still sent him flying with your quirk, said Broccoli with a nervous smile as he imagined how Tamaki felt at that moment. Dealing with our fears is not easy at all. It's not that big of a deal, I only lifted it a few meters, she said, puffing out her cheeks. For some reason, Izuku found that expression very endearing. Without realizing it, because of the lively conversation the two friends were having, they had already finished watering all the plants on campus. Looks like this was the last one, said the broccoli, looking at his watch which read 3:30. And I finished just in time. So soon? A disappointed and dejected tone escaped Najire's lips as she realized there were no flowers left. It's not fair, I wanted to spend more time with you. What? The blush appeared on Izuku's face as he heard what his senpai said. And Najire was no exception. A small pink tinge appeared on her cheeks as she realized what she had said. I say this because it's very nice to spend time with you, why you're one of the few people with whom I can behave as I am without being criticized, she said a little shyly and nervously, something that was very rare to see in her. And no worries, I can say the same about you, it's nice spending time with you, he agreed, blushing at her words. Thank you, was all she said in a whisper with a small smile on her face. After that exchange, they both remained silent, staring at the ground with a blush. If you want, I can help you water the plants next weekend, the freckled boy suggested to the blushing girl. I'd love to, she replied, trying to hide her happiness at those words. I'll be looking forward to the weekend. The conversation between the two young men would have continued if it weren't for a sudden shout that caught both of their attention. Midoriya, Najire. Upon hearing their name, both of them looked around to see who was calling them until they spotted him. It was Mirio who approached them with a smile, and behind him was a dejected Tamaki, as was his custom. The goddess-senpai, said the broccoli, a little surprised by the presence of his senpai. Mirio was about to say hello, but by pure coincidence he noticed Najire and Izuku blushing and got the wrong idea. Am I interrupting something? I asked with a smile. Well, the freckled boy stammered, embarrassed. Yes, you were interrupting something, Najire said, puffing out her cheeks angrily. That expression from his friend confirmed Mirio's mistaken idea. Ahaha, so you reciprocated Najire's feelings, Mirio said happily, looking at Midoriya. Feelings? Izuku asked, confused. Meanwhile, Najire became very nervous when she realized what Mirio was thinking. I tried to stop him, but it was too late. Although it doesn't surprise me, Najire put a lot of effort into writing that love letter, she even asked me and Tamaki for help to make it perfect. I'm glad you reciprocated, he congratulated, raising his thumb in approval. Although he was very confused to see Izuku's surprised and blushing face and Najire, whose hair was covering her eyes. Then Hato-senpai wrote a T letter, stuttered the broccoli in disbelief. Didn't you know? Mirio asked, starting to tremble with nerves. The only response he received was a shake of his head from side to side from Izuku. That was supposed to be a secret, Mirio, Tamaki whispered fearfully behind Mirio. Fear of Najire's reaction. Then Najire, Mirio stammered, turning to look at his friend. Najire just stood with her head down, trembling slightly under the gaze of the three boys. Hato-senpai whispered the freckled boy, looking at Najire with a blush. She slowly raised her face, revealing her completely flushed face and small tears welling up in her eyes. "Mirio, you idiot." He shouted angrily, surprising the three of them. After that scream, Najire ran as fast as she could, getting further and further away from the three of them. "Hato-senpai." Izuku shouted, trying to follow her. "Midoriya." Tamaki's calm and fearful voice stopped the broccoli in its tracks, making it turn to look at him. "I recommend you don't follow her. When she gets like this, it's impossible to talk to her. If you follow her, she'll start running away from you. She'll probably be like this for a few days, so let it pass before you can talk to her calmly," the shy boy advised, saying many words for the first time. "But," said the broccoli uncertainly, watching where Najire had just gone. "Don't worry, she's not angry with you, she's angry with Mirio," she said, glancing sideways at the blonde boy who had a nervous smile on his face. "I think I messed up," she whispered, her gaze distant. "I revealed Najire's secret." "I doubt I'll forgive you so easily," Tamaki commented, bringing Mirio's spirits to the ground. "So what they said about the letter was true?" the broccoli asked, still not believing it. "Yes, Midoriya, the letter you received on Valentine's Day was from Najire, although I was the one who put it in your locker. Najire was too embarrassed to do it herself," Tamaki explained, standing next to Mirio. "She spent 3 days asking us both for advice on how to express her feelings in the letter. She really put a lot of effort into it." So Shoto was right, thought the broccoli, surprised. The image of his two-toned friend flashed through his mind, who was telling him, "I was always right," while pushing his hair back. "But Mirio just ruined all that," Tamaki said, glancing sideways at the dejected blonde. "You just pretend you didn't hear him." "I highly doubt I can forget that," Izuku said with a nervous smile. "Well, I tried," Tamaki said with a tired sigh, turning away. "Remember, let Najire recover from this. In a few days, try talking to her and you can sort out this whole love problem." I understand," he replied, blushing. "Mirio, we have to go," Tamaki called to a nervous Mirio. "Najire will send me flying, I have no doubt about that," he said, unable to stop himself from trembling with fear. "Fly." Tamaki trembled upon hearing that word, bringing back memories of Vietnam. When Izuku saw that his two senpai had become lost in their own world, with a look of fear on his face, he decided to move away from them. "Are you serious?" the freckled boy mentally screamed after coming out of his shock. "Hato-senpai likes me." I couldn't believe it. The girl considered by many to be the most beautiful at UA was in love with him. I had no idea what the hell he did to make so many beautiful girls fall in love with him if all he does when he's with them is stutter from nervousness. He didn't believe that his shy and nervous attitude had charmed those girls. That was impossible. "But I feel bad for Hato-senpai," I whispered, remembering Najire's expression before she ran away. She put a lot of effort into confessing her feelings in that letter because she didn't yet feel ready to say them face to face. But due to a slip-up by his friend Mirio, his feelings were revealed in front of him, completely ruining everything he had planned. And for fear of being rejected at that moment, the best thing she could think of to do was flee the scene of the crime. "I'll have to sort this out with Hato-senpai," she thought, blushing at the thought of talking to her now that she knew her feelings. "But I'll listen to Tamaki-senpai and give her some space. I wouldn't want to make her uncomfortable." The last thing Izuku wanted was to make his friend feel worse. He would feel like trash if he did, so he would wait a few days before talking to her. "Now that I think about it." Izuku raised his arm to look at the watch hanging on his wrist. 3:50. He still had 10 minutes to get to the rooftop and meet the mysterious girl, so he would have to hurry. "I wish I could have even just one day of peace and quiet," thought the broccoli, starting to run towards the rooftop. Some time later. "It seems he hasn't arrived yet." Izuku had already reached the rooftop, but he was alone there. The person who had summoned him had not yet arrived at the place. "I think I'll have to wait," he thought, gazing at the blue sky. "At least it's not night like when Yaoi Rozu-san quotes me." The moment I mentioned Momo, Midoriya's spirit sank. "Now that I think about it, I have to sort out my problems with Yaoi Rozu-san, also with Jiru-san and with Kayama-sensei." A tired sigh escaped Izuku as he remembered all that. In just a few days, his life had taken a 180-degree turn. Going from being an unpopular boy to being liked by 6 different girls was definitely a big change. Or perhaps he was always popular and never realized it. "I'll never know," I thought wearily. The tiredness quickly disappeared upon hearing the sound of the rooftop door being opened. It was about time. The moment to discover the 5th girl who was in love with him had arrived. With her heart racing, she turned around to see that person. But it wasn't the result I expected. If someone told her that Shoto was some kind of fortune teller or something like that, she would believe them immediately. Why? Well. "Deku" were the words spoken by an ash-haired man observing Izuku with an extremely serious face. That ash-haired boy was none other than Keikaken. Izuku's 6 letters. Primera carta Jiru Kyoka. Segunda carta Namuri Kayama. Third letter. Fourth letter. Momoyoi Rozu. Fifth card. Nijire Hado. Sixth letter. Kitsuki Bakugu. End of chapter. Chapter 12. Be my boyfriend. Deku. Hey Kaken. We found ourselves on the rooftop of UA where two people were staring at each other. One of them was Kitsuki, who had an extremely serious face, and the other was Izuku, who had a panicked face. What the heck is going on here? The broccoli wondered mentally, looking at Bakugu. He was supposed to meet with that girl who summoned him here to confess his feelings. But instead of a woman, it was Bakugu who had arrived. Imagine Bakugu is its tsundere type and one of the cards is of him. His friend Shoto's words echoed in his mind as he recalled the conversation he had with him the day before. No, 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 no. This had to be a bad joke. Kitsuki couldn't have been the one who wrote the letter, it was impossible. Just thinking about it sent a huge shiver down his spine. If Kitsuki said he loved him at the end of this, he would cut off one of his testicles and jump off the roof to commit suicide. He couldn't live knowing that the guy who bullied him his whole life turned out to be in love with him. He would live with traumas like Shoto for the rest of his life. What the hell are you doing here, Deku? Kitsuki shouted angrily. I should be asking that, he stammered nervously. Nervous, he will begin a confession of love. This is my quiet place where I don't have to see the faces of the extras, and now it's been ruined by your presence, he said irritably. Izuku's eyes lit up with hope because of what the Muslim had said. So you didn't write the letter? He asked happily. Letter? You bastard, what letter? You're probably imagining things, he said, already annoyed. Phew, that was a relief, he sighed in relief. It seems that it was all a misunderstanding. I'd better go, seeing your face ruined my day. Bakugu turned around and decided to leave the rooftop. By the way, Kirishima-sen said you had to go to the dorms to finish your part of the project. The broccoli recalled the favor his manly friend had asked of him. Upon hearing that reminder, Bakugu stopped, remembering it. Damn, that's right, he said, annoyed, then glared angrily at Izuku. Great, Deku, you've completely ruined my day. You must be happy now. Izuku only had an anime-style sweat drop because of the Muslim's behavior. DSK, I'd better leave to finish this shit quickly. And with a grumpy face, Bakugu left the rooftop, leaving Izuku alone. Thank goodness, he whispered, trying to control his heart after the heart attack he was about to have. If it had turned out to be Kitsuki, I would have done everything I had planned. Thank goodness it was just a mistake. Get out of the way, Shiny. The Muslim man's angry shout caught Izuku's attention. The scream came from the stairs that connected to the rooftop. He probably got into a fight with someone who was coming up the hill. Someone was coming up. Going up. It's her. He thought, agitated. This time I was sure. The person coming up was the girl from the letter. Or so I hoped. Calm footsteps could be heard from inside, going up the stairs. With each footstep he heard, Izuku became more and more nervous. What's wrong with him? His attitude is unpleasant. A female voice, which had been complaining, was heard from inside. That voice sounded strangely familiar to him. Well, it doesn't matter. When the girl said those words, she crossed the rooftop door, revealing herself to Izuku. He opened his eyes in surprise when he saw who that girl was. I'd recognize that orange hair anywhere. Kendo-san, he whispered in surprise upon seeing the beautiful girl. Upon hearing his name whispered, Kendo turned his gaze towards Izuku. Ah. You're here. Kendo shouted, both surprised and nervous, upon seeing the freckled boy. Hello, the broccoli greeted in a stutter. Ahem, hello, she greeted, still nervous. I'm glad you came, Midoriya. Why did you ask me to meet you here? He asked, embarrassed. What am I saying? It's obvious that in the letter she was talking about her feelings, the broccoli mentally scolded himself. Well, less about that. Now that he was facing the broccoli, Kendo was hesitating whether to say those words or not. It would have been simpler if she had told him through the letter, but there was no going back now. Izuku was in front of her waiting for her to speak. So, letting out a sigh, Kendo tried to calm her heart. It was now or never. With his thoughts now clear and a nervous smile on his face, Kendo began walking towards the green-haired boy. Obviously, he got nervous when he saw Kendo approaching him. He wanted to take a few steps back, but for some reason he didn't. Kendo, standing 2 meters away from Izuku, stopped to stare at him with a blush on his face. Midoriya, she said timidly. See. There's something I've wanted to tell you for a while now, she stumbled over her words, making her feel even more embarrassed. I'm aware that you and I have barely exchanged a word and that we hardly know each other, but I couldn't help it, she whispered, a slight blush rising to her cheeks. Why you? Me too. Why you? I like you, Midoriya. Please be my boyfriend. Kendo confessed, a huge blush spreading across his cheeks. I don't know how I fell in love with you. Maybe it was your shy personality or your bravery in fighting powerful villains to save others, regardless of your own well-being. With every word Kendo said, Izuku's heart raced faster and faster, and his blush deepened as well. But what does it matter what made me fall in love with you? The important thing is that I like you, Midoriya. I like you a lot, she said with great confidence. That's why I want you to give me a chance, the chance to be your girlfriend. She finished her speech by closing her eyes tightly to hear Izuku's response. You could say this is the first time someone has asked Broccoli to be their boyfriend in person. That is why she is in shock right now. What do I do? He wondered mentally, embarrassed. I honestly wanted to reciprocate Kendo's feelings since I was touched by his confession. Besides the fact that she was a very beautiful girl, anyone would be happy to be her boyfriend. But the image of Jiru, Namuri, Momo, and Najire flashed through his mind. His feelings towards them were also confused. That was the reason why he couldn't reciprocate the girl's feelings in front of him. Me too. So, with all the sorrow in his heart, he had to give that answer. I cannot reciprocate your feelings, Kendo-san. Upon hearing those words, Kendo closed her eyes even tighter to prevent her tears from coming out. It was more than obvious, the girl thought sadly. We barely know each other, it's obvious I wouldn't go out with a girl I barely know. I'm such a fool. I can't reciprocate your feelings, Kendo-san, not at the moment. Upon hearing those words, Kendo opened his eyes in surprise. What? She asked, bewildered, looking up at Izuku. Well, Izuku blushed as he felt Kendo's gaze full on him. I'm confused about my feelings, I wouldn't want to make such an important decision lightly, he replied shyly. Kendo's eyes lit up with hope upon hearing those words. How many? What are the chances that my feelings will be reciprocated? I asked excitedly. Probabilities, whispered the broccoli, doing calculations in its mind. There were 6 girls in love with him. 100 divided by 6 came out to 15, with 10% left over to complete 100%, so that 10% would be the probability of not matching with any of them and being left alone, a stupid decision. 15%, replied the broccoli after doing the calculations. So little, she said, disappointed by the answer. But what does it matter? At least it's not 0%, she added with a big smile. There's a 15% chance you will reciprocate my feelings, and that gives me hope. A beautiful smile formed on Kendo's face, making Izuku blush. She really is beautiful, he thought, amazed. Then I'll have no choice but to wait until you're sure of your feelings, she said, slowly approaching the broccoli. For now, let me be a little selfish and get this. At the coup. Izuku stopped mid-question as he felt Kendo's warm lips touch his left cheek. He received a small, short kiss from the girl, who separated a few seconds later with a smile on her face. I'm sorry, but I had to, she apologized, blushing and smiling. Now all I can do is wait for your answer. Don't worry, I'll wait. And still with a smile on his face, Kendo turned around to walk towards the exit. Goodbye Midoriya, I love you. And with that goodbye, Kendo left the rooftop, leaving the green-haired man alone. He just stood there motionless, not moving a single muscle. The girl had kissed him, on the cheek, but it was a kiss, his first kiss on the cheek. Unable to bear it any longer, he suddenly fell to the ground, landing face down. Izuku fainted from the shock. 1 hour later. The rooftop door was opened by a two-tone vehicle. Izuku, Bakugo told me you were here, I've been looking for you all day, Todoroki said, searching for the broccoli boy. But what a surprise he got when he saw the freckled boy passed out on the hard cold floor. Izuku? What happened to you? He shouted, alarmed, running towards him to help him. Come on, say something, Izuku. But he received no response from the unconscious green-haired boy, worrying the bi-colored boy. I won't let you die here. Carrying the broccoli like a princess, Shoto started running at full speed towards the school infirmary. He wouldn't let his best friend die there. Izuku spent the rest of the day unconscious in the infirmary until he woke up late at night, only to faint again upon remembering what had happened. Izuku's 6 letters. Primera carta Jiru Kyoka. Segunda carta Namuri Kayama. 3rd letter. 4th letter. Momoyoi Rozu. 5th card. Najire Hado. 6th card. Itsuka Kendo. End of chapter. Chapter 13. It's you. On Monday. The worst day of the week, or so I think. Students return to school to continue shaping their future, or at least that's what their parents tell them. The best thing about school is the romantic stories that happen there between the students for some, because for others, love is a real pain in the ass. This was Izuku's life until a few days ago when he received 6 letters from 6 different girls. Obviously, they were all confessions of love. And from that day on, not a single day in Izuku's life has been normal. Who was he lying to? His life hadn't been normal since he was born. It never crossed my mind that it was her. Izuku was walking through the halls of UA with his friend Shoto while telling him about his love problems. She was so direct with her confession that there was a moment when I went blank, the broccoli recounted, blushing as he recalled what had happened with Kendo 2 days ago on the rooftop. Luckily, there was no one in the hallway to overhear the conversation, since everyone was in class. But the most surprising thing was that he kissed me on the cheek. It's the first time anyone's ever kissed me on the cheek, the freckled boy said, embarrassed, remembering the sensation of Kendo's lips. I'm so confused, Shoto. I don't know what to do about all this. Izuku finished speaking, hoping for some advice from his friend. But she received no response, so she turned her gaze towards him and saw him writing something in a notebook, very focused. Shoto. What's going on? Asked the bi-colored one, taking the notebook out of his sight to look at the broccoli. You were listening to what I was saying, right? He asked with a forced smile. I wasn't listening, sorry, she apologized, turning her attention back to her notebook. I was writing down a dream I had last night. A dream? Yes, Kirishima and Kaminari were in it, you were in the dream too, but when you spoke you had a woman's voice, Shoto recounted, puzzled by the dream he had. You and your weird dreams, the broccoli sighed wearily. Remind me why we're out of class. Aizawa-sensei told us to get chairs for the second-year classrooms, she recalled, turning her attention back to her notebook. I think we need chairs in 2B, and since we're in detention, he told us to do the work. You're right, sometimes I feel like Aizawa-sensei has something against us. You're not the only one. After that conversation, both friends continued their walk until they reached the 2A classroom, where the chairs they were going to take were located. Excuse me, Shoto was the first to speak, opening the door to the classroom where the students were having their class. The teacher who was there was a lady of about 60 years old with very large glasses. What do you want? She asked, a little annoyed that they had interrupted her class. We've come for chairs for 2B, Shoto informed us with a serious face. The chairs are at the back, do it quickly, he said irritably. Shoto and Izuku simply obeyed the order and went to get the chairs under the watchful eyes of all the students, making Izuku nervous. After a few minutes they both had all the chairs they needed, so they prepared to leave the room. While the teacher stared at them, specifically at their hair. Who is your teacher? The teacher asked with a stern face. Aizawa-sensei, Izuku replied nervously. Why does that lazy person let them attend classes with such long hair? She asked indignantly. Do you study with your hair, teacher? Asked the bi-colored boy with his stoic face. As Shoto, Izuku said, panicking. You spoiled children. After you leave those chairs, you'll go to the principal's office to receive your punishment from your teacher. I will report this disrespect, she said angrily, turning around to continue her class. Izuku, with a frightened face, left the room followed by Shoto, who didn't pay any attention to it. You stupid old woman, the bi-colored one swore as he was already far from the room. Why you can't insult a teacher like that, Shoto, Izuku said, frightened. Of course I can, I just did it, she said as if it were the most normal thing in the world. They could give us a worse punishment if you keep saying that, he warned, fearing what the teachers would do. Okay, I'll stop saying that, he said, letting out a tired sigh. After that conversation, they both continued on their way to 2B to leave the chairs. Luckily, the room wasn't very far away, so they arrived quickly. Drug addicts are not allowed, said an elderly man who was the classroom teacher as he saw them enter. We just came to drop off some chairs, nothing more, Shoto explained, tired of the annoying teachers. Ah, it's Aizawa's flies. Okay, leave the chairs in the back, said the old man, not making a big deal of it. Flies? They both said at the same time, confused. But seeing that the teacher wasn't going to say anything to them, they had no choice but to leave the chairs in the back. How in 2A the student stared at them, as if they were inspecting them. Hey, you remember me? A slightly shy girl approached Shoto, who looked at her confused. I gave you a chocolate on Valentine's Day. Did you like it? Yes, I remember you, and the chocolate was delicious, thank you very much, the bi-colored one said with a slight smile. The girl blushed and with a silly smile returned to her seat, fantasizing about Shoto. After that, both boys put their chairs back and left as quickly as possible before the teacher could say anything to them. Do you really remember her? Izuku asked, surprised now that he was far from the classroom. I don't know who the hell she is, to be honest, I confessed with a chibi face. But all the chocolates were delicious, so hers was, so I wasn't completely lying. Izuku only had one anime-style sweat drop at Shoto's response. He really did have a peculiar friend. Now all they had left to do was go to the principal's office and receive their punishment from Aizawa for disrespecting a teacher. We wouldn't have to do this if you had kept quiet, the broccoli complained, glancing sideways at the traumatized one. I won't stay silent, I'm not going to let anyone tell me how to cut my hair or how to dress, he said, crossing his arms like a little kid. "You're acting like a little kid," Izuku smiled nervously at his friend's behavior. They were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice a girl walking towards them carrying some notebooks as they turned a corner. She was distracted too, so the inevitable happened. She and Izuku collided, causing them both to fall to the ground and the notebooks to scatter all over the place. "Did you fall?" Shoto asked his friend on the ground. "How observant," he said sarcastically until he remembered the person he'd bumped into. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bump into you." He quickly apologized, sitting down on the floor and looking at the large number of notebooks that were lying around. "And don't worry, it wasn't your fault." The calm but nervous voice was heard by the broccoli, which turned its gaze to see who it was. Short black hair, a very stoic look almost rivaling Shoto's. "You're Kodai-san, right?" the broccoli asked, remembering the girl. "Why yes," she replied, trying to maintain her composure. It was the first time he had spoken to that girl, so it was a little difficult for him to have a normal conversation with her. Let me help you organize your notebooks," she said, kneeling down to pick them up. "Thank you very much," the girl said, also starting to pick up her notebooks. Meanwhile, Shoto was still standing, watching the interaction between the two, as if it were the most entertaining thing in the world. While Izuku was putting each of the notebooks in order, a page fell out of one of them and slowly fell to the floor. Izuku instantly grabbed the page and unintentionally read a few words. And with just those few words, she opened her eyes in shock at what was written. What? He thought, bewildered, reading the page. "To Izuku Midoriya, I want to tell you that I like you, I love you, I like your smile, your personality, your freckles." This was a draft of a love letter. The love letter addressed to him. He thought, surprised and blushing as he realized that. When Yui saw that Izuku had stopped moving, she looked up to see what he was doing. And his stoic face broke at that moment when he saw what he had in his hands. In a swift movement, he snatched the page from her hands and placed it on his chest. "It's you," the broccoli whispered in surprise, looking at Yui. Her face was completely flushed, leaving her stoic expression behind. "You wrote the letter," she whispered again, still in amazement. The girl stammered, completely embarrassed and not knowing what to do. They stared at each other, one with surprise and a slight blush, and the other with a completely red face. While Shoto watched the interaction between the two, he was actually looking at Yui's notebooks and pencils, which were still on the floor. At great speed, Yui arranged all her things and took them in her hands before standing up. Thank you so much P for helping me and forget what you saw," she stammered, completely embarrassed, looking at Izuku. And without waiting for an answer, Yui ran off with her things in hand, leaving the duo of friends behind. "It was her," I said, hanging the broccoli in surprise, remembering the third letter I'd read and comparing it to what I'd just read. "There's no doubt about it, she's the last girl." The blush spread across her face when she learned the truth. This time he really didn't know how he managed to win over a girl he had never spoken to before and who seemed unsociable. "Shoto, did you see the same thing I did?" I asked, still in amazement. "Yes," he replied, his eyes narrowed. "She had my purple marker. I don't know how the hell it got into her hands." "No," he shouted, standing up and grabbing his friend by the shoulders. "She's the last girl I hadn't yet discovered, she's in love with me." That," she said, noticing that detail. "Congratulations, now you know who all the girls are who are in love with you. Now all that's left is for you to sort out your feelings and choose the one whose feelings you will reciprocate and who will be your girlfriend," she said, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Izuku panicked when he realized what his friend had said. Now that she knew who all the girls in the letters were, the decisive moment had arrived. The moment to reciprocate the feelings of one of them had arrived, the moment he never wanted to come was finally in front of him. Everything has gotten complicated, she thought nervously, remembering each of the girls. The final stretch of their love story had begun. We are at the school's address. After Izuku had his encounter with Yui, both friends went to the principal's office to receive their punishment from Aizawa for disrespecting a teacher. "So you're here for disrespecting the teacher of 2A, Aizawa said with a serious face, looking at his two offspring. "Yeah." The only one who responded was Shoto, since Izuku was still lost in his love problems. "What will I do with you both?" he said, thinking about what punishment he would give them. Meanwhile, Shoto just waited patiently to receive his punishment and return to class. "Look, I'll let it go just because I don't like that old woman," he said, remembering the teacher's face. "I agree with you, sensei," Shoto said, bumping his fist with Aizawa's. "But only this once, next time I won't let it go." "Understood. By the way, what's wrong with Midoriya?" Aizawa asked, confused when he saw that Izuku didn't say anything and just stared blankly. "Love problems," replied the bi-colored one, looking at his friend. "I understand, well, never mind, go back to your classroom," the caterpillar ordered. After that conversation, both friends returned to their classroom to attend classes all day. Although Izuku spent the entire day lost in his thoughts, thinking about his problems. Which one of them will I choose? She thought, with many doubts in her heart. End of chapter. Chapter 14. Momo Yaoi Ruzo. And that's why Maduro will never be a good president. We find ourselves in the 1A classroom where Izawa was giving classes to his students, who were all paying attention, or at least most of them. Surprisingly, among those who weren't paying attention was Izuku, who was lost in his thoughts. He had more important things to think about. I'm tempted by the idea of moving to another country and getting away from all this, the broccoli thought panickingly, remembering his love problems. Part of him wanted his life to go back to how it was before, when no girl was in love with him and he was happy as could be. But the other side felt happy that 6 very beautiful girls were in love with him. But each one of them made him feel a great pressure. Luckily, all the girls who were in love with him were patient and didn't pressure him for an answer. If that were the case, he would surely have already committed suicide from the pressure on his shoulders. This was undoubtedly more difficult than fighting all for one. The sound of the bell snapped Broccoli out of his suicidal thoughts, signaling that the day of studying was over, much to the delight of many. Finally, Izawa whispered, happy that classes were over. Alright, you can go now. And Midoriya and Todoroki, remember you still have to clean up. Izuku just let out a tired sigh as he remembered his punishment. Todoroki didn't come today sensei, Kirishima reported. Izuku let out another tired sigh as he remembered that his friend hadn't arrived today. He would have to do the work alone. Didn't he come? Why? Izawa asked, puzzled. He got COVID, Kaminari reported, feeling sorry for his bi-colored teammate. I understand, well then someone else will help Midoriya, he said, downplaying Kaminari's words. Some students became nervous as Izawa looked at each one individually to choose who would help Midoriya, hoping it wasn't them. For some reason, many people were terrified of cleaning the living room. I have nothing against you, Yaoi Rozu, Izawa said, looking at the vice president. Can you help Midoriya with the cleaning just for today? A sigh of relief escaped the others when they saw that they were not chosen. Unlike Izuku, who tensed up upon hearing who would help him. Of course, sensei, don't worry, Momo replied politely, as was her custom. Thank you very much, now everyone else leave the room so your classmates can clean up in peace, he gave the order, leaving the room followed by the other students one by one, until only Momo and Izuku remained. Meanwhile, Izuku, feeling uneasy, got up from his seat to pick up a broom and start sweeping. I'm alone with Yaoi Rozu-san, thought the nervous Broccoli, glancing sideways at the girl who had started arranging the desks. I think this is my chance to fix things with her. That was the Broccoli's intention, but no idea to start a conversation came to his mind. When it came to women, his mind went blank, especially if he knew that girl was in love with him. Why haven't you reciprocated Kyoka's feelings yet? Luckily, Momo was the first to start the conversation, but not in the way she wanted. Surprised by Momo's question, Izuku turned his gaze towards her, who had a dejected expression. What? What are you waiting for? Kyoka is a wonderful girl, I'm sure you two will be a perfect couple, Momo said with a small smile, a fake smile. That smile made Izuku's heart ache. That smile didn't suit his face at all. It's not that easy, the Broccoli stammered, remembering that it wasn't just the two of them, but 4 other girls. Isn't it easy? I asked, confused. I can't just ignore your feelings, Yaoi Rozu-san, he said, a little nervously. Of course it is, just put them aside and everything will be fine, she said with a forced smile, trying not to cry. Don't worry about me, I'll get over it eventually. For some reason, all those words felt laden with lies and sadness, which Izuku noticed. It's not easy, he repeated, moving closer to Momo. I'll give you an example. Shoto is my best friend and it turns out that he and I are both in love with you. Izuku couldn't help but blush as he said those words, and the same thing happened to Momo. But since Shoto is my best friend, I've decided that he should be happy with you. So, I'm asking you to put my feelings aside so you can reciprocate Shoto's feelings. Tell me, what would you do? If Shoto were there, he would surely have a blank face because of what the Broccoli said. Izuku would never know if his friend was in love or if he had ever been in love. Damn it. He didn't even know if he liked women or men. He would surely never know what was going through the bi-colored boy's mind. After all, his thoughts were an enigma. Shoto is a mystery. I couldn't do that, I can't just ignore your feelings, the raven-haired girl stammered, a little embarrassed. I think I know how you feel now. See, it's not that easy, muttered Broccoli, starting to sweep the living room. This is very complicated for me, it's the first time someone has fallen in love with me, he lied a little, though it wasn't entirely a lie. What? Seriously? Momo asked, surprised and unable to believe it. Yes, why are you surprised? He asked, confused, without stopping sweeping. A blush crept across Momo's cheeks as she prepared to speak. Midoriya, why you're a very nice guy, you're polite and strong, you don't hesitate to put yourself in danger to save others, your personality is very pleasant and sweet, you can even cook, and you're practically the perfect guy a girl looks for in a relationship, the raven-haired girl confessed, her face turning even redder. It's almost impossible not to fall in love with you when you have all those qualities. I finished speaking with a slight pink tint on her cheeks. While Izuku remained speechless at Momo's words, he didn't expect her to blurt that out so suddenly. Thank you so much for those words, Izuku stammered, blushing with embarrassment. He was genuinely flattered. But not everyone thinks the same way you do. What do you mean? Momo asked, seeing Izuku's dejected expression. And let's just say my past isn't very pleasant, he replied with a forced smile. For certain reasons, I was always ostracized by others before entering UA. I was just the butt of everyone's jokes including the girls. That's why I was never popular with women, and the only time I thought someone liked me was just a joke to make others laugh at me, he finished, a nagging feeling of unease creeping in. He never liked to remember his past, those times when his life was a complete mess. He still remembers as if it were yesterday when a girl in his class started behaving affectionately towards him. She almost always spent time with him during breaks, while giving him hints that she was in love with him. Izuku felt hope at that moment. Knowing that such a beautiful girl was in love with him made him happy. But in the end it turned out to be just a joke. Seeing how one day he entered his classroom and saw that girl kissing one of his popular classmates, then turning to look at him with disgust and mocking him along with the other classmates and yelling useless Quirkless at him hurt him a lot. That day the teasing of Izuku intensified greatly when he learned that he had been rejected by one of the prettiest girls in school, who told him that a Quirkless person as useless as him would never have a girlfriend. Those words pierced Izuku's very core, where even he believed there would never be a girl who would fall in love with him. Even after obtaining his quirk, he continued to have those thoughts. Of course, that was until those 6 special girls arrived for him. Well, they were idiots. Momo's words pulled Izuku out of his depressing thoughts. Hey? Those girls were idiots for not realizing what a wonderful boy was standing right in front of them, Momo said angrily, imagining how Izuku had been treated before entering UA. I bet they're regretting letting such a kind boy as you go. Aoi Ruzo-san, the broccoli whispered in surprise. I know those kinds of girls. They think they're unattainable and the prettiest, but 3 days later they're pregnant by some bad boy. They're just idiots, she finished, trying to contain her anger. Sorry about that, but I had to say it. Don't worry, I'm glad that someone as wonderful as you has such thoughts about me, the embarrassed broccoli said gratefully. It's nothing, I'm just stating the obvious, she said shyly, looking away. We should do the cleaning before it gets too late. $. Miss Mo. They were both too embarrassed to continue the conversation, so they decided to continue cleaning to calm the embarrassment they felt at that moment, and each one, with a slight blush, did their job, although they also had a smile on their faces. Some time later. Having finished cleaning, both teenagers decided to go to the dormitories to rest. Obviously, they both walked to that place together while talking about their day at school and about upcoming exams. Thank you so much for today, Yaoi Rozu-san. All those words meant a lot to me, Izuku said with a slight smile as he stood in front of the dormitories. It's nothing, I just told the truth, the raven-haired girl said, blushing. And about my feelings. Izuku became nervous again at those words, as was his custom. Regarding your feelings. I won't ask you to put my feelings aside anymore. You can make whatever decision you want, Momo said, looking up at the broccoli-haired boy. Just let me tell you this. If you reciprocate Kyoka's feelings, I'll be happy, not completely, but I'll be happy. And if you reciprocate my feelings, I'll be happy too, Midoriya. So don't feel bad about whatever decision you make. But. I know, she interrupted quickly. I know very well that you're a very kind boy and that you don't want to hurt anyone, but this is something that has to happen, no matter what, she said, turning to go into the dormitories. Besides, all of this is your fault for being so nice and perfect for girls, so accept your fate. Momo winked at Izuku to embarrass him even more and with an amused smile on her face entered the dormitories, leaving the broccoli alone at the entrance. I don't know if this fate is good or bad, she thought, blushing as she watched the door through which Momo had just entered. Perhaps a little of both. A smile formed on her face as she recalled Momo's words. Little by little, his past and the taunts that echoed in his mind to this day faded away. Those insecurities that had been with him since childhood were gone, and all thanks to those 6 girls. In one way or another, they're my heroes, I thought with a smile, walking toward the door. Maybe All Might isn't my favorite hero anymore. With those thoughts in mind, Izuku entered the dormitories to rest for the next day. A day that will be very busy, just like the previous ones. End of chapter. Chapter 15. Namuri Kayama. Come on Kirishima, you can do it. Show your power. Atropolis 0. We were at the UA field where the 1A students were playing baseball. It was the last hour of classes and since the teacher who was supposed to teach at that time did not arrive, Aizawa decided to give them the hour free. So they all decided to do something together and made the decision to play baseball. It seems everyone is having fun, Izuku said with a smile, watching Bakugo furiously hit the ball before running off. You're right, said Shoto, who was standing next to Izuku wearing a face mask. Are you sure you don't have COVID? Izuku asked, still unsure if Shoto was with them all. Don't worry, I took the test this morning and it came back negative, the bi-colored boy reassured him. It's just a simple flu that won't last long, and I'm really bored being alone in the dorms, so I decided to spend the day with you guys. I understand, she said with a small smile. Deku. The shout of the fiery bomb man pulled the duo of friends from their conversation, turning to look at him. It's your turn to bat. You better hit a home run, because that will give us the victory. Warned the Muslim, showing his competitive side by throwing the bat to Izuku. He caught it in midair purely out of reflex. I'll do what I can, she said with a smile. None of that. We have to win, no matter what. I shouted, refusing to accept defeat. Izuku, with just a nervous smile, approached the place where he had to hit the ball. Behind him was Mineta, who was in charge of catching the ball in case they failed to hit it. Honestly, all the girls wished the ball would hit him in the face. A few meters away from Izuku was Kirishima with a baseball in his hand, eager to throw it. A little nervously, Izuku got into position to bat. You can do it, Midoriya. A female voice caught Izuku's attention, directing his gaze in that direction. It was Kyoka, who was among the spectators cheering on the broccoli with a beautiful smile. Some were mildly surprised to see the serious rocker girl from the classroom cheering up her shy friend, while others simply didn't take it seriously. Izuku blushed slightly upon seeing Kyoka's smile encouraging him. Next to her was Momo, who had a slight smile and simply raised her thumb in encouragement. For some reason, Kyoka and Momo's enthusiasm boosted the broccoli's motivation to achieve victory. I don't think it's bad to use a little of one for all to make it go with a little more force, the broccoli thought, green rays starting to come out of its body. So you're using your quirk, Izubro? Kirishima said with a fierce grin. I like it. At the same time, Kirishima stiffened his entire body so that he could throw the ball with much more force. Isn't that illegal? Echako asked uncertainly as she watched the two activate their quirks. Leave them be, I don't think anything can go wrong, said Mina, slightly excited. Listo Izubro. Whenever you want. Leaning his body back, Kirishima took a running start and launched the ball with all his might, as if it were a cannonball. One for all 10%. Thought the broccoli, applying force to its grip. And at great speed Izuku hit the ball with enormous force, sending it flying and destroying the bat in the process. Bakugo just smiled with excitement as he watched the ball get further and further away. It was a sure victory. But Izuku was only scared when he saw the ball head towards one of the 5th floor windows, destroying it completely. I knew it was a bad idea, Echako said, seeing the trouble her friend had gotten himself into. That salon was. Ooh, you messed up, Izuku, Shoto said, approaching his friend. I think that's classroom 2A where that old lady with the hair teaches. Izuku just paled when he heard that. And Shoto's words were confirmed when he saw the old woman peer out of the window. Midoriya to the principal's office. How does he know it was me at that distance? He wondered, frightened. I think his quirk is hawk eyes, he literally has eagle vision, the bi-colored boy informed him, turning around. I'm sorry, but you're on your own in this. The rest of his teammates only felt sorry for their friend, so in his honor they would stop playing. Ha 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 ha. We won. Bomberman celebrated, raising his arms in a sign of victory. Meanwhile, the rest were just going back to their classroom to get their things and go to the dormitories while saying goodbye to Izuku. Relax, you did well, the rocker whispered with a slight smile as she passed by the broccoli. Behind her, Momo passed by, waving goodbye to Izuku with a smile on her face. A small blush appeared on the broccoli at those two actions. If I didn't know that they were in love with him, I would think they were just cheering him on. They are very beautiful. After controlling his heart and his blush, Izuku headed to the address to receive his punishment. He just hoped it wasn't anything bad. Upon arriving at the principal's office, he opened the door and the only teacher there was Aizawa. This time you've really gotten yourself into trouble, Midoriya, Aizawa said, having learned what the freckled boy had done. As much as I dislike that old woman, I can't help you. I understand, Aizawa-sensei, he said, looking down. Well, I'll be going now. I hope your punishment isn't too harsh, although coming from that old woman, anything can be expected, and with those last words, Aizawa left the principal's office, leaving Broccoli alone. Resigning himself to his fate, he took a seat at a desk that was in the place. Minutes later the teacher entered with a stack of papers in her hands, placing them in front of Izuku. "I've only seen you twice and you're already causing two problems," said the disappointed old woman. "But the first time it was Shoto's fault," the broccoli defended itself. "I don't care whose fault it was, and you still have long hair," she said angrily. "But right now I have to focus on your punishment." Izuku just swallowed hard, hoping it wasn't something too bad. "First you'll have to pay for the window you broke, that'll teach you not to do it again." I understand," I whispered, hoping the window wouldn't cost much money. "Your second punishment will be to write on these pages, 'I must not break the windows of my school,'" he said, taking one of the sheets and placing it on the desk in front of Izuku, along with a pencil. "Don't you think I'm a little too old for that kind of punishment?" I asked, with an anime-style sweat drop. "Isn't that enough? Then you won't leave school until you've written it 1,500 times. 1,500? He cried in alarm. But it's already tea time to leave, I won't be able to finish it." "If you don't start now, you'll never finish," he said, turning around and sitting down at another desk to read a book. When Izuku realized he had no choice but to accept the punishment, he just let out a tired sigh. Since he thought, picking up the pencil and starting to write. An hour and a half later. It was already 5:30 in the afternoon, and Izuku had already written the sentence 500 times. Only 1,000 more to go and he would finish. "My hand already hurts," he thought in pain, glancing sideways at the teacher who was still reading the book. "I didn't tell you to stop," said the old woman without having seen him. Izuku, frightened, simply turned his attention back to the page and resumed writing. Minutes after that scolding, the principal's door opened, catching the attention of the old woman and Izuku. The latter blushed upon seeing who the visitor was. It was his beautiful teacher Nomuri, who was in love with him. She wasn't wearing her superhero costume. This time she had on a black skirt that clung to her shapely legs and a long-sleeved white shirt covered by her black jacket, which clung to her body. "Hayama-sensei?" the old woman said, confused, looking at the heroine. "Oh, if it isn't Kuroko-sensei," Nomuri said, approaching the old woman. "I thought she had already returned home." "Not yet, I'm watching this kid to make sure he finishes his punishment before I leave." Nomuri only glanced sideways at the broccoli, which became nervous when their eyes met, turning its attention back to the leaves. "If you like, I can stay and keep an eye on you, and you can go home peacefully," he suggested with an innocent smile. "Are you sure? The boy won't be out very early," she said uncertainly. "Don't worry, I have a lot of second-year exams to grade, so I'll be here at school for a while. I can take care of Midoriya too." "Well, if you put it that way, I can't refuse," said the old woman, starting to gather her things. "You'd better finish it today, child. See. I entrust it to you, Kayama-sensei." And with a goodbye, the old woman left the office, leaving only the broccoli and Nomuri. "Now." The first to speak was Nomuri, her voice sensual, taking a chair and placing it on the same desk where Izuku was sitting, then sitting down in front of him. "What did my lovely dear student do to deserve being punished here?" I asked, stroking the broccoli's hairs. Well, Izuku's brain had shut down upon feeling Nomuri's caresses. "Haha, you really are so cute," Nomuri laughed, blushing slightly as she stopped teasing Izuku. "But seriously, what did you do?" I only broke one of the windows in 2A, he replied, still nervous. "Wow, what a rebellious boy, I love this new side of you," he joked, resting his face in his hands. Don't play with me, Kayama-sensei," he pleaded, embarrassed. "I'm sorry, I can't help it, but I really like your cute expressions, one of the reasons why I fell in love with you," she said with a warm smile, staring intently at Izuku. Izuku just looked down in embarrassment as he tried to continue writing. "And how are you?" Nomuri asked, not wanting the conversation to end there. Well, he replied uncertainly. "Don't lie to me," the heroine said with a serious expression. "I've been watching you these past few days, and you've been worried about something. What's bothering you? You're my favorite student for obvious reasons, and I don't like seeing you like this." Izuku was hesitant to tell his teacher the truth. She was in love with him, so talking to her about his love problems wouldn't be a good idea. "Family problems?" he replied, although it was more of a question than an answer. "Without lies." Izuku let out a small sigh when he realized he couldn't lie to her. "Well, Kayama-sensei, I think it would be a little disrespectful to tell you this knowing that you're in love with me." "Don't worry, I think I'm starting to get the picture," she said with a slight smile. Well, you see." About 10 minutes passed, during which Izuku told Nomuri about the other 5 girls who were in love with him and about the insecurities he felt at that moment. "Wow," Nomuri said in surprise. "I expected more girls to be in love with you." "What?" he asked, bewildered. He told her about his love problems and about those 5 girls. "And that's the first thing he says?" I mean, look at you, you're a total hot eye. I'm surprised that only 5 other girls besides me are in love with you, he said, still in amazement. Thank you, I guess, he said, embarrassed. So cute, whispered the heroine. What do you think? I asked, looking down. What do you think about that? What do I think? Well, I have no opinion. All you have to do is sort out your feelings and follow your heart, I advised, tapping the desk with a pencil. Is that all? He said uncertainly. You're a smart boy, I'm sure you'll choose the right girl, she said with a smile, tapping the broccoli's nose with her pencil. Now keep writing or you'll never finish. Understood. Izuku resumed writing on the sheet, feeling a little calmer. Telling his sensei about his problem had relaxed him somewhat. He was sure he couldn't have told this to the other girls who were in love with him, but he was able to do it with Nomuri. He discreetly turned his gaze to look at his sensei and was surprised by what he saw. For the first time, their beautiful sensei had a dejected expression on her face. Hayama-sensei? See Midoriya. Is something wrong? Why do you ask? I asked with a slight smile. Well, she had a downcast expression on her face and I got worried, she said, trying to hide her nervousness. Always worrying about everything, Nomuri laughed, then forced a smile. It's nothing, it's just that I thought I had a chance with you, but after what you told me, I realize I never did, she replied, her expression returning to her sad state. Why do you think that? Isn't it obvious? There are 5 beautiful girls your age who are in love with you. You couldn't choose an adult like me when young girls are in love with you, she said sadly. It would be better if you chose one of them. If you spend the rest of your life with her, you'll grow old together. I'm already an adult. When you're my age, I'll be practically an old woman. All you'll do is waste your time with me. That's not true. Nomuri opened her eyes in surprise when she heard Izuku raise his voice. You're not some old lady, Kayama-sensei. You're a very beautiful woman, the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, said Broccoli, surprising Nomuri even more. I'm sure that when you're older you'll still be just as beautiful, and if I were in love with you, I wouldn't feel like I was wasting my time. In fact, I'd even feel lucky that you're in love with someone like me. I don't even think I deserve your love, so don't ever say again that dating you is a waste of time because it isn't. Any man who dated you, sensei, would be very lucky. The Broccoli finished speaking, leaving the heroine surprised. Seconds later Izuku realized what he had said, becoming increasingly embarrassed. And I stammered nervously. A slight blush appeared on Nomuri's face after processing all the information. Her heart began to beat rapidly as she recalled every word the Broccoli had said. Wow, you're really good at complimenting women, he said, trying to hide the slight blush he had. Izuku could only think that she looked cute and sweet with that expression. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me, and I'm so glad it was you who said those words, he confessed happily. That speech made me fall even more in love with you, the heroine whispered, cupping Izuku's cheeks in her hands. Kayama-sensei. This is your fault. I'm sure you won't choose me, but at least I'll get this, she whispered again, rising slightly from her seat and bringing her face closer to Izuku's. I'm sorry, but I can't hold back anymore. What is? The warm, soft sensation of Nomuri's lips on his own surprised the Broccoli. This was a new sensation and experience for our freckled boy, so he didn't know how to react to that kiss. He could only enjoy the sensation of his sensei's lips. 10 seconds later, Nomuri slowly pulled away from the freckled boy's lips with a slight blush on her cheeks. I've always wanted to do this, the heroine said with a playful smile. I'd better not get addicted to your lips, because this is probably the only time I'll ever do it. Nomuri calmly got up from her seat without taking her eyes off Izuku. Thank you for this gift, she said, touching her lips. You can finish Kuroko-sensei's punishment in the dorms. After all, the school is about to close. He received no response because Izuku was in a trance after the kiss he received. So cute, whispered Nomuri. Goodbye, dear. And winking flirtatiously, Nomuri turned around and left the office, leaving the Broccoli alone in a state of shock. But the sensual teacher. Nomuri walked calmly down the hallway, remembering the sensation of her beloved freckled boy's lips. That was until I heard a faint, muffled sound coming from the direction. Izuku had fainted from the kiss. I hope I have even the slightest chance with you, Izuku, Nomuri whispered, a small blush creeping across her face as she continued walking toward the school exit. If you choose me, I'll shower you with kisses and cuddles for the rest of your life. Meanwhile, with the freckled one. He was still lying on the floor, unconscious from the kiss he received from his teacher. He would probably stay there for the rest of the day. Or unless someone arrived at the address. The sound of the door being opened could be heard throughout the place. Izuku, are you here? The owner of those words was Todoroki, who, seeing that his friend hadn't arrived at the dorms, became worried and decided to go look for him. Izuku. Shoto screamed in alarm upon seeing his friend unconscious on the ground again. Without wasting any time, the bicolor quickly ran to his aid. "The doctor?" I shouted desperately, carrying Izuku like a princess and running towards the infirmary. Without a doubt, Shoto was a good friend, a strange but good friend. End of chapter. Chapter 16 Yuikadai. We found ourselves in the UA courtyard where all the students were walking peacefully towards the school to begin their day of study. Among those students were Izuku and Shoto, who were chatting calmly. "Seriously, how do you manage to appear at the exact moment I faint?" the freckled boy asked curiously. "I don't know. Maybe the sixth sense," Shoto said dismissively. "You're very strange," was all he said, with an anime-style sweat drop. It was a miracle that Izuku was speaking normally after having received a kiss on the lips the day before. And not by just anyone, but by her sensual teacher Namiri. But that's because Izuku spent all night processing the entire kissing scene over and over again, unable to get it out of his mind. Just remembering the soft, warm, and sweet sensation of Namiri's lips made his heart beat like crazy, and he struggled to keep from fainting. The next morning, after much thought, he was finally able to behave a little and speak normally with others. But if he happened to meet Namiri, he was sure he would explode with embarrassment and faint. Luckily they didn't have classes with her today, they just had to be careful not to run into her in the hallways. After walking for a few more minutes, both friends arrived at the 1A classroom where, to their confusion, there weren't many of their classmates. They're finally here. Iida, moving his arms like a robot, approached them both. "Iida-kun, what's wrong?" asked the broccoli, confused. "It is my duty to inform you that we will not have classes for the next 2 hours," he announced, continuing to move his arms. "That's great." Shoto mentally celebrated. "Why?" asked a freckled boy, still confused. "That's because the teachers are in a meeting which will last 2 hours," replied a polite, beautiful and feminine voice, capturing the attention of the three. It was Momo who was approaching them with her elegant walk, making Izuku nervous as he saw her coming closer. Shoto watched this with amusement, although his expression showed nothing. "Exactly, Midoriya." Iida confirmed what Momo had said. "So what are we going to do for these 2 hours?" he asked, confused. "Obviously, study to be better UA students," the robot replied without hesitation. Of course not, surprisingly, it was Momo who said those words. "Even I'm aware that just studying is tedious and stressful." Iida just looked down, scolded by what Momo said. "So? We'll eat and sleep as much as we can," Shoto said, leaving the classroom without waiting for any confirmation from the vice president. Todoroki is right, you can do whatever you want as long as you don't violate UA's rules," Momo said with a beautiful smile, embarrassing the broccoli. "Understood." Momo smiled and blushed at Izuku's shy and tender behavior. "Then I'll go have breakfast at the cafeteria, Kyoka is waiting for me there," and so Momo left as quickly as she could so that neither of them would notice her blush. "What will you do, Midoriya?" Iida asked curiously. "I don't know, I think I'll go to the library and read a bit," he replied, not very sure. "Excellent choice, you'll be full of knowledge," he congratulated, waving his arms from side to side. As Izuku, with a nervous smile, said goodbye to his friend and left the classroom. Once outside the classroom, Izuku let out a tired sigh and began walking down the hallways. The hallways, which were normally empty at this time because of classes, were now filled with students strolling back and forth. Since all the teachers were in a meeting, the vast majority decided to leave their classrooms and walk around the school. But so many people everywhere, Izuku thought about finding a quiet place where the noise would be almost non-existent. "I think the library isn't such a bad option now," I thought, looking at the large number of students. With his destiny already decided, Izuku began his journey towards the Sanctuary of Silence. Minutes later. Just as I suspected. The library was almost empty. There were only a few students there. Since they spent all day studying, the vast majority didn't want to go into the library just to keep reading, so it wasn't a place frequented by students. Letting out a sigh of relief, Izuku went into the library to start looking for a book of interest to him. Perhaps some history book or a famous work like Robot honestly always wanted to read that book. The further he went into the library, the more he noticed that the presence of students was scarce, to the point that he was completely alone in a certain part of the library where he had never been before. But I had to admit that in this section, which I had never explored before, there were some very interesting books. While looking for a book to read, there was a sound in that quiet place which caught his attention. It was the sound of someone turning the page of a book. Curious, Izuku began to approach the place where the sound was coming from. When he was close enough, he was able to see it. At a table which only had 2 seats was a very beautiful girl reading with great concentration the book that was in her hands. Kadai-san, whispered the broccoli, observing in amazement the beautiful expression of the girl who, being engrossed in reading, had not noticed his presence. Izuku looked around to see if anyone was nearby, but it seemed that she was the only one in the place besides him. Gathering his courage, Izuku began walking towards Yui so he could talk to her. Now that he knew she was in love with him, he definitely had to talk to the girl. He couldn't keep ignoring her any longer, knowing her feelings. Sorry. Yui jumped in fright upon hearing the voice, startled at having been called so suddenly. I am sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, the broccoli quickly apologized. Confused, Yui looked up to see who was talking to her, and her confusion turned to embarrassment when she saw who it was. Her face immediately turned bright red when she saw the boy she liked standing in front of her. And her shame grew even more when she remembered that he already knew that she was in love with him. See, can we talk? Asked the broccoli, blushing as he saw Yui's beautiful and tender expression. Why yes, as if Yui could respond, pointing to the seat in front of her. Understanding the message, Izuku sat down in the chair, facing Yui. As if looking in a mirror, they both lowered their gaze at the same time, embarrassed. Izuku came here intending to talk to Yui, but he didn't have anything to start the conversation about. Stupid, he scolded himself mentally. Izuku discreetly raised his gaze to look at Yui, who was still looking down and blushing. On the table was the book that Yui had been reading a few minutes ago with great concentration. That would be a good topic to start a conversation, or so Izuku thought. Hey, by the way, what were you reading? Asked the broccoli, picking up the book to look at the cover. Yui, seeing the freckled boy's actions, became alarmed and tried to stop him. Wait. But I don't manage it in time. How to make the person you like fall in love with you. Both of their blushes intensified at this. Yui for having been discovered and Izuku for realizing what this meant. I am sorry, he apologized as best he could, putting the book down on the table. Yui did not answer as she was too embarrassed to say anything. So once again they were both left in an awkward silence, much more awkward than before. Great job, Izuku. You ruined it. The broccoli scolded himself, wanting to jump out the window. What kind of person goes and takes someone's book without their permission? Stupid, 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 stupid. Izuku mentally began banging his head against a wall. Do you think I'm weird? A soft and timid question came from Yui's lips without her looking up. Huh? I am weird, aren't I? She asked again, her voice trembling. Oh, of course not. The broccoli replied quickly. I don't think you're weird. Really? He asked, looking up, his face still embarrassed. Izuku almost had a diabetes attack when he saw Yui's cute and beautiful expression. But he had to endure it at this moment. He couldn't look any more pathetic than he already did in front of her. I mean it very seriously, she said confidently, though her stutter didn't help. I find it admirable that you're putting effort into something. Yui blushed even more upon hearing what Izuku said. Receiving a compliment from the boy she liked made her happy. Thank you so much, the girl managed, offering a small smile. This is the first time I've fallen in love with someone, so I don't really know what to do. Izuku became nervous and embarrassed by what Yui said. She had indirectly told him that she was in love with him. That's why I'm reading advice in this book. I know many will think it's stupid that I'm following a book, but as I said, it's the first time I've fallen in love and I don't know what to do and I don't have anyone close to me to ask for advice on this subject, she explained, embarrassed. Don't you have any friends? He asked curiously. I have friends, but as you can see, my personality is very shy, making me unsociable with others, and obviously I don't have the confidence to tell anyone this, she replied sheepishly. Izuku couldn't help but see himself in Yui. He was someone very shy and unsociable since childhood, obviously due to the bullying he received, but little by little he had overcome that problem and now had much more confidence. But it seemed that Yui still had those confidence issues and problems about being more sociable with others. So I have no choice but to use a book as a guide, I finished explaining, looking at the book cover. And have you learned anything from the book? I asked, not wanting the conversation to die. Well, one of the tips was about having a conversation with the boy you like, and it seems I'm managing to do it, she replied shyly, hiding part of her face with the book. Izuku almost had a heart attack when he received Yui's very direct hint. Sometimes she could be a very shy girl, but without realizing it, she could be very direct about some things. The silence fell between the two after Yui's words, one embarrassed by what she said and the other trying to calm his heart so as not to have a heart attack. I am sorry, I think I was too direct, the girl apologized sheepishly. Then no worries, why you didn't do anything wrong, the freckled boy replied as best he could. Two of the shyest and most unsociable students were talking to each other. It was a miracle that the conversation was still going. Hey Kadai-san. See. Why did you fall in love with me? He asked, looking at Yui. A pointless question in the opinion of many, since Izuku had heard that he should never ask a woman those kinds of questions. But the truth is, I was very curious about what a beautiful and wonderful girl like Yui saw in him. Well, Yui said, her lips trembling slightly as she opened her mouth to give her answer. I admire you. Do you admire me? The freckled boy said in surprise. Why yes, she replied, embarrassed. Believe it or not, I noticed you from the first day of classes at UA. Izuku opened his eyes in surprise at that revelation. Yui had been watching him since the first day of classes. That day I realized you were like me. You had trust issues, you were shy and unsociable, just like me, she said, looking down. Seeing that we were similar, I wanted to be your friend because I knew you would understand me. Izuku listened attentively, surprised by every word Yui said. But as you can see, I could never get close to you, she said, her head bowed. So I could only watch you from afar, and at that moment I began to admire you. Seeing how you gradually overcame all your fears to help your friends and fight powerful villains made me admire you, she said with a smile, though it was immediately replaced by a dejected look. On the other hand, I was never able to achieve anything, I couldn't even overcome my fears of being more sociable with others. That's why I wanted to be like you, to be like the boy I admired so much. Izuku wanted to say something, but didn't when he saw that Yui hadn't finished speaking yet. But a small blush appeared on Yui's cheeks as she said that word. After a while, I realized that the admiration I felt for you had transformed into love. I had fallen in love with you. Yui wanted to stop and run away, but she knew there was no going back. I tried to tell you my feelings many times, but I never found the opportunity, or rather, I never had the courage to approach you. But fortunately, I saw that Valentine's Day was approaching, and when I saw that my friends were writing letters and preparing gifts for the boy they liked, I decided to do the same and write you a letter. Eventually, you realized it was me, and now we're in this situation, she finished, still blushing. To say that Izuku was surprised was an understatement. He was speechless. He never imagined that Yui had fallen in love with him for all those reasons. Somehow, Yui's story moved him. Hey Kadai-san, why yo? Don't answer me, Yui quickly interrupted Izuku. You're not obligated to reciprocate my feelings. Just becoming my friend would make me happy. A beautiful smile formed on Yui's lips after saying those words. Izuku's face turned red and his heart skipped a beat when he saw Yui's beautiful smile. Yui-chan. The voice of another girl caught the attention of both teenagers, pulling them out of their world. Hinoko-san. What are you doing here? Yui asked, confused. Hinoko was one of Yui's friends who had a curious mushroom quirk. Am I interrupting something? Hinoko asked, looking at both of them. Oh of course not, they both replied, blushing. Hinoko only observed this with squinted eyes but decided not to pay any attention to it. Well, it doesn't matter, I was looking for you to go with the other girls, it seems they have something planned to spend these 2 hours, I informed, hoping that Yui would accept. Well then, I guess I'll go, said Yui, taking the book and standing up. Perfect. Then I'll see you outside. And with those last words, Hinoko left the place, leaving the two of them alone. Yui turned her gaze towards Izuku, who became nervous. It seems our conversation ends here, she said with a touch of sadness. I hope we can meet again like this sometime. After all, I expected it. Spending time with a boy I admire and like so much is truly enjoyable. Izuku could only blush at the words Yui said, and she blushed too. Goodbye Midoriya-kun, it was a pleasure talking to you, she said, raising her hand shyly as she left the library, leaving the freckled boy alone. Silence reigned once again in the enormous library where Izuku mentally thanked himself for being alone, since no one would see his face, which was as red as a tomato. If it wasn't Momo it was Nemuri, and if it wasn't Nemuri it was Yui, at the end of the day she always ended up like a tomato babbling. With each passing day, the decision becomes more difficult, he thought, dropping his head heavily onto the table. It seemed that his mind would be on the words Yui told him for the rest of the day. And her love problems were nowhere near over. End of chapter. Chapter 17. Itsuka Kendo. The sound of the bell could be heard throughout the UA school. It was the signal to the students that their break time had arrived, one of their favorite moments at school, along with dismissal time. In classroom 1A, all the students were receiving lessons from Professor Aizawa, but everyone breathed a sigh of relief when the bell rang, even Aizawa. Alright, after the break we'll continue with the class, Aizawa announced, getting into his sleeping bag and falling asleep instantly. The students didn't pay any attention to it. They were already used to their sensei's strange behavior, so they decided to pack their things and leave the classroom to have lunch or rest. Aren't you going out, Izuku? Shoto approached his freckled friend when he saw that he hadn't moved from his seat. Actually, I'm not very hungry, I think I'll stay here and sleep, replied the broccoli in a tired tone. Izuku, having spent the entire night thinking about the girls who were in love with him, couldn't sleep a wink, and when it seemed that he could finally sleep, he realized that there was only an hour left before classes started, so he didn't sleep at all. If you say so, if you change your mind I'll be in the dining room with Bomberman and Rocky, Shoto said, pointing to the living room door where Kirishima was greeting everyone with a big smile and Bakugo with his typical unfriendly face. I'll keep that in mind, replied the freckled boy, before letting his face fall onto the table. With the conversation over, Shoto turned around and left the room along with Kirishima and Bakugo, leaving Izuku alone in the room, although he wasn't alone, Aizawa was also there, but he was asleep. If I keep this up, my grades will drop in school, thought Broccoli, pulling a small mirror from his pocket to check the noticeable dark circles under his eyes. I should get more sleep. With that thought in mind, Izuku settled into his seat so he could sleep for a while and rest his eyes, which were already closed for sleep. Murmur. 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 Izuku opened his eyes wearily. There was so much noise outside from students walking in the hallways that I couldn't concentrate on sleeping. He slowly turned his gaze towards the floor where his teacher was sleeping soundly as if there was no noise outside. How does he do it? Thought the Broccoli enviously. Seeing that no matter how hard he tried he wouldn't be able to sleep, he decided it was best to get up from his seat and leave the room. And now where do I sleep? Thought the Broccoli as it walked through the hallways. The library would have been a good option, but unfortunately, the librarian was there. If she saw him sleeping, she would immediately scold him, telling him that the library wasn't a place to sleep but to learn, so that option was ruled out. He only had one option left. If he was lucky, there would be no one there. I think I'll go to the rooftop, he thought, letting out a big yawn from how sleepy he was. With his destination already in mind, Izuku began his journey to the rooftop, hoping it would be empty so he could sleep peacefully. Minutes later. I expected the walk would make him sleepy a little, but no, he just arrived more tired and wanting to sleep more. Luckily, the rooftop was already in front of him and he didn't hear any noise outside, so it was empty. Bingo! The Broccoli exclaimed. Without waiting, Izuku opened the door and went out onto the rooftop to breathe some fresh air. That feels so good, he thought, stretching his body now that he was outside. He looked around and, sure enough, there was no one there, much to the freckled boy's delight. Or at least that's what he thought. Midoriya. The female voice caught our protagonist's attention, making him turn around quickly to see who called him. Beside him, a little away from the door, Kendo was sitting on the floor with her back against the wall, and on her lap was a bento box, a clear sign that she was having lunch. All the desire to sleep that Izuku had at that moment vanished immediately upon seeing Kendo's beautiful face. His face turned red as he remembered the last time he met her on this same rooftop, where she kissed him on the cheek. "Hey Kendo-san," was all he could manage to say nervously. The confusion that was on Kendo's face quickly vanished, replaced by a face full of excitement and a slight blush. What a coincidence. I'm so glad you're here. Kendo said, happy to see the Broccoli. Come in, have a seat. Kendo pointed to the place next to her for Izuku to sit down. Hey, are you sure? I ask because you're having lunch, I wouldn't want to be a bother, said the shy Broccoli. Annoyance? Not at all. I think I made it clear that day that I like you, so your presence makes me happy, Kendo replied with a slight blush and a smile. Izuku could only blush deeply at those words. So many girls had said the same thing to him and he still wasn't used to it. Then I'll sit down. Trembling with nerves, Izuku approached Kendo and then sat down next to her, which made her happy. And your lunch? I asked, confused. I forgot, he replied, embarrassed. Then you can eat from my lunch, there's enough for both of us, she offered, extending her bento for Izuku to eat. I can't do it, it's your lunch, he quickly refused, not wanting to take advantage. Please, I prepared this bento myself. If the boy I like tries it, it would make me very happy, she said with a blush and a playful smile at the Broccoli's reaction. Izuku's face exploded in a deep red at what Kendo said. She really was a very direct girl when it came to her feelings. But. No buts, I'm really excited for you to try it, Midoriya. Refusing to accept no for an answer, Kendo took a piece of meat between his chopsticks and brought them to Izuku. Seiya. I can't do it. That would be an indirect kiss. He exclaimed, very embarrassed. All the more reason to do it, Kendo said, determined to feed Izuku after hearing about the indirect kiss. But. If you don't accept, I'll keep the bento and neither of us will eat. You don't want me to spend all day with an empty stomach, do you? She blackmailed, knowing that Izuku wouldn't be able to refuse after that. Oh okay, his plan was a success the moment Izuku accepted, defeated. Say he said with a smile, bringing the small piece of meat closer to Izuku. Ah, with a face full of embarrassment, Izuku ate the piece of meat, knowing that he had just had an indirect kiss with Kendo. The orange-haired girl mentally celebrated when she saw that her plan was a success. "What do you think?" Kendo asked, full of excitement. This is delicious," Izuku said, impressed. For a moment she forgot that she had just had an indirect kiss with Kendo, thanks to the delicious taste of the meat. "This is delicious, Kendo-san, you're a great cook," she praised in amazement. A big smile appeared on Kendo's face, along with a small blush upon hearing Izuku's compliment. Thank you so much, those words really make me happy," she said shyly. "Now say ah," she added, taking another small piece of meat from her bento and offering it to Izuku. Aren't you going to eat?" he asked, embarrassed. "To be honest, I'm already full and I wouldn't want the little food that's left to go to waste, and since you haven't had lunch, you can eat it," she said without putting down the chopsticks with the piece of meat. It's okay B, but I can eat by myself," he whispered, embarrassed at being fed by Kendo. "I know, but I want to feed you, now say ah." Seeing that Kendo would not change her mind at any point, and given that she seemed like a person who was difficult to change her mind about anything, Izuku decided to accept his fate. Minutes later. A few minutes passed until there was no food left in the bento, with Izuku completely embarrassed and Kendo with a happy smile on his face. "Whenever you want me to make you a bento, just tell me, I'll gladly make it for you," she offered with a smile and a slight blush. "I'll keep that in mind," he said, still embarrassed. After that, Kendo put the bento container aside and then turned his attention to the broccoli. "By the way, what brought you up to the rooftop?" Kendo asked curiously. "You weren't here for lunch, so you must have come for something else." The moment he asked the question, Izuku remembered his main objective for coming to the rooftop. As if by magic, the dream that had disappeared a few moments ago now returned again. "Well, I came here to sleep," he confessed, embarrassed. "Sleep?" Kendo, being focused on feeding Izuku, didn't notice what he looked like. The face full of tiredness and noticeable dark circles under her eyes, which to her surprise she had not noticed. "What happened? Didn't you sleep?" the girl asked, worried about the broccoli's health. Well, these last few days have been very busy for me, so I haven't had much time to sleep," she said wearily, letting out a yawn. "I'm sorry, but I'm really sleepy." "I don't know what problems you have, but you need to sleep for your own health. I wouldn't want you to suddenly get sick," she scolded, still worried. "I'm sorry," he apologized, embarrassed. Kendo looked at the clock in his hand and realized that there were still 40 minutes left until the break ended. Then an idea that would benefit both her and Izuku crossed her mind. "Come here," Kendo patted his legs, signaling Izuku to lie down on them. The freckled boy had a little trouble grasping the message, but when he understood it, his face flushed with embarrassment. That definitely not, and no, I can't do it," he quickly refused, not wanting to lay his face on Kendo's legs. Although internally I wanted to do it to feel the softness of the girl's legs. "You're very tired. If you don't sleep now, you'll fall asleep in class and be punished by your teacher." "Ugh." Izuku shuddered slightly as he remembered Izawa's punishments, which were anything but pleasant. Unconsciously, he turned his gaze to Kendo's beautiful, soft legs, waiting for Izuku to lie down on them. "I know you want Midoriya," Kendo said with a playful smile. "I'll do it only because I'm sleepy," I agreed with my face completely flushed. "Then come here," Kendo patted his legs again, urging Izuku to lie down. Still hesitant and with his heart racing, Izuku slowly lowered his face until he managed to lie down on Kendo's lap. "Wow," thought the broccoli, surprised to feel the softness of Kendo's legs. He knew they were going to be soft, but he didn't think they would be this soft. "Are you comfortable?" he asked, a slight blush rising to his cheeks. "Why yes, it's very comfortable," he replied, embarrassed. "I'm glad, now rest, I'll wake you up when it's time to go back to class," she said in a soft, sweet voice, while stroking the broccoli's hair. Izuku wanted to say something or at least be embarrassed, but he was very sleepy, and Kendo's caresses made his eyelids grow heavier. After a few seconds, Izuku closed his eyes and fell completely asleep, much to Kendo's surprise. He really was tired, the girl thought, continuing to stroke the freckled boy's hair. "He's really cute." Now that Izuku was asleep on her lap, she could observe his face as much as she wanted. Her hair as soft as cotton candy, her cute freckles. He looked so vulnerable, Kendo thought, staring intently at Izuku's lips. "But what am I thinking?" She mentally scolded herself for the thought that crossed her mind, but she really wanted to do it. "I probably won't get another chance like this," she thought, blushing as she looked at Izuku's lips. I don't think I'd hurt someone just for one." Still embarrassed and nervous, Kendo slowly lowered her face until she was centimeters away from Izuku's face, still hesitant about whether to do it or not. "The hell with it. I really want to do it." And banishing his negative thoughts, Kendo closed the gap that separated his lips from those of a sleeping Izuku, joining them in a kiss, an inexperienced kiss. After a few seconds, Kendo pulled away from the freckled boy's lips, his face flushed. But what have I just done? I took advantage of Midoriya, she thought, regretting what she'd done, just a little. But it felt really good. Kendo brought her fingers to her lips, remembering the feeling of having kissed Izuku. Then he turned his gaze to the broccoli, specifically to its lips. I don't think anyone else would hurt anyone, she thought with a nervous smile. Wanting to taste Izuku's lips again, Kendo lowered her face to kiss the broccoli once more. And another. And another. And another. And another. Minutes later. The rooftop doors were opened by a two-toned dog who had been looking for his friend for a while. Hey Izuku, Shiro told me he saw you go up to the rooftop and… Shoto was speechless when he saw his fluffy-haired friend. He was asleep on the lap of an orange-haired girl who quickly recognized him as Kendo from 1B. Nothing unusual except that the girl was kissing her sleeping friend's lips. Upon hearing Shoto's voice, Kendo quickly pulled away from Izuku's lips, her face completely red. But it was too late, Shoto had already seen her. No it's what it seems Kendo began to panic as he realized what he had gotten himself into. If Shoto told everyone this, they would undoubtedly all look at her like a weirdo who kissed someone who was asleep. But it was Shoto they were talking about. I was looking for the bathroom. And with those words Shoto turned around and left the rooftop, leaving Kendo alone and Izuku asleep in her lap. A huge silence fell over the place after the bicolor team left. With Izuku still sleeping peacefully, unaware of anything. And with Kendo, his face completely red. It's best if I just stroke her hair, she thought, embarrassed, refusing to continue her kissing routine. Although he wouldn't deny that he really liked what he did. And so the rest of the break would pass with Izuku sleeping peacefully on her lap and Kendo mentally scolding herself for taking advantage of the boy she liked while he was sleeping. End of chapter. Chapter 18. Kyokajiru. Izuku. 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 Our green-haired protagonist woke up with a start when he felt someone move him roughly. Disoriented, he looked around to see who was waking him up and saw his good friend Shoto. Shoto. What's wrong? He asked, still half asleep. Classes are almost over, I woke you up so you wouldn't be alone in the classroom, the bi-colored boy explained, putting his notebooks in his backpack. Izuku opened his eyes in surprise upon hearing Shoto's words. I fell asleep. He exclaimed in a panic at having fallen asleep during class. It is true that during the break he slept on Kendo's comfortable lap, who by the way was very flushed when she said goodbye to him. Putting that aside, he slept for a little over half an hour, but it seems that wasn't enough. Throughout the afternoon he struggled to stay awake, but in the end he couldn't resist and fell asleep near the end of Izawa's class. Don't worry, the class you fell asleep in was Kayama-sensei's, and for some reason he wasn't angry, he just said to let you rest, Shoto said, seeing how upset his friend had become. Izuku just opened his eyes in surprise at what his friend said. Kayama-sensei, she whispered, remembering her teacher's beautiful face. Internally, he was grateful that she hadn't said anything because he would fall asleep, even though he already knew why she hadn't scolded him. He just hoped his other friends didn't think his teacher had any kind of preference for him. The sound of the bell alerted all the students, who let out a sigh of relief. It was time to leave. As usual, Izuku and Shoto stood up and each grabbed a broom to quickly clean up and head back to the dorms. He still had more than half a month left of his punishment, so they had gotten used to it. 20 minutes later. Our duo of friends had already finished cleaning and were walking through the empty UA corridors in the direction of the dorms. By the way, what did you do at midday? Shoto asked, his eyes squinting. What? Why do you ask? The broccoli asked nervously. Well, I went to look for you in the classroom to see if you were ready for lunch, but you weren't there. Let's just say it was simple curiosity, he explained with his stoic expression. Well, I just went to sleep on the tier rooftop. A blush appeared on the freckled boy's face as he remembered the feeling of sleeping on Kendo's lap. I understand, said the bi-colored boy, turning his attention back to the road. It's best if I don't tell her about the kiss I saw. He thought this last part a little nervously. After walking for a few more minutes, they both left the enormous UA school, now heading towards the dormitories. As they were walking, Izuku stopped abruptly. Is something wrong? The traumatized man asked when he saw his friend suddenly stop. Can you do me a favor? He asked, a little embarrassed. Sure, as long as it's within my reach. What do you need? He asked, curious about what the broccoli wanted. Can you take my backpack to the dorms? I don't feel like going back yet, she asked, holding out her backpack. No problem, I agreed, taking her and hanging her over one of my shoulders. Will you do something? I'm just going for a walk around town, you know, to clear my head, she said with a small smile. I understand, then good luck with your walk, and remember the curfew starts at 8, the bi-colored one reminded before disappearing from the broccoli sight. He glanced at his watch and could see that it was still 4:30. I still have plenty of time for a walk, he said, stretching his muscles. Well, let's go. And starting his walk towards the city, Izuku left the vast fields of UA to take that stroll and relax his mind. Luckily, he wouldn't run into any of the girls who were in love with him in the city. Or at least that's what I thought. Some time later. Izuku was already in the inhabited streets of the city, looking at all the establishments with amusement. He only planned to take a walk around, go into a shopping center, and if he found something of interest he would buy it, and after all, that he would return to the dorms to rest. Let's see, the last time I came that store wasn't there, and neither was that hot dog cart, thought the broccoli, observing the places with amusement. But as he moved his gaze from side to side, he saw something that caught his interest. The music store. This was something that almost no one knew. Izuku loved music. It was his center of entertainment to distract himself from anything that was bothering him. And something funny is that when he still lived with his mother, when he was cleaning the house he would put on music and had the habit of singing the song with great passion. That's one of the reasons why she avoids playing music when she cleans her UA dorm room. I think I'll go take a look around, maybe I'll find a music record that catches my attention, and with his new goal in mind, Izuku began his walk towards the music store. A few seconds later. The bell rang throughout the establishment the moment Izuku opened the door. A cool breeze ran through Izuku's body as he put his first foot in the place. This pleased him. The establishment had air conditioning and pleasant background music, making the place magnificent. Well, I think I'll look for some songs I like. With a smile on his face, Izuku began to walk calmly through the shelves, carefully observing each of the records and their song lists. Gorillaz is a strange band, but they have some really good songs, the freckled boy thought, looking at one of their albums. I'll take it. Perhaps I would take 1 or 2 more records before returning to the dorms and listening to them in peace. Hey? Among all the records, there was one that caught his attention. Freddie Mercury was one of her favorite artists, and it seemed that this album had his best songs. There's only 1 disc left, but that's not surprising knowing what a great artist he was. Izuku reached out to take the disc, but his hand collided with someone else's who had the same disc in their sights. Excuse me. Midoriya. Upon hearing a familiar female voice, Izuku quickly turned his gaze towards the person with whom he had just bumped hands. It turns out that the girl was his classmate Kyoka, who was also in love with him. Deijiru-san. The blush spread across both young people as they realized how close they were. Unconsciously, they both took a step back to calm their hearts. I didn't know you liked this kind of music, Kyoka said, a little surprised by the broccoli's presence there. Well, I'm one of those people who prefer old music, as many say, confessed the embarrassed broccoli. Kyoka's eyes lit up with excitement at what the freckled boy had said. The boy she liked had the same taste in music as her, that couldn't be better. That's right. It's impossible not to love all these wonderful songs, Kyoka exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Izuku was amazed to see the rocker girl. That happy smile made her look even more beautiful than before. I don't like to belittle today's artists, but honestly, the artists of yesteryear had a unique touch that made their songs unforgettable, Broccoli said respectfully, as always. I agree, Midoriya, Kyoka said, a slight blush rising to her cheeks. You have good taste in music. Thank you, he said, embarrassed by the compliment. In Kyoka's eyes, Izuku's shy behavior made him look very cute and sweet, one of the reasons why she fell in love with him. Midoriya. Yeah. Well, Jiru began shyly, blushing as she fiddled with her phone. I came to this store to buy some music CDs, and since we're in the same place, I was wondering if you could keep me company, she asked sheepishly. I would love to, Izuku accepted without hesitation. For some reason, spending time with Kyoka was very enjoyable for Broccoli, and since she was in love with him, it was almost impossible to refuse her, since she had a heart of gold that wouldn't allow it. Kyoka's eyes lit up with happiness upon hearing the Broccoli's answer. In her mind, she imagined this would be some kind of date, and that was more than enough to make her happy. Thank you so much, the rocker said with a beautiful smile. The blush crept across Izuku's face as he saw the girl's beautiful smile. It even took him by surprise, making his heart skip a beat. You're welcome. Very well, let's not waste any time, there are many music records in this store, so I'll end up buying at least 10. Unconsciously, Kyoka took the hand of an embarrassed Broccoli to guide him through the store, as she was someone who frequented that place. Her hand is so soft, thought the freckled boy, looking at his hand which was held by Kyoka's delicate hand. First, we have to go to the rock section. I'm sure there's some really good music there, Kyoka said with a beautiful smile and a slight blush as she continued to guide Izuku through the store. He unconsciously smiled at the rocker's happy expression and for some reason knew that he was the reason Kyoka had that smile. Without a doubt, a simple purchase of music records that the broccoli was going to have turned into a small and pleasant date next to the beautiful rocker. He had no reason to complain. Some time later. Both teenagers left the establishment with satisfied faces. As Kyoka had said, she had at least 10 music CDs from different artists and musical groups in her bag. She wanted to buy more but didn't have enough money. Meanwhile, our broccoli only had 4 music CDs which he was eager to go listen to in his room. "This store always has the best music, it's one of my favorites for a reason," said the rocker, happy to have obtained music records she had always wanted. "You're right, maybe I'll start frequenting this place," said the freckled boy, observing the store. "So maybe I could accompany you and to recommend some artists," Kyoka suggested, blushing. I'd love to," the freckled boy admitted, embarrassed. After that exchange, both boys started walking through the city streets towards UA. It was already 6 in the evening, so they decided to head back. "And how have you been?" asked the broccoli, not wanting to have a walk filled with silence. "Well, I've been fine, although classes have been very boring lately," he replied with a tired face. "I understand you mainly because of Aizawa-sensei. Although my favorite part of Aizawa-sensei's classes is when he falls asleep," said the rocker, trying to hold back her laughter. "Ahaha, you're right, I'm still amazed by his ability to sleep standing up," I laugh, remembering those days. "Speaking of sleeping, you fell asleep in the last class," Kyoka said, slightly surprised. "You must have been too tired to sleep." Well, I haven't slept much lately, so I was very tired," he replied, somewhat embarrassed. "You should sleep more, I wouldn't want to suddenly find out that you're sick and in the hospital," she said, not bothering to hide her concern. "I'll keep that in mind," he said, a little embarrassed. "I'm serious, Midoriya, you always put yourself in danger for others without caring about your own well-being. You should think more about yourself," she scolded, still worried about the freckled boy. I understand, I'm so sorry for worrying you," Jiru-senshi apologized for making the others worry. "And no worries, as long as you understand it, it's fine," said the rocker with a slight blush. After that exchange, they both continued their walk towards UA in a silence that was a little awkward for both of them. Some time later. Both teenagers were already on the UA fields walking towards the dorms. A few more minutes walk and they would arrive. Although there was something that was making Izuku a little nervous the whole way. And that was because Kyoka would occasionally glance at Izuku out of the corner of her eye, specifically at his arms. He wasn't wearing his jacket, so his arms were bare, revealing his scars. "I'm sorry," the freckled boy apologized. Why are you apologizing?" I asked, puzzled by the boy's sudden apology. "Because of the scars, they're surely unpleasant to look at," he said, looking down. "I usually cover them up, but I forgot this time." "Well, you should stop doing that." "What?" Izuku was surprised by Kyoka's words. I don't find them unpleasant at all. On the contrary, they make you look more attractive," the rocker complimented, blushing deeply as she slowly traced the freckled boy's scars with her fingers. "They remind me how hard you've worked to get here, so you should stop hiding them. I don't know what others think of them, but I like them." A massive blush took over the broccoli after the rocker's speech, and it didn't help that Kyoka had such an embarrassed and cute expression at that moment. Thank you very much, it really means a lot to me," the freckled boy said as best he could. "And no thanks, I just told the truth," Kyoka finished her sentence. Without realizing it, because of their conversation, they had already arrived at the dormitories. "Looks like we've arrived," said Izuku, still recovering from the embarrassment he felt. "Why yes, it seems this is the end of our outing," she said, disappointed that her date with Izuku was over. She really wanted to spend more time with him. "Geijiru-san, next time I go to buy a music CD, I'd like you to come with me," she asked shyly. "You know a lot about music, so I'd really like to hear your opinion." "I would love to." Kyoka accepted without hesitation, very excited, although she later realized her actions and felt embarrassed. "Alright, it would be best to go in before it gets too late," Izuku said, a little nervous. "It would be best if I went in, so as not to raise suspicions," suggested the shy rocker. That sounds good to me." After those words, Kyoka started walking towards the entrance, still a little doubtful that this wonderful outing would end so simply. When he was just inches from the bedroom door, he stopped abruptly, his hand very close to the doorknob. Izuku was confused by that. Kyoka slowly turned around to reveal her very flushed face and a mental debate. "Jiru-san." Kyoka turned around and started walking back towards Izuku, who, for some reason, began to get nervous. The moment Kyoka arrived in front of Izuku, she looked him directly in the eyes, still blushing. She still seemed to be having that mental debate, but she closed her eyes and let out a slow sigh, then opened them again with a determined expression. I am sorry about this. Izuku was about to ask why the apology, but his lips were silenced by Kyoka's lips. He received an awkward and inexperienced kiss from the rocker, who had a great blush without separating herself from the freckled boy's lips. Our protagonist felt a soft and warm sensation the longer his lips remained joined with the girl's. No matter how much he wanted to separate, his body did not react, although it was not as if he wanted to separate either. After a few seconds, Kyoka slowly pulled away from Izuku's lips while maintaining eye contact with him. She made sure to completely remember the sensation of Izuku's lips, which she loved. Thank you so much for this wonderful date, even though it wasn't planned, the rocker said, very embarrassed by what she had done. Goodbye. Without waiting any longer, Kyoka quickly ran towards the dormitory door, entering and closing it, leaving Izuku alone in the place. He was still processing the information in his mind. "Giro-san kissed me," he whispered, filled with amazement. The soft sensation of Kyoka's lips, along with their sweet grape flavor, were still imprinted on Izuku's lips. That moment of shock only lasted a few more seconds before she was filled with shame and panic. "Don't faint, don't faint, don't faint, don't faint," she repeated to herself over and over in whispers, trying to maintain control. But it was almost impossible for him. "Don't worry Izuku, you might faint, I'm here to catch you," his good friend Shoto's voice was heard behind him, turning him to look at him. "Shoto thank you," and unable to resist any longer, Izuku fainted, falling to the ground, although Shoto caught him before that happened. "Yes, it's a good thing I didn't tell him about Kendo," whispered the bi-colored one, looking at the state the broccoli was in. After that, he carried his friend like a sack of potatoes. "It would be best if I took you to your room. If you wake up panicked in the living room, all you'll do is scare everyone else." With those words, Shoto entered the dormitories, earning confused looks from the others, except for Kyoka, who smiled slightly, though she still had a blush on her face. And so ended another of the many busy days for the broccoli with legs. End of chapter. Chapter 19. Nijire Hado. Saturday, every student's favorite day, has arrived again, a day to rest and enjoy yourself as much as possible. For some, while others stay in their room, as is the case with broccoli. "Damn, it's already 9 in the morning, and I still haven't gone down for breakfast," the freckled boy thought hungrily, looking at the clock on the wall. "But if I go down I'll see Jiro-san and..." The scene of the kiss he had last night with Kyoka flashed through his mind, causing his face to explode in a reddish color. "I can't go downstairs and look her in the face. Not after what happened yesterday. And I can't act like this with Jiro-san if Yaoirozu-san is right there. Ah." A scream of frustration erupted in Izuku's mind, fueled by the intense inner turmoil. Having many girls in love with you was really problematic. Knock, knock. The sound of his door being knocked on alerted our protagonist. "Who is it?" he asked nervously. "I." The voice of his good friend Shoto could be heard on the other side of the door, making the broccoli sigh with relief. Now a little calmer, Izuku went to his bedroom door to greet his friend. "What's going on?" he asked, confused, seeing that Shoto had a plate of food in his hand. "Well, it was getting late and you still hadn't come down for breakfast, so I came to see what was wrong," the bi-colored boy said with his typical expression. "And I also brought you breakfast. I figured you didn't want to come down so you wouldn't see Yaoirozu and Jiro." "As Shoto." Small tears of happiness appeared in Izuku's eyes because of his friend's beautiful gesture. "Thank you so much, you really are a great friend," the broccoli said, taking the plate. "Isn't there a way to stay with your best friend?" "Sorry Izuku, that's a secret route, first you have to unlock all the endings to get that ending," said the bi-colored boy, entering the broccoli-haired boy's room. Izuku simply closed the door and sat down at his desk to enjoy his breakfast. Meanwhile, Shoto sat on the broccoli bed while watching the figures of Almight. "So what's up?" Shoto asked, starting a conversation. "The usual, love problems," he replied, letting out a tired sigh. "I wouldn't want to be in your shoes, honestly," Shoto said, imagining himself in Izuku's place. "Just imagine, you choose one of them, but it turns out the other girls were Yanderes and they want to kill you for not choosing them, but first they cruelly murder your girlfriend right in front of your eyes and in the end they leave you, but before that they grape you to enjoy your body, then they cut off your head and all of them travel on a cruise, lovingly hugging your head." "Shoto, you're not helping." "I'm sorry, sometimes I tend to imagine very strange things," he apologized, seriously considering going to a psychologist. "Putting that aside, you should hurry up and choose one of them. Remember that sooner or later they'll get tired of waiting and forget the love they feel for you, and you'll be left alone in this world where the suicide rate is very high, especially for people who live alone with relationship problems and debts they'll probably never be able to pay, and whose only escape will be the noose around their neck, realizing the many mistakes they made in the past, including not choosing between 6 girls who were in love with you. I told you you're not helping." "I'm sorry, I'll keep quiet today," he said, not wanting to put any more pressure on Izuku. "Great, if I was worried before, now I'm even worse," Izuku said, finishing his breakfast. "Thanks, Shoto, for your help." "You're welcome," she said with a small smile. "But seriously, those are all great possibilities that could happen. You know what? I think I'll go for a walk around campus. I think I'll be better off there," Izuku said, standing up to walk towards the door of his room. "Aren't you going out?" "Nope, I'll stay here looking at your Almight merchandise," he said, amused by the figures. "Okay, but don't break anything," he warned, opening the door. "Don't worry, and I'll say hi to Hato-senpai for you." "That? Nothing, I haven't said anything." Izuku just narrowed his eyes but decided not to dwell on it. His friend was very strange after all. Some time later. Somehow he managed to leave the dorms without running into Momo or Kyoka. It almost seemed like luck was on his side this time. It's best not to get my hopes up. It would be very strange to have a normal day again, Izuku thought as he started walking around the UA campus. As I walked around campus, I greeted the occasional acquaintance who was looking around, like Shinso or Mei, who, as always, was talking about her babies. He also ran into Kendo, who surprisingly blushed greatly when she saw him and fled the place without even greeting him. He also met Yui, who shyly raised her hand in greeting, and Izuku, embarrassed, returned the greeting. She really was very pretty. Perfect, it seems the day is going very well so far. I mentally celebrate the broccoli. Although it seems I'm celebrating prematurely. As he was walking, something caught his attention, or rather, someone. A little way away from where I was, in one of the many gardens of UA, was Najire wearing a beautiful white dress, watering the plants with a beautiful smile on her lovely face. Izuku's heart almost jumped out of his chest when he saw how beautiful Najire looked. And to think that she was in love with him, I still couldn't believe it. What should I do? Thought the broccoli, still watching the girl who continued watering the plants. Should I go over to her? I was having an internal debate about whether to go and say hello or just walk by without doing anything. But he knew that if he went to greet her, he was almost completely certain that something would happen that would make her blush greatly, where she would faint and subsequently Shoto would go to save him. It's best to avoid that, she thought with a nervous smile, taking the opposite path from where Najire was. But before taking the second step, he remembered the promise he made to Najire last Saturday. About helping her water all the flowers at UA every weekend. And since he is someone who doesn't like to break promises, it's more than obvious what he will do. You have to be strong, Izuku, just don't act like an idiot, he thought, starting to jump and punch the air like a boxer. I just hope that panic Tamaki-senpai mentioned has passed. And gathering his courage, Izuku began to walk towards Najire, who was humming a song with a smile while watering some carnations. Damn it. Why did she have to be so pretty? Hato-senpai. As Izuku was already close, he called Najire, who was slightly startled by the sudden call. I'm sorry, I think I should stop calling people that out of the blue, said the broccoli, embarrassed. Midoriya. Najire exclaimed, surprised to see the broccoli in front of her. But her surprise quickly turned to embarrassment when she remembered that Izuku already knew that she was in love with him. What are you doing here? She asked shyly, playing with her fingers. Damn it. Don't act like an idiot. The broccoli mentally shouted, trying not to stutter and embarrass himself. But Najire's lovely expressions, combined with a beautiful white dress which made her look even more beautiful, didn't help at all. Do you remember the promise about helping you water the plants? I asked, trying not to stutter and failing in the process. Najire opened her eyes in surprise at what the broccoli had said. Do you still remember it? I asked, surprised. I honestly hoped Izuku would forget that promise. After all, he was a very busy person. Oh, of course I remember, after all I promised you, he said, scratching his cheek in embarrassment. Najire's eyes lit up with happiness at what Izuku said. All shame disappeared at that moment, replaced by happiness. The simple fact of being next to Izuku watering the plants made her feel happy. Are you really going to help me? I asked, full of hope. Why yes. Najire had to restrain herself from rushing to hug Izuku because she was so excited. She would spend time with the boy she liked, and that was reason enough to be happy. Alright. There are lots of plants all over campus that won't water themselves. We have to finish before 4 o'clock. Najire said, grabbing another watering can to give to Izuku. Understood, he said with a smile of excitement at seeing Najire's actions. Najire's happiness was very contagious except for Tamaki. This time, doing it on purpose, Najire took Izuku's hand to guide him. Is it necessary to hold hands? The broccoli asked, embarrassed. Very necessary, she replied with a sparkle in her eyes and a blush. Very pretty. Thought the freckled boy on the verge of dying of diabetes. With great excitement, Najire began walking hand in hand with Izuku towards the other garden of UA. This time she would make sure to enjoy every moment with the boy she liked. Some time later. They were both having a pleasant time while watering a garden covered in beautiful red roses. Obviously, conversation was essential to make the atmosphere more pleasant. Hato-senpai. What's going on? I asked with a smile. I don't mean to pry, but why do you like flowers so much? I imagine there's a story behind it all, the freckled boy asked curiously. Well, it's not a very long story, really. When I was little, my mom had a flower shop where I would help her from time to time after school, she said, remembering those days with nostalgia. To be honest, back then I didn't like being in the flower shop at all. I found it tedious. Really? Exclaimed the broccoli in surprise. I find it surprising that you didn't like flowers before, seeing how lovingly you take care of them now. Well, that's because one day I was rummaging through my mom's books and I saw one about flowers. It didn't immediately catch my attention, but I finally decided to read it and I don't regret it at all, he said, smiling. It talked about how each plant has a meaning, which surprised me. I thought they were just simple flowers, but knowing that each one had a meaning piqued my interest and I ended up becoming completely fascinated by all the types of flowers in the world. To the point that one of my dreams when I retire as a hero is to open my own flower shop, just like my mother's. Izuku listened attentively to every word Najire said. Talking about her tastes and love for flowers made her look even more beautiful. But there was one among all the flowers that I like the most, and that's why I fully entered the world of floristry, I confessed with a slight blush. A flower of love, which is given as a confession of love to the person you love, my favorite flower, honestly I would like to be given that flower someday. The blush on Najire's cheeks became more noticeable after those words. Izuku felt a little embarrassed when he understood the message Najire was giving him. And what's the name of that flower? I'm just curious, the freckled boy asked nervously. Midoriya, I'll leave that as homework for you, you'll have to figure out for yourself what that flower is, Najire laughed, touching the broccoli's nose with her finger. I'm not a fortune teller, he whispered, embarrassed. Ahaha, you're so cute, she said, though she blushed afterward when she realized what she'd said. Well, we're done here. It's best if we go to another garden to continue watering. It sounds good to me. So both teenagers took their respective watering cans to head to the next garden and continue with their work. Some time later. And we're done, Najire said, satisfied to see that they had finished watering all the plants. This time it took us longer than last time, said Izuku, a little tired, looking at his watch and seeing that it was already past 4 in the afternoon. That's because we started a little late, but next time we'll start earlier, she said, looking at Izuku with a hopeful expression. There will be a next time, right? Of course, after all I promised you, she said with a smile. Najire's heart skipped a beat when she saw the smile of the boy she liked so much, causing a blush to spread across her entire face. Thank you very much, I really appreciate your help, the girl said shyly. The broccoli found this action very endearing. And remember, you have homework to investigate what that flower is that I like so much. I haven't forgotten, I swear. And when you discover it, I'd like you to give me one, she whispered, barely audible, a blush rising in her cheeks. That? And nothing, I didn't say anything, I quickly denied, embarrassed. Goodbye Midoriya, thank you for everything, see you soon. And with that goodbye, Najire turned around and left as quickly as she could, leaving Izuku alone in that flower garden where they were. Goodbye, he whispered, waving his hand slightly as he watched Najire slowly walk away until she was out of sight. At least the goodbye didn't end with a kiss. I didn't know whether to feel happy or disappointed that it hadn't happened. I didn't even know what I wanted anymore. Although I'm sure that if Hato-senpai had kissed me I would have fainted instantly, I confessed, embarrassed. I'm pathetic. Hey. It's gonna take me away. Izuku screamed and jumped in fright upon hearing a stoic voice behind him, quickly turning around to see who it was. Shoto, you should seriously consider becoming a detective. He shouted, still scared, looking at his friend. Believe me, I'm already considering it, he replied, tapping his chin with a finger. Putting the initial shock aside, what happened to you? Izuku asked, confused. Shoto's upper clothing was destroyed. Traces of burns could be seen on the few pieces of clothing that were still with him. Well, how do I say this? He said, unsure whether to say it or not. Izuku began to panic, hoping it wasn't what he thought. Shoto, what did you do? I'm sorry Izuku, I accidentally activated my fire quirk in your room, he confessed, embarrassed. What are you? I tried to save as many things as possible with my ice, but the vast majority of Almight figures were burned. Shoto's tone softened as he watched Izuku's expression darken with each word he spoke. I think I'll go now. In the blink of an eye, Shoto used his fire and left as fast as he could before he could feel Izuku's anger. Shoto. A heart-rending, angry scream echoed throughout UA, confusing everyone except Shoto, who increased his speed. Just when he thought his day was perfect, Shoto would come along and ruin it. In the end, I would never have a normal day. End of chapter. Chapter 20. 6 Women, 1 Path. We find ourselves in the UA dormitories, specifically in Izuku's room, which was a little empty than usual. That's because the day before, Shoto burned most of his Almight merchandise, leaving his room almost deserted, like that of a normal boy. Leaving that aside, Izuku and Shoto were sitting on the floor of the room, and in front of them were the 6 letters from the 6 girls who were in love with Broccoli. "Remind me why I let you into my room after what you did," the freckled boy asked, looking at the bi-colored boy. "Because you need my help to sort out your feelings and choose the right girl to be your life partner," the traumatist replied without hesitation. "You're right, but you're not forgiven yet," he said, still hurting over the loss of his merchandise. "Don't worry, I'll get you a lot of All Might merchandise as an apology." "I hope so." After that conversation, they both turned their gaze to the 6 cards which were arranged in order on the floor. "And who do I choose?" asked the Broccoli. "How should I know? The letters are addressed to you, not me," he replied, stating the obvious. "I know. But it's a very difficult decision, I need someone's opinion," he said desperately. "Well, I'm not very good at these things, ask someone else, I don't know, maybe Aoi Rozu. No, wait, she's one of the ones who are in love with you, better forget what I said." "Shoto, you're not helping. What if you close your eyes and pick a random card and the one who wrote that card will be your girlfriend?" "Okay, I don't think it's a good idea." "Ah." A tired sigh escaped Izuku as he stared intently at the cards. Hyoka, Namuri, Yui, Momo, Najire y Kendo. He had to reciprocate the feelings of one of them, but it wasn't so easy. Each one had become someone special to our Broccoli after spending time with each of them. That made the final decision more difficult. The Tinmarinda du Pinga. "Shoto, I told you that's not a good idea," Izuku said with an anime-style sweat drop. "I know, but if we keep going like this you'll never choose anyone. Perhaps I can help you with that." Both teenagers were startled to hear a third voice in the room. They quickly turned their gaze to the place of origin. "Hakken?" Izuku said, confused. "What's C4 doing here?" Shoto asked, slightly annoyed. "DSK, the door was half open and I heard what you were saying," Bakugo said, sitting down on the floor. "All this time I've been wondering what you two were up to, but now I know," he said, staring intently at the cards. "Well, now that you know, get out of here. I'm the annoying friend who ruins the protagonist's life in this story, not you. Besides, I highly doubt you give good advice," said the two-toned man with his typical stoic face. "DSK, I can be a better counselor than a certain boy with teapot trauma. Don't mess with my past, Bakugo." "Sorry Todoroki, did I hurt your vagina? At least I'm not a crybaby who got mad at his best friend and ruined almost his entire life just because he fell in a puddle." "It wasn't a puddle, it was a river." "It's the same shit, the water didn't even reach your ankles." "And how do you know so much about my past?" "I have my methods, I even have a picture of when Izuku tried to help you that day," he said while showing her the photo. "How the hell did you get that?" "I know a lot of things, Bakugo." What do you mean? Don't you know?" Bakugo felt a slight chill when he saw Shoto's smile. Always. I have been. Over there. Damn you. Shouted the Muslim angrily. Silence. Izuku's scream surprised them both, making them turn to look at him. He had an expression of annoyance. "If they're just going to fight, then get out." Izuku grabbed them both by their shirts and threw them out of his room, then slammed the door shut. "Who the hell does this nerd think he is, kicking me out like that?" Bakugo complained, dusting himself off. "Great, Bakugo. You must be happy now, because of you I won't know which girl Izuku will choose," Shoto said angrily, looking at the closed door. "And what does it matter? I'm sure that idiot will chicken out at the last minute and won't choose anyone." "What? Do you want a clear path to be with him?" "What did you say, you bastard? You wanted to write her a letter, right?" "You can't lie to me," Shoto accused, certain of his words. "You still have time to give it to her. You'll be." Meanwhile, in Izuku's room. "But those two fighting outside, I won't be able to concentrate on this," Izuku thought, annoyed by Shoto and Kitsuki's shouting. "It's best to get out of here and think this over outside." With his goal in mind, Izuku put all the cards in a drawer and left his room through the window to avoid trouble. "How the hell were you there for so many moments in my life?" "I know things, Bakugo." He overheard a bit of their argument but decided not to pay attention to it. He had more important things to think about. "Izuku is a fish." "Ah, what peace and quiet without hearing Kaken and Shoto's voices. I just hope they don't destroy my room with a fight. Well, I'd better stop thinking about that and start my walk." As I walked through the empty fields of UA, I wondered, when did my life change so much? 2 weeks ago, my only problem was how to master one for all and kick all for one's ass. But now I'm facing the second most important decision of my life. To reciprocate the feelings of one of the 6. In short, my first girlfriend. My first girlfriend. I still can't believe this is real, but it is. 6 girls fell in love with me, something I never thought possible. Each one of them awakened countless emotions within me. Surprise, happiness, fear, confusion and obviously love. Without meaning to, I have fallen in love with each one of them. I am disgusting. But it's not my fault. Each of them did many things to awaken that feeling in me. Dear-san, your letter was the first one I read, and being the first letter, I was very excited. Knowing that there was a girl truly in love with me made me happy, and the moment I realized it was you, a flood of emotions washed over me. I still don't understand why someone as great and beautiful as you fell in love with someone like me, but what I do understand is that in one way or another you became someone important to me. Although every time we cross paths in the hallways of the dorms or the school, there is always an awkward atmosphere. I still remember that kiss, that sweet kiss. Hayama-sensei, honestly, your letter left me with a lot of trauma like Shoto. The moment you kidnapped me, I accepted my fate that I would lose my virginity right then and there, and for some reason, I also got aroused. But knowing the real reason for all this, his true feelings, really moved me. Hearing her confess her feelings in a very mature way and that she refused to ruin my future as a hero by going out with me, made me admire her a lot and at the same time feel a warm feeling inside me. Although everything shut down inside me the moment he kissed me, I'm even completely sure that I can still feel the softness of his lips. Kodai-san, I was definitely surprised to learn that you are truly in love with me. I never spoke to you, so I don't understand how you fell in love with me. Although obviously, being from class 1B, I had to have you in my notebook of heroes and analyses. When I was writing your page 1, always wondered what your personality would be like. I always thought it would be similar to Shoto's, but it was the complete opposite. That shy and tender personality truly surprised me, and knowing that the reason for your love stemmed from the admiration you felt for me surprised me even more. Although I couldn't help it, I felt very happy that someone admired me so much, and especially that it was you, Kodai-san. I am truly lucky that you fell in love with me. Aoi Rozu-san, that night when you told me you were in love with me on the rooftop of the dormitories and that I should also forget your confession made me admire you even more than I already did. Knowing that you were willing to put aside your feelings so that Jiru-san could be with me touched me deeply. Your friendship alone is a blessing to have. To be honest, your mature appearance and polite personality attracted me a lot from the beginning, so much so that you were the first person I added to my 1A student analysis notebook, although it was very difficult for me to draw you, having to imagine every part of your body. I look like a pervert like Mineta. He still asks me why you fell in love with me. Edo-senpai, I'm honestly very happy that you and I are friends. Your lively personality and your obsession with asking questions is something cute and endearing to see. For some reason, time with you is never boring. Perhaps it's because you always have a conversation in mind and thanks to your personality, you manage to make it entertaining. Your passion for flowers is something I also really like about you. Seeing how you take care of them with so much love every weekend is a beautiful thing to see. Although I still wonder what that flower is that you like so much. Hendo-san. I think that of all the girls except Kayama-sensei, you are the most direct about your feelings, and that is admirable, not just anyone does that. Those 2 meetings we had on the rooftop are something I will never forget. Your confession, which I still remember vividly, where you kissed me on the cheek without hesitation, truly took me by surprise. And that day when you were very determined to feed me, to be honest, I found that part of you very nice, although there was also blackmail. And of course, how could I forget that same day you let me sleep on your legs, your soft and beautiful legs. I would kill to be there once again, although I am sure that if I asked you you would accept without hesitation. Although you always blush when you see me and avoid me from that day on, I wonder what happened. Why? Why did 6 such beautiful, strong, and intelligent girls fall in love with an idiot with low self-esteem? Although, I am very happy to know that they are in love with me. As I walked, I reached the UA forest where it was completely peaceful. There I simply closed my eyes to make a final decision. The hardest decision of all. But of one thing I am certain. I fell in love with each and every one of them. Many people think it's impossible to fall in love with 6 people at the same time, but I can confirm that it is possible. Each action they took gradually drew me in, to the point that without realizing it, I developed feelings for each of them. But there's one girl among all the others who makes my feelings much stronger and my heart beat faster. There is no doubt whatsoever. The feelings I have for her are much stronger than for others. I fell completely in love with her. I think I've already made my decision. Wow, and to think this day would come. The day I confess, I will confess my feelings to her. I am completely sure I don't have a single shred of doubt inside me. Tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the day. The day I reciprocate her feelings. The moment I never wanted to come is just around the corner. There's no time, I have to prepare. End of Izuku's narration. Our green-haired protagonist, now with his feelings settled, slowly opened his eyes. It's time to go back to my dorm and get ready for tomorrow. I just hope Kaken and Shoto haven't destroyed my room. Without wasting any time, Izuku stood up and began his walk back towards the dorms. Obviously, her heart was racing knowing that she would soon do something that would completely change her life. Tomorrow would be an unforgettable day for him. End of chapter. You're special. If Kyokajiru had to choose her favorite day of the week, she would say none. Every day for the rocker, for as long as she can remember, has been boring. His days were a carbon copy of the previous day and the day before that. Of course, that ended when he entered UA and his life took a 180 degrees turn. Charismatic and fun colleagues who took the boredom out of his days. Fights and training sessions with her teachers left her exhausted. And the most remarkable thing was the unexpected attacks from villains. Feeling in mortal danger was a huge adrenaline rush for her. But even so, his days felt a little dull, as if something was missing, like a little salt to make the dish complete. But from one day to the next, he realized what he was missing. Love. A love-struck sigh escaped Kyoka's lips as she sat in her classroom seat, watching the broccoli-haired boy from afar as he wrote something in his notebook, probably hero notes. He's so cute. She never knew when she started to become interested in the freckled boy. On the first day of classes, he seemed like a nerdy hero-loving and very shy person, which she found endearing. As time went on, her interest in broccoli grew stronger to the point that without realizing it, she had fallen in love with it. At first he wanted to let those feelings go, but the more time passed, the harder they were to hide, so to take some of the weight off his shoulders, he wrote her that love letter for Valentine's Day. At that time, she wanted to confess in person. She really wanted to tell him that she liked him, but she felt insignificant. Every day she would look in the mirror in her room and then imagine the bodies of her friends, like Momo or Mina, and it made her feel inferior. What would Izuku see in a girl like her? She didn't even have a voluptuous body like her friends or a pretty face. She felt ugly. But that night when Izuku told her in the dining room that he was interested in her made her feel very happy. Knowing she had a chance with a boy she really liked made her happy. He even told her she was a pretty girl. All that night and part of the next day she spent with a love-struck smile, remembering the freckled boy's words. And since then a week had passed where Izuku told her to wait for his answer, although honestly he was beginning to lose hope of being reciprocated. At least I gave him a kiss, she thought, blushing as she touched her lips. The sound of the bell alerted all the students, letting them know that the school day was over. To everyone's surprise, the first to leave was Izuku, who quickly grabbed his things and ran out of the classroom. What? Kyoka thought, confused. No fear of success, Izuku. Shouted Shoto, who seemed to know the reason why the broccoli boy left the classroom like that. Still a little confused, Kyoka grabbed her things and calmly left the classroom. She was really intrigued to know what the boy she liked so much would do to run away like that. But I didn't want to seem like a stalker or obsessed, so I decided to think about other things. I think I'll spend the rest of the day in my room listening to music. The music relaxed her. There were even times when she imagined a life as boyfriend and girlfriend or as a married couple with Izuku while listening to music. It's a bit strange, but as Kyoka says, it's okay to dream. Kyoka calmly walked to her locker to store a few books before returning to her room. I wonder when I'll get a response from Midoriya, she thought as she opened her locker. But he got a little surprised when he saw a note in that locker. And this? She thought, confused, picking up the note to read it. Will you be my girlfriend? Sincerely, Izuku. Kyoka's heart almost stopped when she read those words. What? Was all she said, her eyes wide with surprise. He slowly turned it over to see if the note said anything else, and sure enough, it had another sentence. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance to the dormitories to talk to you. Still in shock, Kyoka carefully analyzed the lyrics. There was no doubt that was Izuku's handwriting. He knew it perfectly from the many times he had asked him for a copy of his homework. That meant the note was true. The real one. He actually asked her to be his girlfriend. His girlfriend. Yes. Kyoka couldn't help but shout to the four winds, filled with joy. Students passing by looked at her strangely, but she didn't care much about that. At great speed, she threw her books into her locker, then closed it and ran towards the dormitories, filled with happiness. I couldn't believe it. It was truly reciprocated. Yes. Yes. I shouted, jumping up and down as I continued running towards the dormitories. Her classmates were probably still at school, so it would just be her and Izuku there. So, still with her beautiful smile on her face, she continued on her way there. Just a few words on a piece of paper changed his mood instantly. Isn't that something? We found ourselves at the entrance of the UA dorms where our favorite broccoli was, who had a scared face. Was that the right way to ask her to be my girlfriend? He thought fearfully. Did I ask her too late? That and many more negative thoughts were swirling in Izuku's mind. Since he woke up this morning, he had been thinking about what to do to confess his feelings to Kyoka. He thought of 1,000 ideas, but none of them convinced him, so in the end he decided on the way it all started. I placed a letter in his locker, although this time it was a note. I think it would have been better to invite her here and confess in person, stupid Deku, I'm a coward, he scolded himself for the decision he made. But he was pulled from his negative thoughts by the sound of someone running. Slowly, he raised his gaze and could see that it was the girl who owned his feelings. Dear-san, whispered the broccoli, seeing the rocker's beautiful, happy smile. Izuku. The girl shouted, moving closer to the broccoli. I'm glad you came. Before the broccoli could finish his sentence, Kyoka threw herself into his arms to plant a loving kiss on his lips, making Izuku open his eyes in surprise. Yes, I accept to be your girlfriend. Kyoka said happily, pulling away from the kiss. Ah, was all the freckled boy could say, who was practically fuming. I am sorry, I think I jumped the gun, she apologized, embarrassed to see Izuku was flustered. Cute. A little while later. Both teenagers were sitting on a bench near the UA dorms. With Izuku blushing bright red to his ears and Kyoka smiling from ear to ear with a slight blush on her cheeks. I'm sorry for going into a trance, the broccoli apologized sheepishly. Don't worry, it was partly my fault, she said with an amused smile. After a few more seconds, Izuku was able to relax a little so he could talk calmly with Jiru. Returning to the main topic, Jiru-san. Kyoka. Huh? Call me Kyoka, she asked shyly. After all, I'm already your girlfriend. Oh okay Kyoka, he whispered, embarrassed. Kyoka could only smile even more happily upon hearing her name. I'm sorry it took me so long to reciprocate your feelings, the broccoli apologized dejectedly. But I had many doubts in my heart. Kyoka only shook her head slightly, still with her small smile. Don't worry, Izuku, it's normal to have doubts, she said, trying to reassure the freckled boy. The important thing is that you reciprocated my feelings, and that's more than enough for me. Izuku could only feel more embarrassed when he saw how happy Kyoka was to have her feelings reciprocated. But I have a question, he said, tapping his chin with a finger. Which? What made you realize your feelings? I asked, eager for the answer. Well, he stammered, hesitant about whether to tell Kyoka or not. It was very difficult for him to talk about his feelings, he was very embarrassed, but seeing Kyoka's hopeful expression motivated him to say everything. Well, your letter made me happy. Happy? Yes, believe it or not, no girl in my life has ever been interested in me, I was always a stupid Deku, he said with a dejected smile, remembering his past. Kyoka only opened her eyes slightly surprised. She was very surprised that no one had ever fallen in love with Izuku, knowing how sweet and tender he is. But all that changed when I found your letter in my locker. Izuku turned to look at Kyoka with a small smile, making her blush. That was the first time a girl confessed her feelings for me, the first time someone told me they liked me. Yes, he was always a useless Deku, nobody could be interested in him, or at least that's what he thought. But reading that letter and seeing that a girl for the first time said that she liked me and praised me, made me feel special for the first time in my life, I confess with a nostalgic smile. Kyoka could only open her eyes in surprise. She never thought that her confession had meant so much to him. And you have no idea how happy I was to find out you were the owner of that letter, Kyoka, she whispered with a small smile, looking at the embarrassed rocker. I wondered, why would such a cool and cute girl like you ever be interested in me? I'm not great, she whispered shyly. Of course you are, you're a great girl, beautiful, strong and with a beautiful voice, without a doubt I feel lucky that you fell in love with me, I even feel like I don't deserve such a wonderful girl as you. Kyoka could only lower her gaze, completely red-faced and steaming from her ears because of the broccoli's lovely words. That's why I thank you Kyoka, for loving the silly Deku. I promise you won't regret going out with me, he finished speaking, thanking her with a big smile, which completely melted Chihiru's heart. How can she say that so casually? Where did the shy, embarrassed Izuku go? The rocker wondered, her face turning completely red. Kyoka. Izuku gently took the rocker's hand, who looked up at the freckled boy. I love you, I whispered with a loving smile. I love you too, she whispered, blushing. I promise to be a great girlfriend to you, Izuku, and I'll show you how special you are to me, she vowed with a determined expression. I have no doubt about that. And with those last words, still holding hands, they joined their lips in a sweet and loving kiss, sealing their love contract, a pure and sincere love. Thank you for reciprocating my feelings, Kyoka thought, overflowing with joy in her heart without breaking the kiss. They would probably stay outside the bedrooms a little longer, showing how much they love each other. No one will surely notice they're not there. Meanwhile, in the distance, a bicolored bird was hidden behind a tree, staring intently at the scene. 1/6, 5 more to go, he thought, disappearing into the shadows. Urda Kyoka. Love messages. My life before UA was never interesting, or rather, it was always boring and quiet. Before UA I never had any friends, although I really wanted to have at least one friendship, but to the other kids I was a weirdo, a bookworm who never spoke. Simply a disastrous life. And to think that I have so many friends now, Yui thought with a small smile, remembering all her classmates from 1B. She was, as usual, in the UA library. She loved being there. The relaxing silence that she loved so much and thousands of books that she could read whenever she wanted, the library was paradise for someone as quiet and calm as Yui. And the best part is that nobody at school judges me for spending most of my time here, she thought with a smile, looking at the book she was reading. My First Kiss. A drama and romance book that Yui loved, where she imagined that she and Izuku were the protagonists of said story. I wonder what Midoriya is doing, she thought, resting her face on the table and letting out a small sigh. He liked this feeling. The feeling of being in love. She had never been in love in her life and was happy that the first boy she had ever been romantically interested in was Izuku. The cute, tender, pure, strong and intelligent boy, practically the perfect match for any girl. And for that same reason, Yui believed that Izuku would not reciprocate her feelings. There were surely many prettier girls than her who were in love with him. She seriously doubted that Izuku would notice her among all those girls. What was so special about her? She was just a boring girl who only liked to read. She had nothing interesting about her that would make Izuku notice her like that. That was the sad reality, she thought. At least he and I will be friends, she thought, a little cheered up. Perhaps she wouldn't have his love, but she would have his friendship, and that was more than enough for the silent girl. Being able to talk to him like good friends about any topic made her feel happy, but she still felt that emptiness in her chest. And that emptiness was the love that would not be reciprocated, or at least that's what she believed. I wonder what he's doing, I thought, staring at the library ceiling. But she was pulled from her thoughts when she felt something lightly hit her shoulder. Looking down, he could see a folded piece of paper on the table. Again I looked up to see who owned this. And she was surprised to see Izuku sitting at some tables away from her, seemingly doing some kind of work with her strange bi-colored friend. Midoriya. Yui thought, confused, looking at the freckled boy. With a nervous smile, he moved his hands as if he were unwrapping some paper. I understand, Yui whispered, taking the paper and understanding the message. Curious, he unfolded the paper to see what was there. Hello. The little anime-style sweat drop appeared on Yui's forehead as she read the message. Although he also chuckled slightly at that, he found it amusing. Taking a pencil from his case, he began to write on the paper. Hello Midoriya, how are you? Having already written her message, Yui folded the paper again and threw it to Izuku. Without raising suspicion, he took the paper without his friend noticing, who was reading the book, How to Be a Better Detective. While Izuku was reading the message, Yui waited in her seat for Izuku to throw the paper again. It was the first time she had done this kind of thing with a friend, and she was enjoying it. After reading the message, Izuku began typing rapidly and then threw it back towards Yui, who caught it in her hands. I'm fine, although I had a lot of doubts this week, but I was able to resolve them. And you? How are you? Doubts? Yui thought, confused, as she read the message. I was curious, but I didn't want to seem nosy by asking about it, so I let it go. I'm glad you're doing well, Midoriya. As for me, my days have been normal as always, I have no complaints. With her message already written, Yui threw the paper to Izuku, although it accidentally fell on Shoto's head, who looked up confused. Do you have a problem with me? The bi-colored boy asked when he saw that Yui was the cause. She simply shook her head from side to side, a little nervous to see how the trauma would react. I'm sorry Shoto, that paper was meant for me, the broccoli apologized with a nervous smile, taking the paper. First he steals my marker, and now he's throwing papers at me, he whispered angrily, going back to what he was doing, even though he already knew what was really happening. He just wanted to cause a little drama. With the problem solved, Izuku read what was written on the paper and then began to write. Meanwhile, Yui patiently waited to receive the message while watching the freckled boy's expressions as he typed. I'm sorry about that, Shoto can be a little strange sometimes. Don't worry, it didn't bother me, I was just a little scared. Changing the subject, did your class receive the same math homework? As far as I understand, we received the same classes and assignments, so yes, we have the same math homework. Perfect. Do you think you could help me with the last problem? I don't understand it, you'd be doing me a huge favor. That sounds good to me, but in return I'd like you to help me with my English homework. No problem. Yui didn't know how much time had passed since she started this conversation with Izuku using paper, and honestly, she didn't care. She liked it and was also having fun. It was the first time she had done this kind of thing and she loved it. She was enjoying the curiosity of knowing what was written on the paper. Besides, she was talking to the boy she liked, so it was much better. Once again, Yui took the paper that Izuku threw to her in her hands. Can I ask you a question? You already did it, but I'll allow you to do another one. Yui just smiled slightly as she wrote her message. It was easier for her to joke like that since she wasn't saying it directly. I carefully fold the paper and throw it towards Izuku, who catches it in midair. Meanwhile, Yui just waited patiently while looking at Izuku. What is he writing? She thought, confused, as she watched the freckled boy blush while writing the words on the blessed paper, while his two-toned friend watched everything out of the corner of his eye. He could see Izuku looking at the paper over and over again, as if he was hesitating about whether to write it down or not. After a few minutes, the freckled boy sighed, trying to relax, folded the paper, and threw it to Yui, still fearful. The girl just watched as the broccoli looked away, blushing, after throwing the paper. What could he have written? She thought, confused, picking up the paper to read it. Do you want to be my girlfriend, Yui? That. Everyone in the library looked up in confusion, directing their gaze towards Yui. She immediately covered her mouth because of the sudden scream she gave. She had never screamed in her life, something unusual for her. I am sorry, she whispered, completely embarrassed. One because of the words written on the note and the other because it was the center of attention in the library. When people saw that Yui was getting very nervous, they decided to lower their gaze and go back to what they were doing, where Yui internally expressed her gratitude. Leaving that aside, she thought, blushing deeply as she looked at the note again. Do you want to be my girlfriend, Yui? I hadn't misread. Did Izuku really write those words? He slowly turned his gaze towards the broccoli, which was looking down, its face completely red and steaming from its ears. He confessed to me, the girl thought, very red, but with a feeling of happiness inside her. Meanwhile, Shoto just watched everything intently and knew he had to leave. I'll go ahead to the classroom, I'll see you there, said the bi-colored one, getting up from his seat and leaving the library, leaving the broccoli alone. Now it was just the two of them left, about 8 meters apart. A distance which was not going to last long. He likes me, Yui thought, still unable to believe it as she read the note. A slight pink tint and a happy smile adorned her face as she read the words. This seemed almost like a dream. Having low self-esteem due to her past and the discrimination she received as a child from her classmates because of her personality led her to think that Izuku would never reciprocate her feelings and that their relationship would not go beyond friendship. She was sure that this would be the case. But in front of her was a note from Izuku asking if she wanted to be his girlfriend. It had truly been reciprocated. I have to answer him, embarrassed but unable to hide her happiness. She took a pencil and began to write her answer. After a few seconds, he had already written the message, so he threw it towards an eager Izuku, who caught it in midair. He was really eager for Yui to accept, after all, he really liked her. Knowing that Yui had admired him for so long made a warm feeling appear in his chest, which unknowingly marked the beginning of his interest in Yui. She was a polite, pretty girl with a very pleasant and tender personality, and from what I understood, she was intelligent. Practically, Yui was an almost perfect girl. Even her small flaws were cute, like her shyness and her problems communicating. It was impossible not to have fallen in love with her. Besides, Yui reminded him of him in one way or another, without him understanding why. Without knowing that they were much more alike than he thought. They suffered discrimination in childhood and were always excluded by others, where all they wanted was to have at least one friend or for others to stop harassing them and to live peacefully. Both suffered a tough childhood, each in their own way, one because of her personality and the other because he was quirkless, causing both of them to currently be shy and have low self-esteem. They may not know it, but it is very likely that this was the reason why they gradually got closer and became interested in each other, or perhaps not, and they simply fell in love. After all, love is unpredictable. We can fall in love with someone even because of a simple gesture. Say yes, Izuku thought, unwrapping the paper to read Yui's answer. I didn't bring my glasses today so I can't read the message clearly. Could you come closer and tell me what was written on the paper? Izuku just slammed his completely red face on the table when he understood what Yui wanted him to do. Meanwhile, she could only chuckle slightly at the broccoli's reaction. She was happy that Izuku had confessed to her, but she really wanted to hear it directly from him, so she couldn't help but ask for that. There's no other way, the freckled boy thought with a determined face. He slowly began to head towards Yui, who had a slight blush and a smile on her face as she saw Izuku approaching her. Their heartbeats grew stronger and stronger as the distance between them narrowed more and more. Hey Kadai-san. Standing in front of Yui, I whispered the girl's name with great embarrassment. Yeah? The pink tint and smile had not faded from Yui's face. In fact, her blush had become more intense. Come on Izuku, don't be a coward, thought the freckled boy, seeing Yui's beautiful expression. Letting out a big sigh, Izuku prepared to ask the long-awaited question. Adai-san, would you like to be my no? Yes, I want. I hadn't even finished the question when Yui accepted the broccoli request without hesitation. Deity finished his word looking perplexed at Yui. While he was alone under her embarrassed gaze, perhaps he rushed in and should have let her finish the question. Now he'll think I'm weird, she thought, blushing deeply and feeling embarrassed. Ha. A weak and amused laugh was heard from the freckled boy, making Yui look up. Anything but laughter was expected. What are you laughing at? She asked, puffing out her cheeks, thinking Izuku was making fun of her. I am sorry, it's just that the way you accepted without hesitation was so sweet, he apologized, still chuckling slightly. But I'm also doing it because I'm happy, so happy that you agreed to be my girlfriend. I'm the one who should be happy, after all, I confessed first, she said, looking at Izuku with a small smile. So does that mean we're dating now? Why yes, I think why yes, replied the freckled boy, returning to his shy demeanor once again. Yui just lowered her gaze, celebrating internally. I'm Izuku's girlfriend, I can't believe it, Yui thought, holding back her urge to scream with happiness. Now that she was Izuku's girlfriend, she could do what she had always dreamed of with him. Holding hands, having lunch together, spending quality time together, strolling around town, going on romantic dates, and of course, what I always dreamed of doing with broccoli. Izuku-kun. The freckled boy was startled a little when he heard his name from Yui, although now that they were dating, it was normal for them to call each other by their names. Why yes Yui, he whispered, embarrassed. Can I try something I've always wanted to do? I asked, hoping Izuku would agree. Yes sure, I agreed a little hesitantly, although I didn't think Yui would do anything wrong. Meanwhile, Yui just smiled happily as she stood up from her seat and walked around the table to stand face to face with the broccoli. I'm sorry, but I really want to do it, she apologized with a slight blush. Because I gave you. Before he could finish speaking, Izuku's lips were silenced by a sweet and tender kiss from Yui, who had to stand on her tiptoes to reach Izuku's lips while holding his face in both hands. Izuku's shock lasted for a few seconds until he decided to return the kiss, taking Yui's waist in his hands to pull her towards him. At that moment there was no one else for them, just the two of them enjoying the loving kiss. I love you, Izuku, Yui whispered, momentarily pulling away from the kiss. I love you too, Yui, whispered the broccoli, joining his lips with Yui's once more. The feeling was addictive for both of them. They felt they could spend all day kissing and never get bored. They were even tempted to start a French kiss. But there was only one problem with all of this. They completely forgot where they were. One round of applause after another began to be heard in the library, causing the newly engaged couple to separate in confusion to see who was applauding. The students in the library were applauding with joy at the scene they had just witnessed, while some boys were jealous of Izuku for kissing a beauty like Yui, and some girls envied Yui for having one of the most attractive first-year boys. Upon realizing the situation they were in, both could only blush deeply at the scene they had shown to more than a dozen students. I think we should continue this somewhere else, whispered the completely red broccoli. I think it's fine, I agreed, while steam was practically coming out of my ears from the embarrassment I felt. However embarrassed they were, the feeling of happiness within their hearts never disappeared. They quickly gathered their things and left the library hand in hand under the watchful eyes of everyone, especially a bi-colored boy who never left the library. -26, we're doing well, he whispered, disappearing among the books. Root. Why me? Wrote this chapter while listening to the song Stay With Me. I am just mentioning that so you know where my inspiration came from. Momo was always a girl who had everything in life. The most expensive clothes. The most expensive toys. The most expensive meals. Hundreds of butlers and maids who followed his orders. But despite having literally everything in life, she felt empty inside. There was something he always wanted that not even his parents with all the money in the world could achieve. A true friend. Ever since she was a child, Momo was always alone. His classmates from the previous schools he attended never spoke to him. She was even secretly discriminated against. That girl has it easy. With millionaire parents, she has a life all set. She's just a stupid, conceited girl. And that voluptuous body, she surely uses it to do favors for the other students. Those were the comments she unwittingly overheard from most of her classmates. And she was aware that all the boys who wanted to befriend her did so only for her body. She knew it from the lustful way they looked at her. She didn't want this. All she wanted was a friend to chat and have fun with. There were times when she wished she had been born into a family of normal status and not a millionaire family. Perhaps then she wouldn't have been discriminated against in that way and she could have had friends. But no, the days at school only got worse, causing some of her classmates to start bullying her and defacing her seat with hurtful words. Bitch, spoiled brat, stupid. Each new day brought new words which were written on his seat. This caused her to fall into a deep depression, refusing to go to school again and staying locked up in her room. Her parents, having no other option, began hiring private tutors to teach Momo so she wouldn't fall behind in her classes. If only I had one friend. They were Momo's thoughts every day when she locked herself in her room. His only solace was the hundreds of books he had to read, allowing him to escape, even if only for a while, from his pathetic social life. The books she loved the most were manga, mainly school romance stories. She wanted her life to be like the protagonist of the story. That girl, who has many friends, is undoubtedly a dream come true for Momo. And what Momo loved most was how the protagonist manages to win the heart of the boy she's always liked since chapter 1. Love. Without a doubt, it was the feeling Momo most wanted to feel. To find that special boy who would steal her heart, that kind and gentle boy who would reciprocate her feelings after many adversities. But she knew that was impossible. All the boys she had met so far only talked to her about her body, she couldn't even consider them as friends. For Momo, this was a dream that probably wouldn't happen and would only remain stored in her heart. So the years passed and the time came to study at the UA school. For Momo, this is the best stage she has ever had in her life. Here everyone was so focused and motivated to be great heroes that nobody cared that she came from a family of millionaires. For the first time, Momo could be with more people her age without being looked at askance. And the best part is that one of his dreams came true at UA. To have friends. She felt very happy to have her first friend, Jiru Kyoka, her best friend. She was so happy that the first thing she did when she got home was lock herself in her room and start shedding tears of happiness at finally having a true friend in her life. And after her came more friends. Asui, Achako, Mina and Toru. But none of them were as special as Jiru. She is her first friend in her life and that's what makes her special. And everything improved for Momo when her second dream came true. A few months after arriving at UA, she could safely say that she fell in love for the first time in her life. Izuku Midoriya was undoubtedly the boy Momo was always looking for. He was gentle, kind, cute, shy which made him even cuter, and most importantly, he never looked at her with lustful eyes. Although he wasn't the only one, Shoto didn't look at her that way either, as it seemed his mind was always elsewhere. Putting Shoto aside, Momo was determined to win Izuku's heart, but inside she had many insecurities. She was afraid of rejection. And another point was that her shyness prevented her from approaching him. It was the first time she had fallen in love with someone and she didn't know how to react to the situation. So I take the easier path, so to speak. Write her a letter for Valentine's Day. In that letter, he poured all his feelings into showing Izuku how much he liked him and hoping he would reciprocate his love. But halfway through, she regretted it, erasing her name from the letter and leaving it anonymous in the broccoli locker. This was the first time in Momo's entire life that her heart beat 1,000 miles an hour every day. What if he found out that she wrote the letter? What if, upon realizing this, he immediately rejected her? Those fears haunted Momo every night and on one of those many nights, she went down to the dormitory kitchen to get a glass of water. Unfortunately, at that moment he found out something he never wanted to happen. That had to be a joke or a bad dream. And no, Momo whispered, her voice trembling as she watched her best friend Kyoka confess her love to Izuku. And no. Seeing Kyoka confess her most sincere feelings to a surprised and embarrassed Izuku broke his heart. And he was even more devastated when he saw that she asked him for some time to reciprocate because he was confused about his feelings. Momo quickly hid when she saw Kyoka approaching the kitchen exit to return to her room, leaving Izuku alone. This couldn't be true. Her first friend was in love with her first love and it seemed that Kyoka's love for Izuku was very pure and special. The biggest decision of her life was happening right now for Momo. Winning Izuku's heart at any cost. Either give up and let Kyoka win the freckled boy's heart. The decision Momo would make at that moment was more than obvious. Kyoka is my first friend, the least I can do for her is to help her be with the boy she likes, she thought, shedding tears of pain. She couldn't allow her first friendship to be ruined by this. The best thing would be to give up and let her be happy. Kyoka deserved it more than she did. In the end, my dream of being with the boy I love is just that, a dream, she whispered dejectedly, returning to her room to prepare to talk to Izuku. Tell him he'll forget that letter. Tell her that he will forget her feelings. And that he reciprocates Kyoka's feelings. If I had to sacrifice my happiness for the first person who offered me their friendship, I would gladly do it again and again, even if it broke my heart. She was sure that Izuku would reciprocate Kyoka's feelings. After all, she had seen them together on 1 or 2 occasions lately. She was happy that her best friend managed to be with the boy she liked. Although he couldn't deceive his heart, whose sadness became more and more noticeable with each passing day, he had to endure it for Kyoka's sake. That's what I thought. But despite all that, everything he did to bring them together, he didn't understand. Because. Why? Momo whispered, tears streaming down her face. Why her? Why was Izuku standing in front of her confessing his feelings? Why me? She asked again as more tears continued to stream down her beautiful face. The moonlight was the only thing illuminating them both in the backyard of the UA dormitories. That light made Momo's tears shine brighter. Because I like you, Yaoi Aruzo-san, I can't keep hiding what my heart feels, confessed the freckled boy, embarrassed and a little scared to see Momo crying. But what about Kyoka? As she deserves you more than I do, she whispered, trying to control her tears, which kept flowing. Her feelings were a mess. The boy she liked so much, the one she'd always dreamed about, was confessing his feelings. She should have been happy, and she was, but sadness kept overcoming that feeling. How could she be happy knowing that all of this was at the expense of the happiness of her best and first friend? Diru-san is a good girl, she's cute, intelligent, and her voice is very beautiful, the freckled boy replied, looking down. So? You should reciprocate Kyoka's feelings, she whispered dejectedly. But despite all that, my heart doesn't belong to her, my heart belongs to you, Yaoya Momo, Izuku said with a small smile and a blush. Momo's heart leaped at Izuku's words and his smile. Was this okay? The conflict in Momo's mind was a disaster. But. The words could not come out of her trembling voice. Little by little, even though she didn't want it, happiness was creeping into her heart. Momo, you're a very beautiful, intelligent girl, probably the most polite person I've ever met. All of that gradually made me fall in love with you, but what truly won my heart was your kindness, he confessed, slowly approaching a surprised Momo. Seeing how you were able to put aside your feelings for those of your best friend really touched me. There were even many times when I wondered if I deserved someone like me to fall in love with such a perfect girl like you. Momo's blush only increased with each word from the freckled boy. I'm aware of what this relationship means for you, but I can't keep deceiving my heart any longer, he said, looking at Momo with determination. Momo, I like you a lot. Would you like to be my girlfriend? Why me? Momo repeated to herself. Kyoka, her best friend. What would she say about all this? Would he be angry with her? Would their friendship end? Those insecurities prevented him from giving his answer. But. Would you like to be my girlfriend? To hear those words she always wanted to hear from the boy she liked so much. Being reciprocated by the one who truly loved her made her happy. I could no longer hold it back, I could no longer avoid it. Hundreds of tears began to stream down her beautiful face, one after another. Why yes, I want to. She accepted with a great feeling of happiness inside her. Without being able to stop herself, Momo threw herself into Izuku's arms to give him a loving kiss on the lips, which he reciprocated. She could no longer contain the happiness that was inside her heart. She felt bad that her happiness was at the expense of her best friends, but she couldn't hold back that beautiful feeling. Thank you for accepting me, Izuku whispered, pressing his forehead to Momo's. Thank you for choosing me, Momo whispered, though many tears were running down her cheeks, but she had a beautiful smile. For the second time that night, they joined their lips in a kiss that conveyed all the feelings they felt. Love, happiness and sadness. Momo felt immense happiness. Since childhood she had always longed for this. To experience the beautiful feeling of love, to find that special boy who would steal her heart and have a relationship with him. And Izuku gave him all of that. Thank you for showing me such a beautiful feeling, she thought without taking her lips off her now boyfriend. Perhaps her friendship with Kyoka will break down because of this, but despite everything, happiness still remained within her. Deep in her heart she told him that everything would be alright and not to worry. So that night she just focused on enjoying the feeling of her first kisses with her first and only boyfriend. Loving kisses being illuminated by the moonlight. On the third floor of the dormitories, a certain purple-haired girl watched everything through the window with a smile and a few tears running down her face. Well done, Momo, Kyoka whispered, smiling at her friend. From the bottom of my heart, I wish you happiness with Izuku. Still smiling and wiping the last tear from her cheek, she closed the window so she could sleep or perhaps cry for a love that never was. And at the very top of the dormitories, right on the rooftop, Shoto was standing on the edge of the place looking down at Izuku and Momo. -36 he whispered, observing the full moon that night. Everyone is happy except me. With those last words Shoto disappeared into the darkness of the night. Momo-root. One more. When Kendo entered the prestigious UA school, he thought it was going to be fun and exciting with all the hero classes he was going to have. And he was right, it was all very exciting, although at the same time very painful due to the constant exercises. Having friends and being one of the smartest freshmen, she was undoubtedly very proud of all her achievements. But there was one problem throughout his time at UA, just one problem. To be the president of her class. Kendo cursed the day all her classmates raised their hands to make her class president. Becoming president was never in her plans. She already had enough work in each of her classes without adding the responsibility of being president. But seeing that no one else wanted the position, she had no choice but to accept. After all, it wouldn't be that difficult, or at least that's what she thought. Kendo bet all the money she had saved that she did more work in her entire classroom than Nezu did in the entire school. Having to represent their class at every event with the other classes. She had to help the teachers with their work because, as president, it was her obligation to do so. And what he hated most was keeping his colleagues quiet so they wouldn't cause a mess. Monoma, how he hated him. Every 2 minutes that idiot got into trouble, causing him headaches, and 99% of his problems always involved Class A, forcing Kendo to interact with them a bit so he could apologize properly. Although he was also grateful to Monomo for that. Thanks to those small meetings with Class A, she was able to meet that boy who gradually captured her attention. Your lovely broccoli. The first time she became interested in Izuku was at the sports festival. That's crazy. Those were Kendo's first words upon seeing the broccoli in action, mainly in his battle against Todoroki. At first, all Kendo felt for the freckled boy was interest. A kid who broke his bones every second was something you didn't see every day. Besides, when I looked at him from afar, I found it funny how embarrassed he got every time a girl approached him. Her first impression of Izuku was that he was both very shy and noble. The second time that made her interest in him increase even more was at the camp where they were attacked by the villains. But without a doubt, what surprised her and made her begin to admire the broccoli was that it had defeated that very dangerous villain whom many heroes had not been able to defeat. But at the same time, he was very worried. Seeing how seriously injured he was by that very powerful villain really worried her and made her heart leap with fright at the state he was in. But despite everything, as on previous occasions, he was able to get up again to continue fighting and go save the explosive blonde. The feeling of admiration that Kendo felt towards him grew stronger with every action he witnessed. You're a very interesting boy, Midoriya. He was the only boy she had been interested in during her entire time at UA. Perhaps it was his peculiar way of being that attracted her. Her interest in him grew so much that she began to wish that Monoma would get into trouble with Class 1 just so she could see the broccoli more closely and exchange at least a few words with him. But what's wrong with me? She wondered, puzzled. Was she that interested in him? She was even beginning to question whether all she felt for him was admiration and nothing more. I had to find out, I had to see what I truly felt for him. Hello Midoriya. Hello Kendo-san. It took a long time but with a lot of effort, Kendo was able to talk face to face with the broccoli without Monoma being involved. And the result was not what I expected. It was very rare for Kendo to stutter or get nervous in front of another person. It usually only happened with teachers when they were angry. But with Izuku, it seemed that the slightest gesture the broccoli made would make her nervous and stutter without her realizing it. And not only that, her heart raced when she was near the freckled boy and her cheeks grew hot. The conversation lasted no more than a minute, during which they only exchanged a few words. But that short period of time caused Kendo to have many emotions inside her. Goodbye Kendo-san, the broccoli said with a smile. Now I understood. Without realizing it, she had gradually fallen in love with broccoli. It wasn't just simple admiration she felt for him. All this time she had confused admiration with a feeling of love. She considered herself so intelligent that she couldn't notice that detail. How silly she had been. But now she knew for sure she wasn't going to stand idly by. From that day on, he continued to observe the broccoli and have short conversations with it and sometimes longer conversations about his studies and other things. Now Kendo understood it perfectly. She liked Izuku, she liked him a lot. And with Valentine's Day just around the corner, it was the perfect opportunity. Being the straightforward person she's always been, she went straight to confess her feelings to him in person. She could only imagine two possible scenarios. That he would accept her or that he would reject her. But Izuku created his own options. A small ray of hope appeared in Kendo the moment Izuku told her to wait for his answer. Perhaps, just perhaps, she could be in a relationship with Izuku soon. But she always looked on the bright side. If he were to reject her, at least she had the pleasure of stealing many kisses from him on the rooftop a few days ago, even though she would regret not being able to do it again. So she just patiently waited and waited for a reply from the boy she liked so much. Until that day finally arrived. Current time. Kendo stood in front of her locker, a little surprised to see a small note in front of her. And this? Kendo thought, confused, taking the note. If you have time, I'll be waiting for you on the rooftop after class. Izuku Midoriya. An invitation. Kendo whispered in surprise. Little by little, a beautiful smile began to form on her beautiful face. Could it be? It was already departure time, so Izuku was probably already waiting for her on the rooftop. He quickly put his things in his locker and headed to the rooftop. It was one of two things. Either she went there to have her feelings reciprocated or she simply wanted to hear her rejection, but she still wanted to hear her answer even though it hurt. So without wasting any more time, she headed quickly towards the rooftop where her cute freckled boy was waiting for her. Some time later. Hello Kendo-san. Hello Midoriya. Kendo and Izuku stood face to face on the rooftop, staring at each other with a blush on their faces. The silence in the place was so profound that everyone could clearly hear their own heartbeat. What did you want to tell me? The embarrassed girl asked, managing to get her voice to speak. Well, it's about that time, the freckled boy replied, embarrassed. About the confession. Kendo's eyes widened in surprise at Izuku's words. That meant that she was definitely going to get her answer that day, whether it was rejection or reciprocation. I'm listening. Kendo managed to articulate those words with her heart racing. Well, it's been almost 2 weeks since that day, so I've got my answer figured out, the freckled boy said, gradually calming his nerves. I'm still surprised that someone as beautiful and intelligent as you could have fallen in love with someone like me. Kendo only blushed slightly at Izuku's compliment. She had received hundreds of compliments from many boys her age, but only his embarrassed her. I fell in love with you for many reasons. Your shyness, your kindness, your bravery, Kendo listed, making the broccoli-haired boy blush. You could say your lovely personality completely won me over. You're a very special boy, Midoriya, so don't put yourself down. I'm absolutely sure there are many girls in this school who are in love with you. You're not wrong, thought Shoto, who was hiding behind the door that connected to the rooftop, waiting for Izuku to call him. Thank you, Izuku said gratefully, his face red to the tips of his ears. Kendo just let out a small laugh at how cute he looked. What I wanted to tell you is that I'm very clear about my feelings for you now, Kendo-san. To your feelings? Izuku only nodded slightly at Kendo's words, preparing for his confession. Shoto, the cardboard. Izuku called to his friend. Of course, bro, replied the bi-colored one, entering the rooftop, confusing Kendo. He walked calmly towards Izuku, then positioned himself behind him and extended the cardboard he had in his hands for Kendo to see. Would you like to be my girlfriend, Itsuka? These were the words written on the cardboard, which was decorated all over, making Kendo's eyes widen in surprise. I hope this is a good idea, Shoto, Izuku whispered to his friend. Relax, Izuku. I've seen plenty of videos where this is a huge success, the bi-colored boy whispered confidently. Besides, we've already played 3 routes and I haven't helped you on any of them. I at least want to help you on this one. What? Said the broccoli, confused. Nothing, I didn't say anything, he replied nervously, turning to look away. Back to Kendo. She was still staring in surprise at the sign as she read it over and over again with a feeling of happiness inside her. I couldn't help but be touched by this beautiful gesture from Izuku. Itsuka, I called the broccoli by name, catching her attention. Sometimes I tend to be a little stupid when it comes to romantic things. Sometimes no, always, the two-tone boy thought, hiding his face behind the cardboard. I tend to get into very dangerous trouble with villains a lot. Exactly, thought the bi-colored one with a slight pain in his arms from holding the sign out. And I'm also too shy, stuttering a lot when I'm nervous. Sometimes I look ridiculous because of how nervous I am. I've never thought you were ridiculous, Midoriya, I've always found that part of you cute, Kendo whispered with a small smile, making the broccoli boy embarrassed. What I'm trying to say is that I'm not perfect. I tend to make a lot of mistakes and stupid things, but despite all that, you fell in love with me. I feel so lucky that someone as beautiful as you noticed me, he said, looking intently into Kendo's eyes, doing his best not to look away. That's why I promise you I'll make you happy. I promise you won't regret falling in love with me. I promise every minute you spend with me will be special. You'd better accept, we spent all night making this shitty poster, Shoto thought, already wanting to be done with this. Itsuka, would you like to be my girlfriend? Izuku asked, his heart pounding. It would make me so happy if you accepted. Not even 2 seconds had passed when Kendo was already in the arms of the broccoli, giving it a loving kiss on the lips. Hey, slow down, the bi-colored one thought, taking a few steps back to give them their space. I think my answer is more than obvious, Kendo whispered, pulling away from the freckled retard's lips. But just in case it wasn't clear, yes, I would love to be your girlfriend. And with those words, Kendo connected her lips with Izuku again, who hadn't even finished processing the news when he was already being kissed again. This girl doesn't beat around the bush, Shoto thought, remembering what he saw last time on the rooftop. You have no idea how much I wanted to do this without you being asleep, Kendo said again, pulling away from the kiss. What? Izuku said, bewildered by those words. But once again his lips were captured by Kendo, who had already wrapped her arms around the freckled boy's neck to deepen the kiss. Wow. This girl is really eager, Shoto thought in surprise. Aitsuka, Izuku managed to say, trying to catch his breath after the intense kiss he received. Just one more, Kendo whispered, reconnecting her lips with his. Meanwhile, the broccoli just looked at Shoto with pleading eyes, seeking help. Sorry, I've finished my work here, see you later, Shoto said goodbye, leaving the rooftop and leaving the newly formed couple alone. Meanwhile, Izuku was just mentally cursing his friend. Although after a few seconds she began to enjoy her kisses with Kendo wrapping his arms around her waist. One more, they both whispered after breaking the kiss, only to join their lips again. Without a doubt, the desire for love that they both felt was very strong. Meanwhile, Shoto just stared in surprise through the window of the rooftop door at the scene. Poor six, at this rate they're going to end up having hex, and I didn't even bring my camera, Shoto thought in frustration. Oh well. And with those words Shoto disappeared from the window of the door, leaving the loving couple alone. One more. Itsuka root. Your favorite flower. Najire. Probably the most lively girl at UA and considered by many to be the most beautiful, something that no one dared to dispute. From childhood, she always had that cheerful and curious personality. Why is her hair like that? Why does he work? What happens to us when we die? Are we living in a simulation? Yes, she was very curious, and the videos she watched on the internet only made her curiosity increase even more. Some people found Najire's attitude annoying, telling her to her face how annoying it was, but it didn't seem to bother her, since she continued with the same happy smile on her face. But if it bothered him, there were times when he refrained from asking so many questions because he didn't want to make anyone uncomfortable with his annoying personality, as some called it. The only people he could behave like himself with were Tamaki and Mirio, his two best friends. But it wasn't the same. They had been with her since they were children, so it was normal that they put up with her. So one day she took on the task of making a new friend, someone who would accept her just as she was. And boy, did he find it. Are your freckles fake? Huh? The first time he met the broccoli, he became very curious and asked it many questions. After all, it was well known all the trouble it had gotten into. And without being able to stop herself, she launched herself towards him, filling him with so many questions about his freckles, his hair, his quirk, and many other things. I honestly expected him to ignore her or ask her not to bother him. But to her surprise, the freckled boy answered each of her questions with a smile, embarrassed by her closeness. That made a happy smile appear on her face. It made her happy that he didn't tell her she was annoying, as many people did. So that day she consecrated Izuku as her new friend, someone else who was able to tolerate her because of her curiosity. And from that day on, his encounters with Izuku became more frequent. In the school hallways, in the dormitories, on campus, in the city, and in many other places. And at each meeting they both had a lively conversation talking about their tastes and their daily lives. At that point, the meetings with Izuku had become something very special for her. Just remembering his smile made her heart beat like crazy, and she longed to meet him again. I'm in love. She shouted to the four winds, surprising her two friends with whom she was having lunch. Good for you, Tamaki whispered with a depressed aura as was his custom. Really? That's great. Mirio exclaimed happily for Najire. Who is she? Since they were his two best friends, he couldn't hide that secret from them, so he had no choice but to tell them. It's Midoriya, I whispered with a slight blush. Midoriya? The first year? Tamaki asked, puzzled. Isn't he younger than you? What's wrong with that? Najire asked, offended. You're right. There's no age limit for love. Mirio exclaimed with a huge grin. Looks like you haven't said anything to her yet. And no, she replied, embarrassed. Then we will help you. And with those words from Mirio, the idea of writing a letter confessing his love was set in motion. It was difficult. After all, it was the first time she had written a love letter, so she had to get help from her two friends with that detail. After so many failures and not being satisfied, I finally managed to write the perfect letter, the letter I would give to Izuku confessing my feelings. But she was embarrassed to give it to him directly, so she politely asked Tamaki to put it in the locker for her. All of me, I whispered dejectedly, walking with the letter in my hand towards the broccoli locker. Done. Now all that was left was for Izuku to realize it was her, and that was because at the last moment he refused to write his name on the letter. So the days went by, much to her nervousness, wondering if Izuku had already read her feelings towards him. It was the first time she had fallen in love with someone and done all that love letter stuff, so it was very embarrassing for her, plus she was also afraid of rejection, which she thought was very likely. They were good friends, yes, but not close enough for him to develop feelings for her. Perhaps he's in love with that gravity girl or the frog girl. Those were Najaira's thoughts as she calmly watered the campus plants, as was her custom. But her thoughts were interrupted at that moment when she saw Izuku in the distance and unable to help herself, she shouted his name to get his attention. That day was a pleasant moment for her. Spending time with Izuku watering the garden was something she enjoyed, and fortunately or unfortunately, he still didn't know that she was the one who wrote the letter. That was until Mirio, the fool, revealed his secret. "Mirio, you idiot." The shame she felt at that moment was so great that she couldn't look Izuku in the eyes. That wonderful afternoon shouldn't have ended like this, but because of Mirio everything went to hell. From that moment on, she refused to see Izuku again. She was afraid that the next time she saw him, he would reject her, so every time she saw him approaching, she quickly hid. But she knew it wouldn't always be like that. Sooner or later she would have to confront him and find out what he felt for her. Did he like it or not? It was something that gnawed at her from the inside, making her nervous and disconnecting her mind from the world. So much so that she didn't even notice when he approached her to talk to her. The fright he experienced at that moment was enormous, which was quickly replaced by embarrassment when he realized it was him. She was surprised and very happy to hear that he hadn't forgotten his promise to water the plants with her, so she happily accepted his company, although she was also nervous in case the topic of the letter came up. Although fortunately for her he didn't bring up that subject, the topic of her liking for flowers did come up. So, with a happy smile, she had to tell him about her favorite flowers, especially that flower of love that she so desperately wanted him to give her. Although she highly doubted that he would give her that flower, she still held on to a small ray of hope that one day Izuku would approach her with a bouquet of those flowers to confess his feelings. It was his biggest dream. The dream that was now a reality. Now she could only watch with an embarrassed smile as the boy she liked so much stood before her, extending a bouquet of tulips in front of one of the gardens in the scene. "Izuku," Najaira said affectionately. "What does this mean?" Well, as was his custom, he began to stutter from nervousness, a side of the boy that Najaira loved. "A few days ago you told me that there was a flower that symbolized the kind of love you like so much. I have a feeling it's this one, so I want to give it to you." The embarrassment in her voice was noticeable from miles away, causing a smile to form on Najaira's lips. Delicately, I take the bouquet of tulips in my hands, looking at them with affection. That was until a soft laugh escaped her, confusing the broccoli. What's happening?" he asked nervously. "My favorite flower isn't tulips," she said, making Izuku's eyes widen in surprise. "It's agapanthus, the flower of love." Upon hearing those words, Izuku became agitated. He only had one job and he had screwed up big time. "I am sorry, I thought they were those and." Before he could continue speaking, Najaira placed her finger on her lips, stopping him from speaking. "It doesn't matter," I whispered with a loving look. "Tulips are my favorite flower now." The freckled boy's cheeks warmed slightly as he saw the beautiful smile that adorned Najaira's face. "I appreciate the gesture, but what are you trying to tell me with this unexpected gift?" I asked with a playful smile, embarrassing Izuku. Well, I stammered, looking down to avoid her eyes. "Why, you said that if someone ever confessed their feelings to you, you'd like them to give you your favorite flower." He said it in a very low whisper, but Najaira managed to hear it clearly. "What do you mean by that?" she asked with a beautiful smile, taking the freckled boy's nervous hand. Isn't it obvious?" he whispered, looking at Najaira with embarrassment. I'm in love with you." And those words were more than enough to make Najaira's heart leap with joy, a joy that kept growing inside her. "You already know this, but I'll say it anyway, I'm in love with you too." And with those words, Najaira brought her face closer to Izuku's, who, noticing what she was going to do, copied her action. Only a few seconds passed before their lips met in a loving and affectionate kiss, a kiss which demonstrated the love they felt for each other. Izuku gently took Najaira's waist to deepen the kiss a little more, while Najaira softly cupped his cheek. Seconds passed until, due to lack of breath, they had to separate, both of them with a blush on their cheeks. I know it's a little late to ask this, but do you want to be my girlfriend?" he asked, gently taking Najaira's hands. "I'd love to," I agreed, giving her a quick kiss on the lips. "Although you took a while to say it." "I am sorry, I had some things to do," he apologized, embarrassed, remembering the other letters. It doesn't matter," she laughed, taking Izuku's hand and intertwining their fingers. "I was planning to go water the school garden. Will you come with me?" "Of course, for some reason I don't want to be separated from you for a long time," I agreed with a smile, making the girl blush. "Then let's go," she said with a happy smile. So, holding hands, they began walking across the school campus, not caring what others might think when they saw them holding hands. Now it was just her and him. "I love you Izuku, I love you Najaira." Meanwhile, in the distance, a certain two-tone figure calmly observed the scene. 5-6, almost there, she whispered, disappearing among the flowers. Uraraka. I waited for you. The UA campus was getting more crowded with people every second that passed. Dozens of students walked back and forth, dressed elegantly as if they were at an important event. And if it was. The day was the day that UA's junior students would graduate to become new heroes for maintaining peace. So everyone headed to the largest hall at UA where the graduation ceremony would take place, giving them their diplomas and officially making them heroes. And in that enormous hall sat in the front seats the beautiful teacher of all those students. Uraraka. And to think that 3 years have already passed since that day, the beautiful woman thought with a small smile, observing how little time was left before everything began. The memory of how he kidnapped Izuku in that classroom that day he was late for class made him let out a small laugh. I still feel like it was yesterday that I confessed my feelings to a boy much younger than me, I thought with a nostalgic smile. There were so many attractive men her age, and she ended up falling in love with someone much younger than her, but she didn't regret it. The lights in the enormous hall went out, leaving only the stage illuminated where Nezu was about to begin the ceremony. This is a very special day for everyone, Nezu said joyfully. And I'm very proud to say that today a new generation of great heroes will begin. Namuri just smiled at all the parents who were there, some of whom were shedding tears of joy, including the mother of the boy she had liked for years. But now that he thought about it, did Izuku ever have a girlfriend? During those 3 years, she never received a response from him. They simply continued with their same student-teacher relationship, although every time the freckled boy was near her, he blushed and became nervous. And she didn't see any girl treat him lovingly like a girlfriend, so she wasn't sure if he fell in love with someone else or reciprocated the feelings of any of the other girls who said they were in love with him. While Nezu was giving his speech about heroes, she got lost in her memories of when she met Izuku. Hello children, let me introduce myself. I'm Uraraka and I'll be your teacher. I still remember it like it was yesterday when I entered room 1A and introduced myself to all those teenagers. That day she saw Broccoli's cute face for the first time, which looked at her with its bright eyes. But those eyes were not filled with perversion and lust, as almost everyone else looked at her. It was a look of emotion and admiration. He's cute. That was the thought that crossed her mind that day. From that moment on, she began to observe Izuku from afar to see what kind of person he was. And the only thing she could know was that he was someone special, someone unique among thousands of men. And without thinking twice, she started to talk to him whenever she could about anything, asking him if he had done his homework, how he was getting on with his quirk, if he felt comfortable at UA, etc., etc., etc. He loved seeing the shy expression she made every time she approached him, trying not to blush. If she weren't underage, she would have fallen madly in love with him. Who am I lying to? Namuri thought at that moment, smiling as she watched the boy studying in her class. I'm already in love with him. Yes, she didn't know when or how, but she had developed feelings for that cute freckled boy. So many heroic acts he had performed since arriving at UA, the great kindness he showed to all people, and above all, the fact that he had no perversion in his mind. He was a very special boy. And since he was very shy, Namuri couldn't help but write him a letter with a lustful tone to embarrass him, and she certainly succeeded, although the next day she had to calm him down with that semi-kidnapping, where she confessed her true feelings. Me, a 30-year-old woman confessing my love to a 15-year-old boy, Namuri thought with amusement, watching Nezu ask his students to come forward and collect their diplomas and give a short speech. Although she knew she was in love with him, she had to hold on to that love. Their love could not be real for the simple fact that she was his teacher and he was a student. The reputation of both of them would be ruined by that, and she did not want to ruin Izuku's career before it had even begun. But that didn't stop her from stealing a kiss from him that day when she was in charge of his punishment. She still perfectly remembered the feeling of having kissed him, such a pleasant sensation that she very much wanted to repeat. She looked like a 15-year-old girl madly in love. If she had been his age, she would have thrown herself at him without hesitation. But after that kiss she never did that again, although she couldn't help but make the occasional flirty joke to embarrass him. It was something she loved. And something he's going to miss a lot now that he won't see him every day at UA anymore, now that he's a professional hero. Maybe I should have been more direct with my feelings, she thought, regretting not taking another step with Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. Namuri was pulled from her thoughts upon hearing the name of the boy who stole her heart. With a loving gaze, I watched as that boy, who now had a more mature look at being 18 years old, walked calmly towards the stage. He's so beautiful, I thought, watching him take his diploma with a smile. A few words? Nezu asked the freckled boy. In response, he nodded slightly, walking towards the center and taking the microphone. Izuku's mother couldn't stop crying as she watched her baby fulfill his dream, causing some to smile slightly, including Namuri. Well, Izuku's voice echoed throughout the room, capturing everyone's attention. I can't describe the happiness I feel right now, having fulfilled my dream of becoming a hero. The happiness I feel is immense. A small smile formed on Nomuri's face upon hearing those words. But I didn't achieve this alone. If I've gotten this far, it's thanks to many people who supported me until the very end. Mom, thank you for everything, he said, a small tear welling in his eye, causing Inko to cry even harder. Thank you also to all my friends who were with me, helping each other achieve our dreams, especially you, Shoto, even though you burned down a large part of my room that day. I already told you it was an accident and I already apologized, said the bi-colored boy who was sitting with his other classmates, listening to Izuku's speech. That made everyone burst out laughing, brightening the atmosphere. I also want to thank all the teachers who trained me to be a much better person. I hope to become a hero as honorable as you all, he said gratefully, looking at each of his teachers. I don't doubt it, Midoriya Aizawa whispered with a small smile. Meanwhile, Nomuri listened, deeply moved, to the freckled boy's entire speech. I can say with certainty that I spent the best time of my life here at UA, a time that will forever be etched in my memory. My dream began here, I met wonderful people who are now my friends, I found love here. Nomuri's heart skipped a beat when she saw Izuku glance at her slightly as he said those words, causing her cheeks to blush. Did he tell me that? She thought, embarrassed and surprised. That action by the freckled boy had taken her by surprise. I say it again, thank you all for supporting me from the beginning, I promise to be a great hero, I won't let you down. And when those words were finished, the entire enormous hall was filled with a great amount of applause for the beautiful speech given by the broccoli. As Izuku, with an embarrassed smile, walked towards his classmates, they hugged him, moved by his speech. Meanwhile, Nomuri just watched from afar, wondering if those words were directed at her. Perhaps a small feeling of happiness appeared in her heart at the thought. She didn't want to get her hopes up, but maybe, just maybe, Izuku had been waiting for her all this time. And with his thoughts in a jumble, he spent the entire ceremony where all the students officially became heroes. Congratulations, Nomuri whispered, watching as everyone gave each other a group hug, some with tears in their eyes, since they probably wouldn't see each other again. Some time later. Little by little, people were leaving UA, probably some to celebrate their great achievement with their families. Meanwhile, Nomuri just watched with a smile on campus as everyone walked around with smiles on their faces. It reminds me of when I graduated, I think nostalgically. Hayama-sensei. A very familiar voice was heard behind her, making her turn around quickly. There in front of her was that person she liked so much with a smile on his face making her heart race. Midori, and Nomuri whispered, blushing slightly. Undoubtedly, the passing of the years had made it more attractive. I want to thank you personally for everything you've done for me these past 3 years. Thanks to your teachings, I know I will become a great hero, he said, bowing slightly. See, come on, it's not a big deal, she said, embarrassed. It was rare for her to be embarrassed or nervous about anything, but Izuku had easily managed to do it. And as a thank you, I'd like to take you out to eat somewhere, Nomuri-san. Nomuri opened her eyes in surprise when she heard her name called. Moreover, he was inviting her out. Are you asking me out on a date? I asked flirtatiously, wanting to embarrass him. Yes, I'm inviting her on a date, he said in a shy tone. Those words made Nomuri's flirtatious attitude disappear, replaced by one of shame. Don't you have to go with your mom? I asked, looking away. She told me to go celebrate with my friends, but I'd rather go out with you, she replied with such sincerity. After all, we're both adults now. No one will look at us askance when they see us together. Upon hearing those words, Nomuri opened her eyes in surprise, seeing Izuku. That means that she stammered as a great happiness began to appear within her. Nomuri-san, I'm sorry for replying 3 years later, but I'm also in love with you, and I'd like to try to start a relationship with you, he said with an embarrassed look, but with confidence in his voice. Nomuri couldn't believe what she was hearing. That means he's been suppressing his feelings all this time, all for this day. The day where her reputation would no longer be affected by being both teacher and student. Now they were 2 people with the same profession, 2 co-workers in love. I'd like to take things slowly, the freckled boy said, embarrassed. Start going on dates more often to get to know each other better and eventually make our relationship official, of course, if you still feel the same way about me. Izuku, Nomuri said affectionately, cupping the boy's cheek. I told you that day, it would take years for these feelings for you to disappear, but now that I know my feelings have been accepted, they won't disappear at all. I love you, Izuku. And with those words, Nomuri joined her lips with those of the surprised freckled boy who froze upon feeling her sweet lips for the second time. Only this time he didn't stay like that and gently took her by the waist to deepen the kiss. After a few seconds with their lips together, they separated with a blush on their faces. I thought we'd take this easy, said Izuku, embarrassed. So what? We both know we love each other, so there's nothing wrong with showing each other a little affection now and then," she said lovingly, their bodies still close together. "Besides, I've waited for you for 3 years, I at least deserve a reward for waiting so long," he said, giving her a quick kiss. "Oh okay, I don't dislike it either, I accept the broccoli," embarrassed. "And where will you take me to eat?" Nomuri asked, hugging the boy's arm. "Well, I don't know yet," he said doubtfully. Then an idea crossed Nomuri's mind, causing a flirty smile to form on her lips. "What if we go eat at my house?" she suggested, making circles with her finger on the freckled boy's chest. "Yeah. You know, we'll have a romantic lunch, and then whatever happens, happens," she said in a provocative tone. Izuku, with an embarrassed face, looked around to see if anyone was nearby, and upon verifying that they were alone in that place, he turned his attention back to Nomuri. "Where is your house? I'll guide you, darling." And with those words, Izuku took Nomuri in a bridal fashion to activate One for All to go faster. While Nomuri just hugged him around the neck, looking at him with a loving gaze, not without first stealing another kiss. "I thought we'd get along peacefully in this relationship," Nomuri said with a smile. "Just this once." And with those words, Izuku took a great leap out of UA, disappearing among the buildings to enjoy a great day with Nomuri. From a window at UA, Shoto observed the panorama with a smile. "I'll miss this place a lot," the bi-colored boy thought, watching the green beams of Izuku's quirk flash into the distance. Life here was fun. Remembering all the great moments he experienced at UA made him smile nostalgically. And what he would miss most would be seeing the love life of his green-haired friend. "I think I should write a book about that," she thought, tapping her chin with a finger as she began to walk calmly down the hallways. "It's great that I have a quirk that takes me to different realities." 6 different realities where Izuku reciprocated the feelings of each of his suitors, 6 realities where each of them was happy. What should I call the book? Memories flooded his mind of all the crazy things Izuku did back then when he received those letters, crazy things in which he participated. Definitely good times. "I know," he said with a small smile. Izuku's letters isn't very original, but it's something. And with those thoughts, Shoto disappeared into the halls of UA. Hallways which hold many memories of those days. Special days that will be etched in Izuku's mind. At February 14th, when he received 6 letters from 6 mysterious girls in love with him, which would unleash a life full of problems for him, problems which brought happiness to his heart. And with those beautiful memories, the story of how Izuku unconsciously charmed 6 beautiful girls comes to an end. Nomuri route. End. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.